A discussion is taking place around a contract, and the man says that she can talk to him if there is any problem with the terms of the agreement. He explains that it's just a standard marriage contract and that if she wants, she can add more conditions. But for the woman to add any condition wouldn't make the agreement better. This surprises him, and he asks what she means. Then she points to a specific part of the contract. It's where his name is, and because of that, the man, irritated, asks what the problem is, if maybe she doesn't find him suitable. However, she tries to explain herself, saying she's not saying she dislikes anything about him. After all, he's the head of the Postenmeier family, the most prestigious in the empire and the only archduke. She's heard that besides being a good gentleman, he's also very rich. Approaching him, she asks if they haven't met before. The girl remembers that her life has always been like this, being the firstborn in this prestigious family, and now she must learn to become the successor. The education of successors begins in childhood, having to learn everything even while sleeping little, and during those moments to receive her parents' recognition. She was often forced to go through strict lessons since she was young, all for the sake of her family. She remembers that when she felt exhausted, she only heard words of criticism, saying that she was too naive if she thought becoming a successor was easy, and that she should study everything, even if she had to stay up all night for it, all for the good of the family. Then, when she turned 12, her brother Alphonse was miraculously born, stopping her training and sending her to the academy as if she were being expelled. However, her brother had fragile health, so when she was called back home, she was surprised with an arranged marriage. And once the boy was old enough, the position of heir would return to him. In addition, she was told that they could no longer afford her academy studies. Rosaline knew she was nothing more than a decorative piece for her family, without the right to decide anything about her own life. Raising his sword, the guard declares that members of the Crimson Rose family who violate the state's laws must be declared guilty and surrender. Frightened, the woman asks Rosaline what they are talking about. The girl explains that they told her that her father became interested in gambling and died while fleeing to avoid being caught, and since they found evidence, they must cooperate. Irritated, the woman says she's not asking because she doesn't understand, but because she wants to know what's going on. Rosaline only says that she will stop them and asks her mother to hide with Alphonse. This shocks the matriarch, who says she won't be able to stop the guards alone, but the girl is determined to do her best. Still, the woman worries that they might harm her son before the trial, but Rosaline doesn't listen and asks them both to stay hidden. The girl is determined to handle everything, and if it depends on that mother, she won't be safe at all. Meanwhile, the household servants try to prevent something worse. The butler asks them to wait, saying it would be disrespectful. He asks that at least they wait for the lady to finish preparing, but at that same moment he is attacked. The guard orders them to eliminate all rebels and capture those who are hiding. Finally, Rosaline arrives, already asking what they think they are doing. The girl enters the scene holding her sword, ready for whatever comes. Seeing her, the guard commander asks if she is Miss Rosaline Crimson. Then he greets her more formally. He introduces himself as the commander of the Blue Knights and says that the Count violated the country's laws by gambling, lowering the nobility, and diminishing the empire's prestige. The commander says that this is equivalent to treason, but the girl says she doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's not convinced, and says they should admit their guilt because resisting like this will only worsen their sins. Rosaline stands firm in her arguments and says that if she doesn't resist here, she'll be admitting her guilt, and asks if that isn't the law of the country. She says they can't capture her as an innocent person when she wasn't involved in her father's gambling. Drawing her sword, she declares that if they want to take her, they'll have a hard time doing it. A shout is heard giving the order. "She's over there! Capture her!" The guards run closer and closer to Rosaline, demanding that she stop. As she runs, the girl makes a daring move. Using her sword to pull the carpet, she makes the guards fall. Rosaline subdues one of them who's on the ground. Clearly afraid, the man begs her not to come closer, even trying to do something in that situation. But fearless, Rosaline uses her sword to stab his hand. Soon after, another guard surprises her from behind and asks how she dares to attack the Blue Knights, even though they were the ones invading her home. But the girl isn't defenseless at all. Rosaline uses her sword for a brief clash. She runs, surrounded by 3 more guards. Even so, she fears nothing and uses her sword to strike them. She gains a great advantage over them. In the end, she knocks down the swords of all 3 and points hers at the one still standing. But to make matters worse, her mother is also caught and calls for her daughter's help. The lady and Alphonse are held hostage by one of the guards. She is terrified, crying for her life and the boys. Rosaline asks if they're really going to use her mother and brother as hostages. The commander says she wouldn't have been threatened if she hadn't resisted. He says she's already lost her father and surely wouldn't want the same to happen to what's left of her family. So the girl asks them not to hurt them. They take some time to tie her up and then throw her violently to the ground. The commander tells her to give up the idea of going to the capital and says she's using something that doesn't even look like a sword. Her hair is grabbed tightly by another guard as he taunts her, asking if earlier she was nervous and now scared, since she doesn't even say a word. Rosaline says that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be a knight for much longer. In disbelief, he questions her, and the girl says he was lucky that she only injured his wrist, allowing him to leave with his honor intact. With his ego wounded, the man kicks her, telling her to shut up. Rosaline knows one thing. If she goes to the capital, she'll be executed. So she would rather meet her end now than live for that. She wonders why suddenly he stopped kicking. Rosaline tries to see if it's the Empress's knights, and without hearing anything, she forces herself to look up. In front of her stands a tall and handsome man. With him are more men, and the woman has doubts about whether they are the Empress's knights. This is the Grand Duke, and the commander asks what he is doing there, but the Duke counters by asking what they are doing there. Then the commander explains that he is there under the Empress's orders to capture the Crimson Rose family. The Grand Duke then looks at the girl kneeling before him. For Rosaline, that gaze feels like being swept away by the winter wind, and it doesn't seem to belong to someone alive, and she wonders if it's because of the deep blue of his eyes. The Grand Duke asks if that's the reason he destroyed the mansion, but the commander says he did it to capture those who were hiding. He says it doesn't seem like a person could hide behind a picture frame or a vase. That leaves the guard too nervous to say anything. Then the Grand Duke says they should return to the mansion and find those who are hiding, declaring that he will take the girl with him. But the commander tries to stop him, saying it's difficult because he has an order from Her Majesty the Empress not to hand the criminal over to anyone. The Duke says that His Majesty the Emperor himself told him he could take her. In a slightly threatening tone, he asks if the Empress's orders are above the Emperor's, and even threatens to have his Black Knights search the mansion. And of course, a coward like him would lose his courage at that. The Duke tells his guard Heinz to escort the young lady. He takes her to see the doctor. Meanwhile, the man watches them walk away. At the mansion, the girl is examined, and luckily no bones are broken. But even so, the doctor says it's terrible since the bruises aren't light and gets angry that knights would do such a thing to a lady. On the other hand, Rosaline laments, saying it's a pity that the knight's life had to end like that. Damien asks what happens if she gets too many injuries like this, and if her skin will be left full of scars. He says that in any case, the bruises will soon disappear, and if she takes care of herself properly, there won't be any scars left. Seemingly unconcerned, she says she understands, so the doctor tells her to take it seriously. He says that the human body is precious, and if she doesn't take care of it soon, it won't function well, while her thought is how annoying that actually sounds. Changing the subject, Rosaline asks when the investigator will arrive. Smiling, Damien replies that the Lord will come soon. He stands up, greets her, and says he has to leave. But in her mind, she wonders why he called the investigator Lord, making her think that perhaps someone important is coming. Thinking about it, she realizes this isn't the dark interrogation room they usually use. After all, it's a place sealed off in all directions. Either way, she's in a situation where she's being accused of a serious crime, and she wonders if they can really treat her like this. Then someone enters, calling her by name, and she recognizes that voice. It's His Excellency, and suspicious. She wants to know why the Grand Duke of Postenmeier is there. She even thinks he might be the one to interrogate her. Pulling her out of her thoughts, the man asks if she is Rosaline confirm that she's 18 years old and that her family relations are her mother and her 6-year-old brother. Then she confirms that information as well. The two are seated, and on the table is a tea set. The Duke asks why she has only one younger brother. This question leaves the girl completely confused. The Grand Duke asks if she has any older sisters or even a cousin who looks like her, which the girl denies. He insists, asking if she has any distant relative who resembles her, at least a woman about 10 years older. Confused, Rosaline explains that she has no interaction with the outside world, and that pink hair and green eyes are symbols of the Crimson Rose family. The Grand Duke denies it as he stands up from the chair. Rosaline wants to know what those questions have to do with her father's gambling accusations. That seems to remind him of the reason he's there, so he says they should talk about that. He reads the paper containing the details of the acts she committed and discovers that the girl injured about 20 of Her Majesty's knights, and that, according to the knight's testimony, she only cut the tendons of their wrists as if it were nothing. Rosaline says it was for self-defense, and the Grand Duke asks, "For your own defense?" She says she committed no crime, but since they tried to arrest her, she had no choice but to resist and prove her innocence. And she says that's also written in the law books. While he replies that things don't always go according to the law, analyzing everything, he says that the girl holds no other position, has never received a knight's title, and there's no record that she ever participated in any fencing tournament, which makes no sense for someone to demonstrate such skills against elite knights. Rosaline keeps defending it as the truth, and he says that doesn't mean people will believe it. The Grand Duke says that it will be concluded that there were other accidents in which several Blue Knights were injured, and because of that, they will not press charges against her. He says that even for an experienced swordsman, it's difficult to cut tendons by aiming only at the hand holding the sword. Then Rosaline asks if that's difficult even for the Grand Duke. He then asks if she wants him to add that accusation, and the girl says she takes responsibility for what she did and that she's innocent of what she didn't do. The Grand Duke says that's not a very smart decision, and he asks if she knows why His Majesty's knights were there. He continues, saying they found evidence of her father's gambling and that the family was accused because of it, that the Empress must have suggested to the Emperor to send the knights, and that maybe she had her own reason to want to handle the situation. And that's why the knights destroyed the mansion, which makes Rosaline remember that it seemed like they were searching for something more than just the family members. The Duke asks if she has any idea what that might be, but she denies knowing anything. He tells her to think more about it, saying he'll do the same, leaving the girl confused. The man warns her not to even think about leaving on her own until she's thought of something. Completely frozen by that, Rosaline can only express a, "What?" With nothing else to say, the Duke leaves the room and is immediately approached by Heinz. He reports that His Majesty's younger brother, Count Weigelhofen, has come for a visit. Meanwhile, in the room, Rosaline thinks that in the end, this was what they were after. A short and stout man greets Melchior but quickly corrects himself, addressing him as Archduke Postenmeier. He apologizes for showing up without notice but says it's an urgent matter. The Duke says that if he came so suddenly, he figured there must be a special reason. Looking nervous, His Majesty's brother gives an awkward laugh and says he's glad to be understood. He says he heard that the man is protecting the daughter of Count Crimson Rose, who lost his title, and because of that, she is nothing. Plus, her father's crime was proven. Therefore, he would like the girl to be handed over, but Melchior doesn't know what to say. Weigelhofen then asks why the Archduke would need to do such an inconvenient job as an interrogation. But the man says Rosaline is injured, and that's why he's protecting her, and also wants to know why the Lesser Duke is personally requesting that she be handed over. This leaves Weigelhofen quite nervous and with a strange expression. Weigelhofen tries to say there's nothing more to uncover, so it's best not to waste time and send her to prison. But for Melchior, there's still a long way to go, leaving His Majesty's brother confused since the Count had escaped. The truth is that he didn't die in an accident, but was actually killed inside his carriage. Melchior says he's seen cases where gamblers who lose are driven to commit crimes, but he finds it strange that something happened so soon with the Count, and he doesn't want to give up someone from the family who could be an important lead. But the Lesser Duke says that this matter isn't his to decide and that the judge will handle it. The Archduke says that as the Lord of Postenmeier, he has the responsibility to protect members of his family, so he can't hand her over without proof. In shock over what he heard, Weigelhofen asks what he means by referring to members of his family. Then Melchior reveals that Rosaline is his wife, leaving His Majesty's brother completely stunned. It's certainly strange for such a famous duke to be married without anyone knowing. Then we return to Rosaline. She's in some kind of vivid dream. Once again, she comes across the same strange clock as usual, and in that same room, she walks. Someone calls her name and she believes it's a child. Rosaline has had this dream many times, but it's the first time she hears another person's voice and she wants to know where she is. This person asks her to wait because they're coming to rescue her, and the girl asks what that means. Desperate, Crimson Rose asks who's there, but she wakes up abruptly from the dream. Shaken, she thinks about the voice she heard for the first time and wants to know who it is. A servant knocks on the door and asks if she needs anything. Apparently, she made some noise, making them think something happened, but the girl explains it was just a dream. Rosaline steps out of her room and asks why His Excellency brought her there. He hasn't returned, and it's been days since the interrogation ended. The doctor asks if she knows her current situation is very dangerous. He tells her that on the first day of her arrival, someone from His Majesty came to ask questions about her, but Melchior made him leave. Rosaline asks if that couldn't affect His Excellency's reputation, and says the man has no reason to help her. And what she has just learned is that this is why he went to see the Emperor. Meanwhile, Melchior greets the Emperor. Balthazar asks if the man knows how much he likes him, and says that if he had said he wanted to marry someone, he would have given permission regardless of who it was. So he asks how the Duke managed to hide this from him, and even got married, especially knowing that a noble marriage alliance requires the Emperor's approval. Melchior begins apologizing and says there was a reason for it, that he and Rosaline had promised to marry, but Count Crimson Rose did not approve. But the Emperor doesn't think that's a good enough reason not to have asked for his permission, asking if it wouldn't have made more sense to request his help. The Duke says he couldn't allow His Majesty to break a national law, and the silver-haired man asks what he means by that. Then Melchior makes the shocking revelation that he couldn't marry a minor without her guardian's authorization. Balthazar asks the girl's age, and he says she's 18 but still quite far from her birthday. The Emperor's eyes sparkle, finding it amazing. Just imagining a love story where one waits for the other, with him promising to wait and even keeping it secret, not to mention protecting her. He sees it as an act of chivalry. Balthazar says he understands the story now, revealing that he thought the Duke would live single for the rest of his life, since he even refused Princess Anastasia's proposal. Melchior apologizes to His Majesty, but the man tells him not to worry about that. He says he's still grateful for when Melchior rescued the Empress 6 years ago, but the Duke says he has no memory of that, and I can already imagine this past becoming an important plot in the story. Even so, Balthazar remains grateful. In any case, Melchior has his permission, and he informs him that he'll proceed with the official marriage procedures. Thus, the Duke departs, leaving the man alone. And the one who seemed too kind, supporting the couple, apparently thinks otherwise, because Balthazar declares that he should have destroyed all the seeds from the beginning. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, Damien says that His Highness doesn't remember his childhood, at least not before becoming an adult, and that he's looking for someone named Roseline. The doctor says that's all he can say and nothing more. That's enough for Rosaline to understand that he's searching for someone who looks like her because of vague memories, and even investigated her. Melchior doesn't know who she is, yet he didn't hand her over and kept her safe there. The girl asks what he expects her to do. Then the Duke himself answers, saying she has to sign. They ask him if everything went well at the audience with the Emperor. Rosaline, however, wants to know what she has to sign. Melchior reveals it's about access to finances, authority, and the marriage vows. This takes his companions by surprise. Immediately, Crimson Rose grabs the contract to read it. It contains authorization from the Emperor himself. Rosaline screams when she reaches the part specifying it's for marriage. The document states that they've been together since spring, and she asks if she's no longer a Crimson Rose. Melchior confirms, explaining that this way she can't be held responsible for her father's crimes, while her mother and brother will only have to pay a fine. He says that the cost of restoring her territory was the loss of the Count title, and everything will be paid by the Postenmeier family. The girl confronts him, asking if he doesn't find it strange to marry someone he doesn't know, but he justifies it by saying he did it to save her. Meanwhile, Damien whispers to Heinz, asking if he thinks His Excellency is sick. Melchior makes it clear that if she doesn't marry him, the consequence is that she could even die in prison. Rosaline asks if that means he feels sympathy and shows her kindness. Once again, he explains that he only wants to save her, and asks if that reason isn't enough. But everyone in the room still doesn't truly understand his motives. The girl thinks about how difficult it is to arrange a marriage for a noble family, and she believes it must be a fake marriage given the situation she's in. Then something clicks in her mind. She asks if it's because she looks like the person the Archduke is searching for. Melchior only replies that it's nonsense, looking a bit irritated as he stares at the men in the room. Rosaline says it's not the knight's fault. She was only asking questions about what she heard while His Excellency was conducting the investigation. She says that no matter the reason, it would have been better if he had asked her to marry him first. The man says he didn't have time since right after they brought her. A messenger came asking for her to be handed over, but the girl keeps insisting, saying he could have told her afterward. After all, she was locked in her room for a week without knowing anything. Melchior explains that he had to visit the Emperor immediately before anything else could happen. Rosaline thinks that even though he seemed to be thinking about her, in the end, he didn't even bother to let her know. She also knows she doesn't have a better option at the moment, and we can assume that even though he's a stranger, marrying an Archduke might not be so bad. Either way, the girl says she will sign the marriage contract. However, she wants to add one condition. Then she asks that the two of them have a duel. They both prepare for it and go outside. Melchior asks why she wants that. The truth is that she wants to hit him. But what she says is that she's been locked up for a long time and hasn't been able to go out since then. The place was small and tight, and little by little, she was reaching her limit. She asks if now that they're going to be married, wouldn't it be good for them to get to know each other better? And she hopes that this lie will work. Melchior doesn't seem to believe it much, but tells her to do as she wishes. And Rosaline realizes that this isn't just permission, it's respect for her. She thanks His Excellency for accepting. He then asks that from now on, his future wife call him by his name. Without dramatizing it, the girl simply agrees and calls him to the duel. Rosaline then prepares, charging toward him. She's only a few inches away with her sword pointed to strike him, but Melchior manages to block it using his own sword, which surprises her because he hasn't even unsheathed it. Rosaline pushes herself backward to gain distance. She thought that because of his size, he would only push her back with his strength. However, instead of drawing his sword, he purposely moves it so that his blade flows in one direction, and if she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been caught. Melchior taunts her, saying he thought she was stronger. She then asks if he really won't regret saying that. First, Rosaline lowers her blade toward the ground. Then she crouches and warns that this is going to hurt a little. Then, unexpectedly, she leaps high. Even the Archduke himself is caught off guard. And his companions who are watching the duel are equally astonished. They shout for their lord at that moment. Melchior's sword hits the ground, and a piece of clothing stained with vital fluid falls like a feather. However, the girl is suspended in midair, held by his strong arms. Even Rosaline is shocked by this. Meanwhile, Melchior apologizes for something she has no idea about. With a look filled with emotion, he says that it's exactly the same. She asks him to let her go, worried about the state of his shoulder. But the man only asks who taught her fencing, since her skill is identical to Roselline's. The Archduke asks her to think again, and that she must have met the woman he's looking for. But the only thing that comes out of the girl's mouth is her question about whether he's still saying that. Desperate, the man talks about their similar abilities, while Rosaline reveals that it was something she learned by herself, which leaves him very surprised. Still in his arms, Rosaline yells for him to let her go. Then finally, the Archduke releases her. Rosaline asks Damien to heal Melchior. Turning away without looking at him, the girl says she's leaving first and asks that the man make sure to receive treatment. Rosaline then leaves him there and walks toward an area of the mansion's garden where roses are cultivated. She takes that moment to reflect on where everything went wrong and also wonders how she could be happy in a place where she doesn't belong. She even wishes that all of this were just a dream, instead of running through a life with a twisted path. Suddenly, something catches her attention. The place seems to have opened a new path, but she was sure there was only one direction before. Following this new path, she wonders where she is. The girl walks deeper into the area. Apparently, she's heading toward the roses, unaware that the mansion was this large. She wonders if she should keep walking and thinks that either way they'll find her, whether she leaves or they come looking. Suddenly, a voice yells for whatever is happening to stop. Looking around in fear, the girl wants to know if someone is fighting nearby. In the forest, a small conflict between students is taking place. The red-haired boy explains that all the other boy needs to do is steal the answer sheets from the lab. The blonde says no one would suspect him since he's always in the professor's laboratory. Then the gang leader asks why he wants to solve the exam questions beforehand. After all, there's no way he'd get good grades otherwise. Finally, the boy gathers courage and says he can't do it. That makes them laugh as if it were a joke. The big guy grabs his clothes, saying, "I thought you were smart, but it seems you're not," and asks why he doesn't listen politely. Raising his fist, he asks if he's doing this because he wants a beating. Without answering the insult, the boy closes his eyes, preparing himself for what's coming. But just as the bully is about to do what he promised, something hits his hand, leaving everyone confused and wondering who's there. This time, the blonde gets hit on the head. They panic, trying to figure out where those things are coming from, unaware that it's Rosaline hiding behind a tree. The leader yells for them to catch whoever is doing that, promising to kick that person. Another stone comes flying in his direction, but this one hits the tree behind him. The boys are startled to see the stone stuck there, realizing it was a warning from whoever was doing it. As he runs away, the leader says they'll let him go for today. Finally free, the boy stands up. He then thanks the one who helped him, showing that he's aware of where his savior is. He says he would like to meet her in person to thank her, and asks that if everything is fine, she should take a step forward. Rosaline is impressed because she intentionally changed her position and threw the stones. And even so, he still knew where she was. Besides that, there were many trees blocking the view. Finally revealing herself, she asks if he's hurt. The boy, who she thought looked a lot like the Archduke, thanks her for the help since, thanks to her, they didn't do anything to him. Rosaline says it's nothing, but it's a bit strange seeing so many people bothering one person. She scared off the bullies because she didn't want to see that, but she admits it feels nice to be thanked. The boy says it's only right to thank someone when they've helped you. He introduces himself as Julian, a third-year student at the Imperial Academy, and asks if he can know the name of his benefactor. This surprises Rosaline, who feels she hasn't done much, yet still feels embarrassed. The question puts her in conflict, wondering if it's okay to say her name, knowing that without the surname, he won't know who she is. She concludes it's better to tell the truth than to lie for no reason and seem suspicious. Rosaline finally introduces herself to him. Julian is delighted to know the name of his benefactor, but Crimson Rose can't take it anymore and asks him not to use that word again. The boy thanks her once more and asks her to call him by his name. He says she can ask for help anytime if she ever needs it, since he'd like to repay the favor. He adds, a bit disheartened, that there's very little he can do, but what he really means is that a lonely heart isn't a good thing. Rosaline finds him to be a good boy, and is surprised that he's so kind and thoughtful toward others when he's just a child, wishing that he'll grow up without being bullied. Julian says he has to go and asks her to take care of herself. The woman also needs to return soon. Since he's heading toward the academy, she only needs to go in the opposite direction to reach Postenmeyer Mansion. so she follows the path. Walking there, she soon arrives at the field she saw when she first entered the mansion. Happy to have found the right way, she then goes inside. Already in the inner area, Rosaline wonders if Melchior is okay. Distracted by this thought, she only notices someone there when she closes the door. The Archduke tells her she's late. Rosaline asks about his wound, but the man replies that it's not something she needs to worry about, claiming it's not deep and that it's healing quickly. The girl apologizes for causing it, but Melchior questions why she's apologizing for that. Rosaline says it was an understandable situation, but believes she acted very childishly. After all, she knows that even though the Archduke decided everything on his own, in the end, she received his help. However, instead of thanking him, she asked for a duel and even injured him. So the girl wonders how he could be fine after being stabbed and thinks she should behave more like an adult. Rosaline finally thanks him for what he did and says that, as promised, she will sign the contract and asks if he wants anything else from her. But Melchior says he has nothing in mind. Still, a little disappointed, she wonders whether he just won't say it or really has no idea. Even so, it's interesting to her. Rosaline signs the contract and thinks about how this simple paper will change her entire situation. This time, she believes she's going to live a good life, so she can help the Archduke's family with her own strength. That's the wish they both share, to work hard together in the future. And she'll really need to do that, because her husband paid a 70 million fine because of her family. The sun is already setting. With all the marriage matters settled and the couple gone, only the two men remain as Heinz organizes the documents. It's Damien who breaks the silence, asking what they just heard, saying he might be crazy but dares to ask if His Excellency is really going to marry Crimson Rose. The blonde simply confirms. The doctor says he's so shocked that his legs feel weak since the Archduke once even refused the princess's proposal and is now suddenly getting married. But Heinz replies that it wasn't sudden, because rumors say the marriage had already been discussed before, though Damien still insists that's a lie. Wanting to keep it as truth, Heinz says that's common, especially among nobles, advising that it's better not to make inappropriate comments. After all, Rosaline is no longer just a young lady, but someone of higher status now. The next day, the new lady goes to her husband to tell him she wants to learn how to manage the family's finances. Melchior says that if it's about the business, she should specify exactly what she wants to learn. Then she says she wants to learn everything a hostess should know. I can't help but wonder how her relationship with her mother will be after this marriage. Returning to the Archduke, he simply replies that she can do as she wishes. Disappointed, the girl, who expected something more, asks whom she should learn from. Melchior says there's no need to look for anyone since she can do as she sees fit, because the basic education from the academy on how to be a hostess is already sufficient. A bit uncertain, Rosaline justifies it by saying it's only theoretical knowledge, as she hasn't had any practical experience during this time. Melchior explains that it's something one learns along the way. She can start however she thinks is best, and if a problem arises, she can come up with a plan for it. Rosaline concludes that this means she will have to go through trial and error. She says that it doesn't matter if it's the Postenmeier archducal family, because even they have limits, and if she makes a serious mistake. However, the Archduke himself assures her that some mistakes won't easily ruin the family. The girl understands that. After all, she is the wife of a very powerful man. But Rosaline sees it as necessary to learn everything thoroughly, so she won't have flaws like the Crimson Rose family did. The Postenmeiers are a family full of prestige, with many other families loyal to the Archduke instead of the Emperor, capable of growing stronger over time, so she can make mistakes and fail. Melchior assures her that the position of Archduchess will be a strong support for her duties and that she can try again until she succeeds. The reason Postenmeier's vassals are so loyal is probably because of this kind of pride. Rosaline believes that to be recognized in such a famous family, Melchior must have made a great effort. She feels that being strong isn't enough, and this makes her wonder if he has also failed before, and who stood by his side when that happened. A bit hesitant, she calls her husband's name, asking if he's still searching for that person who looks like her, even sharing a similar name. Melchior briefly denies it, but his reaction changes when Rosaline asks why, and says that it's because she was his first love. The Archduke denies that it's anything like that, but she insists, asking if he truly doesn't have feelings for her. Then he says that Rosaline was his mentor. To Crimson Rose, that sounds like a lie, because just seeing her skill with a sword made his eyes light up. So she believes Rosaline wasn't just an important friend, and for some reason, that makes her feel strange. Melchior calls her by her name, making it clear he's not referring to someone else. It's also confusing that Crimson Rose suggests it might be better to change her name, even to give herself a nickname, which I agree with, since even though the spelling differs slightly, the pronunciation is the same. Rosaline then looks at him, waiting for him to say something, but Melchior remains thoughtful, not even showing whether he liked the idea or not, making her think it was a pointless suggestion, and that the man married her only because she resembles the person from his memories. She feels like a replacement, and therefore believes it's her name that should change. Finally, Melchior says something, naming the other one Roslyn. But Crimson Rose points out that even names can sound the same in the Eastern pronunciation. Melchior says that in any case, Roslyn isn't who she thinks, insisting that she was his benefactor and that he only seeks to repay a favor. Rosaline still feels he's denying something, though it's only a guess. Even so, she can't help but find the coincidence between their names strange. Not long after, at the imperial residence, things are far from pleasant. The Empress talks about the Archduke's marriage to Crimson Rose, which had the Emperor's approval. Desperate, her brother asks how that could have happened. The two men say they couldn't get any information from the Countess or her son, nor did they find anything in the mansion. Wilhelmina declares that what remains is Rosaline, yet she was taken away by the Archduke. It seems the woman is plotting something, as he had suspected from the beginning. Weigelhofen asks his sister what they should do, trembling at the thought that for some reason power won't return after the Count's death. This only irritates her, making the Empress order him to shut up, saying her head hurts because of him. She says he's utterly useless. Right after Count Crimson Rose's death, evidence was presented of his involvement in gambling, and the possibility of the case becoming more complicated is low. The problem for the Empress is that she hasn't been able to recover the power His Majesty once granted her. So Wilhelmina thought that with the Count's death it would return, but it seems nothing has changed. She believes it was passed down to his successor. It was His Majesty who granted it after taking care of him. However, she wonders how he can say he lost it in a bet. Back to Crimson Rose. The girl analyzes all the family's business records, grateful that the family logs were written separately. This should give her an idea of how to manage things. She even thought there wouldn't be any records since it's the only mansion in the capital. It's while going through these books that she discovers Melchior comes from a secondary bloodline. He became the head of the family through a succession competition, taking a year to inherit the title, which she thinks is shorter than most. His parents died when he was young, forcing him to live in the academy dormitory without any kind of care. Rosaline realizes that they both went through similar times, and she believes that's why he understands her feelings. She understands that in that situation, meeting a friend or mentor becomes something precious. Then she wonders how someone in the Archduke's position hasn't been able to find her, which makes her think the woman must be dead. And once again, she feels like she's the reason for this marriage. For Rosaline, there's no point thinking about it, since it's not as if they married for love. That's why she doesn't think it's necessary to investigate Melchior's past, and even if he had a romantic affair, there's no reason to be jealous. Suddenly, she's interrupted by the announcement that her mother and brother have arrived, demanding the Archduchess's presence, which surprises her. Arriving at the guest room, Rosaline is greeted by her relatives. Her mother immediately starts chattering about how they were saved by the Archduke. She even makes it clear how surprised she is that their family was accepted as his wife's family, saying it's an incredible stroke of luck. The Countess says that her daughter is now an Archduchess, making her believe that miracles truly exist. That's not very pleasant for Rosaline, but she only replies that she didn't expect her mother to be so happy. After all, her mother believes that by being the Archduke of Postenmeyer's mother-in-law, no one will dare to look down on the Crimson Rose family. In reality, they are more like the Postenmeyer's subordinates. Rosaline knows that, in the real world, everyone will laugh and say they were simply lucky. The Countess comments on the promise of full support to manage the territory and the mansion until Alphonse becomes an adult. Rosaline says that, in any case, it's a great debt. She says it's not as if the Archduke would offer such support so easily, and that even if they worked their whole lives, they wouldn't be able to repay it. Arrogantly, her mother laughs as if it were a joke and says that's why they should live with grateful hearts. Rosaline proposes doing something to repay part of the money spent, but the Countess thinks that someone as wealthy as the Archduke wouldn't even notice something so small, and that even if they spent their entire lives just enjoying themselves, it would never run out. Rosaline asks if that's why she thinks it's fine to waste it, and even little Alphonse wants to hear the answer. Feeling deeply offended, the Countess asks how she dares to speak that way in front of her own mother. She asks if the girl has gone mad because her father isn't around, and mocks her, saying that now that she's an Archduchess, she's ignoring the Countess of Crimson Rose. Out of patience for all that drama, Rosaline simply replies that it's not like that, but irritated, her mother continues insulting her, asking if the girl ever even looked for her all this time and what she was doing. She accuses her, saying that while they were suffering, her daughter was happily meeting a man. The woman says that even at the mansion, she caused chaos and abandoned them, that nothing has changed, and asks if she isn't ashamed to be the older sister. Rosaline fires back, saying she doesn't want to be a life example for Alphonse, and raising her voice, the woman accuses the Archduke of marrying her for only one reason, The Countess says the reason is that the girl remained pure and unmarried, that their hardships turned into blessings, and that's why she forgave her, revealing that she purposely gave her a warm welcome so things would go well between them, but calls the girl selfish. Trembling, Rosaline wonders what kind of mother this is. She never paid her any attention since the day she was born, even pretending to forget her debut, though she had been looking forward to it. Rosaline knows nothing about the social world, not even being able to attend friends' parties because she had no money, making her think she would end up alone. And even regarding the strict education for succession, the woman never defended her once. As soon as her brother was born, everything seemed so natural, and everything Rosaline ever tried to achieve was given entirely to Alphonse. No one ever once looked back to see how she felt. Then Rosaline finally responds that at last her mother considers her part of the family, and that wouldn't be the case if Alphonse were not still a child. That only angers the woman more, who asks why she's even bringing him up, and even questions if she's just like him, until the girl tells her the truth, reminding her that she's her daughter too. The mother calls her arrogant, saying she raised her, and asks if she regrets living this way. Rosaline states that she truly does regret it, and should have said it earlier. As Alphonse's older sister, she'll take responsibility and care for him so he can live comfortably in this mansion, and says that since she doesn't seem to be her mother's daughter, she has no reason at all to take care of the woman. The Countess is about to hurl more insults, but Rosaline makes it clear that as the Postenmeyer hostess, she has the right to decide what happens in the residence. Pointing to the door, the girl demands that she leave. Meanwhile, her husband is once again with the Emperor, who asks if it's difficult to hold a ceremony because they're in mourning. Melchior explains that he can't ignore his wife's feelings, even if they can't hold a funeral. Balthazar comments that it must be hard for the Archduchess to have lost her father, and he smiles, saying that Melchior has grown up knowing how to respect the feelings of others, saying that he understands how he feels. Even so, the Emperor says that if they aren't going to celebrate, there's no reason he rushed to approve the marriage. They should do something, even if it's simple. Melchior then agrees with His Majesty. He returns to his mansion much later, walking through the long corridor illuminated by the light coming from outside. Meanwhile, he plans to do something quickly, and for that, all he needs is to summon a priest. Because since the Empress still has Rosaline as her target, he wants it to be as discreet as possible. Something makes Melchior stop halfway down the hall. That something, or rather, someone, is Rosaline. The girl turns around and looks at him. Melchior also gazes back at her, his eyes filled with emotion. Now that they're closer, the two can look at each other more clearly. The Archduke asks what she's doing there. With a sad look, Rosaline replies that she was just thinking about escaping during the night, making him question her for doing that right after signing their marriage vows. Rosaline says she's only joking, admitting that she just wanted to take a walk to get some fresh air. Melchior says that the moonlight is bright, but it's still too dark to walk alone and offers to accompany her. Taking a closer look at her, the Archduke notices her red eyes and asks if something happened. Rosaline averts her gaze and tells him to just ignore it, but that's not something he can ignore. Melchior says he can't do that because he's her husband. That manages to bring a small smile to his wife's face. A marriage made by contract to avoid punishment had made her think it was something fake, that she was only a substitute. But Rosaline feels comforted when the Archduke refers to himself as her husband. They go to the garden, and Melchior explains that since he only stays at the mansion occasionally, the place isn't well maintained, so he asks her to hire a gardener. Melchior then calls her attention, saying there's something he needs to discuss about the wedding. He tells her that the Emperor said they should hold a ceremony, even a simple one, because he considers it a special event. Concerned, Rosaline asks how big it's going to be. The Archduke explains that they only need the basics, just to summon a priest, and remembering her family, he suggests that she also invite her friends. Rosaline appears confident when confirming her family's presence there. However, it's impossible to hide the trembling in her body as she speaks. Melchior doesn't miss that, thinking she's irritated at the idea of having a wedding ceremony. He also wonders if she's disappointed because she changed her mind. The Archduke says that if she doesn't want to, they won't do it, suggesting he can talk to His Majesty again. What happened in the morning still bothers her, but she nevertheless agrees to go along with it. Changing the subject, Rosaline asks about his injury. He seems to have forgotten about it, but the girl reminds him of what happened while they were training. I must say, the illustration of this scene is stunning, both in line work and lighting. The night atmosphere is beautifully done. Back to Melchior, he replies that it was nothing, though he really just wants to say he's fine because it doesn't interfere with his work. But Rosaline interprets it as him saying it's just an ability that's not special at all, so she says it's no big deal, making the Archduke wonder if he did something wrong. In reality, it was a serious injury, but he has strong endurance and heals quickly, so it won't cause major problems. Still, For some reason, he feels as though he's made a grave mistake, and he's worried about how quiet the girl is while they're walking. Melchior thinks maybe she's upset with him, wondering if it's because he took too long to bring her mother and brother. He wonders even more if it's because he comes home late every day, or because there aren't enough servants, or if something else is bothering her. The Archduke wants to know what he should say to her. Now that he's stopped to think, he realizes they've been walking for quite a while and wonders if he should give her his coat. But Melchior regrets that it isn't very cold, and worries what might happen if her mood worsens. He tries to think logically, but he really doesn't know what to do when he's alone with a woman. Finally, Rosaline breaks the silence between them. She asks if they can go back to the mansion since it's already late. Melchior agrees, though still unsure why. Rosaline, on the other hand, reflects on how the conversation didn't go anywhere, not even once during this short walk. The Archduke, seeing her so quiet and distant, didn't know what to do, so he thought it would be more comfortable to just walk together without talking. Even though he agreed to go on the walk, he wonders if it's too much already, and has no idea what she's thinking. Rosaline doesn't seem to find the situation pleasant, making the man question whether he'll really be able to make this marriage work. At the imperial residence, Balthazar knocks on the door of the chamber, asking Wilhelmina if she's not going to open it, but she doesn't. The emperor tries his best, saying it's summer, the air is thin, and asks her not to forget that he's old now, and that he doesn't know if his body can endure for much longer. Wilhelmina opens the door just a crack. She tells His Majesty that she doesn't know either. Balthazar enters the room and asks his wife to forgive him. The Empress accepts that, and also asks him not to laugh, but the man says he can't help it when he sees his beautiful wife. Looking tired, Wilhelmina sits down. It doesn't take long for the Emperor to do the same. She asks why he sat beside her, demanding that he stay in front of her instead. Balthazar explains that he breathed in too much night air, making his body cold, and that's why he needs her warmth. But the Empress demands that he sit on the other side, even threatening to throw him out. He asks if she's still angry about him freeing the Crimson Rose family. Wilhelmina asks why she would be upset with His Majesty's wishes, though her reaction clearly shows otherwise. The Emperor makes it clear that if she needs anything, she should tell him, but his wife says it's not like that. Turning toward her and holding her hand, the man says, "You're all I have," and that he would even give his life for her. Kissing her hand, he declares that whatever she desires, he'll make it happen. Back at the Archduke's mansion, Rosaline is sitting down, and it's clear from her expression that she's tired because she hasn't been able to sleep, too busy with work. The butler enters her office. He's come to inform her that the Countess of Crimson Rose wishes to see her, but Rosaline asks him to tell her that she doesn't wish to do the same. The man tries to argue, but the girl stops him, saying that what she gave her mother should be enough to prevent any inconvenience. And she adds that once the Crimson Rose mansion is returned, it will be better for her to go back there. Hugo seems a bit uncomfortable with all of this, which makes Rosaline want to know what's wrong. She believes it might be because she expelled her own mother, though she knows that if it were Melchior, the man wouldn't have said a word. Rosaline asks the butler if there was a recruitment for new servants the previous day. Hugo confirms, and the Archduchess immediately asks why she wasn't allowed to choose the staff herself, catching the butler off guard with that question. Rosaline asks him to bring all the identification documents and letters of recommendation. The papers are brought and placed on her desk. Rosaline takes a good look at them, noticing that all the records are impeccable. Hugo says that anyone without an identification document or letter of recommendation, no matter how much they try, is never hired. The Archduchess does something bold. She picks up 3 files and orders those people to be dismissed, leaving the butler completely stunned. Hugo says that's impossible since they've already signed their employment contracts with the family and have even started working. Rosaline asks who they signed the contracts with. After all, she's the hostess of Postenmeyer. She says that it's good they've already started working and then asks him to call the 3 so she can dismiss them personally. The butler asks her for the reason behind this. Then Rosaline explains that the western branch of the Chamber of Commerce merged with the southern headquarters in August of last year, meaning Axel, who worked until January, forged his resume. Another one claimed to have crossed a ferry at the end of May, which is also false since all ferry operations were suspended from May to June due to typhoons. Lastly, the person named Laban, who's from the outskirts, said he was a horticulturist in the west in Snowfall. Hugo interrupts her, saying that story is true, because Snowfall, where he worked, has a service history with their family. Smiling, Rosaline says the person's story is real, so there's no need to confirm it, and that the place used to be Crimson Rose property. She says they lost it 3 years ago after a manager deceived her father and that she didn't know the man's family was involved with Snowfall. Rosaline says that when that happened, all business relations ended, so she has no intention of getting involved with them again. Finally, she explains her reasoning for dismissing those 3. She hands the documents to the butler and asks him to contact them. Hugo accepts the Archduchess's order, Before he leaves, Rosaline calls him back to inform him that when hiring new employees in the future, he must make sure to come to her first and ask for permission. The butler bows properly. After some time, Rosaline decides to leave her office. She reflects that all the servants are doing a good job, yet she notices something odd, like the maid who came to clean her room the other day and asked her to step out. They're efficient but seem to respect their master too much, and the girl wonders if it's because of Melchior. Suddenly, something catches her attention. It's Alphonse standing there, and she wants to know why. The boy immediately tells her something. Rosaline finds it strange that he's up so early and asks if he came to see her. Her little brother says nothing, seeming afraid of something. Alphonse asks to go to the bathroom. He's 6 years old enough to go on his own, but the Archduchess thinks he might be feeling uneasy in the mansion. Rosaline also believes that after seeing her expel their mother, he might be more frightened and nervous, making it hard for him to handle everything, so she says she'll take him. Alphonse immediately clings to his sister but still seems scared of something. He looks around, making sure no one is nearby. Then he makes Rosaline stop and whispers that he doesn't want to go to the bathroom. For his age, he seems very smart. Alphonse tells her that the day before, he heard the house servant speaking badly about his sister, which leaves Rosaline very uneasy. Alphonse explains that during the night he was afraid to sleep alone, so he wandered down the hallway, thinking about how his sister had expelled their mother and how he had never seen her that angry before. That's why he decided he would go look for the Countess. That was when he overheard the maids talking about how His Excellency had married a young lady from such a poor family, and they made it clear that they weren't even aristocrats anymore after losing their title. One of them laughed, saying they were a family of criminals and troublemakers, with the daughter going as far as to throw her own mother out. Another said that Rosaline had refused to be the main lady and came to this region instead, and that she couldn't believe the Archduke accepted someone like that. Then one of them asked what would happen if they accidentally did something to embarrass Rosaline. Hearing all this leaves the girl completely shocked. Meanwhile, the Archduke is also working, taking a short break to drink his tea. He asks Heinz if he isn't eating. The blonde man confirms, saying he can't manage to. Melchior looks at him and asks since when he started worrying about that. Noticing his face looks thinner, Heinz declares that he's going to die. Even more concerned, the Archduke asks if he had breakfast, and the man says he had a light meal on the first floor of the knight's headquarters. Then he asks if he couldn't sleep. But with his weary appearance, the commander says he slept for 8 hours. Melchior understands that at least he slept enough, so he wants to know what the problem is. Heinz says that apparently he's depressed. The blonde man asks if he can take a medical leave because he wants to see Benjamin, and the Archduke has no idea who that is, until it's revealed that Benjamin is the knight's lover, left behind in the East. Melchior can't even hide his expression. But to crush everyone's expectations, Benjamin turns out to be a 2-year-old rubber tree plant. The Archduke says that 2 months after the wedding, they'll be heading east, and asks why he's worried about that. After all, in the meantime, someone else will take care of it. And Heinz, startled, asks what His Excellency means. The commander laments that it's already been 6 months since he last saw Benjamin, and worries that in these 2 months someone might take him away. Melchior asks him not to get tears on the documents, and even suggests that if he feels lonely, he could buy the same plant and raise it here. Heinz gets flustered, asking if that's a suggestion to have 2 lovers, and coming from a newly married man no less. He asks what His Excellency would say if the Archduchess invited a man to live as her concubine. With a completely serious tone, Melchior asks what he just said, and Heinz immediately claims it was nothing. Either way, the Archduke tells him to go see Benjamin, and Heinz asks if he's giving him vacation time. Melchior denies it. It simply means the man will resign and leave. Heinz cries over His Excellency's lack of compassion. Meanwhile, the Archduke wonders what Rosaline must be doing at that moment and intends to talk with her when he returns. He arrives late as usual and is greeted by the butler, who mentions something about Rosaline and the Countess. Whatever it is, Hugo merely confirms what he said. The Archduke's only response is a simple, "All right." He removes his coat and hands it to the man. Melchior notices that the butler still seems uneasy, so he tells him that if he has something to say, he should say it. Then Hugo asks if he's truly fine with it. After all, the woman is still her mother. The Archduke says that if Rosaline acted that way, she must have had a reason, and he even asks the man whether it wasn't for a good reason that the Countess of Crimson Rose was expelled. Hugo talks about the Archduchess's reputation, especially if she treats her own mother like that. With a stern look, Melchior asks, what about her reputation? Showing that he won't tolerate any disrespect toward his wife, he asks who the man thinks he is to question Rosaline's reputation. Hugo defends himself, saying he's not questioning it, only speaking of the possibility, but the Archduke tells him to let his wife do whatever she wants, which greatly offends the man. But he lowers his head, accepting His Excellency's order. Melchior leaves, deeply worried, thinking that this must be the reason Rosaline was in a bad mood the previous night, regretting not having paid a bit more attention, as he feels he should have investigated more about her childhood and upbringing. Melchior questions why the butler only mentioned it now and not the day before. Since not knowing anything, he ended up speaking about her family without realizing. It's very late, and he imagines Rosaline must already be asleep. Yet he still wonders if he should suddenly go see her. Melchior walks toward her room and stands still at her door, deep in thought, unsure of what he should do. After a short moment, he decides to open the door, entering the room without even announcing his presence. The Archduke looks around, searching for his wife. He finds her on the balcony, an ethereal figure bathed in moonlight. Rosaline quickly notices his presence. Melchior says it's dangerous to do that, and confused, she asks what happened. The Archduke says he thought she was asleep. That makes her feel sad. Once again, he's talking about something else. Still, she answers that after the wedding, they'll go to the eastern coast. So she was thinking of taking one last look at the capital sky. Taking advantage of the topic, Melchior tries to talk about what to do after the wedding, but he soon notices Rosaline's distant expression. He realizes that maybe for her, her family isn't that kind, so he thinks there's no need to invite them. They can simply have the priest bless the vows and be done with it. Rosaline breaks the silence by calling his name. She starts off a little uncertain, asking how much she resembles Rosaline. Melchior replies that it's enough to confuse the two. Rosaline says she understands, but she seems sad at his answer, perhaps disappointed. She admits that she's been thinking about it these past days, feeling some resentment because he made all the decisions without her consent. But in the end, it was useless, and that in any case, things turned out fine. Rosaline says she's lucky, but still claims that he'll be disappointed. Melchior denies it, saying he won't be disappointed. Smiling faintly, the girl says it's all right, because in the end, the one he's truly looking for is the real Rosaline. Her words hit Melchior like a punch. She continues, saying she knows that all he ever wanted was the real Rosaline. Then Melchior reveals that the truth is, he wants her too, because she's the one he wants to save. The Archduke's gaze carries all the sincerity in his words. Trying to understand Rosaline's current feelings, he realizes they have nothing to do with Rosaline. The girl says he doesn't know anything about her, and yet he's shown her so much kindness. She thinks going that far to help someone you barely know is something extraordinary, so she thanks him for it. Rosaline says she's indebted to him, regretting how she reacted, and promises she'll repay his kindness someday. But Melchior doesn't like the way she says it, as if she only sees his actions as something she must repay. He says there's no need for that. For him, it would have been enough if she had accepted it with joy, and he wonders why she insists on keeping her distance. The Archduke says she won't be able to repay it anyway. That even shocks the girl. He himself regrets saying it, but it's already too late to take it back. Rosaline is unsure of what to say, but in the end, she agrees that he's right, since he has status, power, wealth, and all that. She says she'll do her best not to tarnish his name or the Postenmeier family's. Rosaline tells him not to worry. As long as she's his wife, there will be no dishonor brought upon the family, at least, saying that's the best she can do. Melchior says nothing more. For Rosaline, that level of relationship is enough. She only needs to stay faithful to the contract, since it was never a marriage born from love. Even though she signed the documents as Rosaline Postenmeier and all the servants call her Your Grace, she feels more like a caretaker of the household than a wife. Rosaline says it's fine and suggests they go inside, even asking if he has to work the next day, since he must have a lot to do. Melchior confirms, even though he's too nervous because they're holding hands. The girl says she'll walk him to his room. At that moment, he turns as red as a tomato. The Archduke thinks she misunderstood his words, but he can't understand why he's focusing so much on their intertwined hands, unsure of what to say. The two walk together, with him being guided until the man calls out to her. Rosaline stops midway and turns to look at him. Melchior says she's too fast and that he's being dragged along. She apologizes, though she's certain she wasn't walking that quickly. It makes her wonder if he doesn't like holding hands or if he doesn't like her leading. So she lets go of him. However, Melchior takes her hand again, keeping it there. The Archduke asks if she doesn't want to keep holding hands, leaving her surprised, his face obscured by the light, making it impossible for her to clearly see his expression. But the Archduke's gaze is gentle, as is his expression, like a puppy that's just fallen off a cart. Rosaline says she doesn't dislike it, that she was just a little surprised. Melchior says he was surprised too, but asks if it's all right for them to hold hands again. She agrees, though she thinks it might be wrong to do something like this when he already has someone he loves. It was unexpected. She thought the Archduke was a cold person, and even believed his body temperature would be low, but now she can actually feel how warm his hands are. They're larger than hers, with long fingers. She isn't sure if it's because of his smooth skin, but they don't feel rough at all. As she touches them more, she notices that his hands clearly belong to someone who's wielded a sword for a long time. She can feel calluses similar to her own. Melchior finally breaks the silence and says they were talking about holding hands. At that moment, both of them blush deeply from that small contact. Rosaline tries to understand the sudden situation. She asks if he usually holds hands like this, and the Archduke asks if she didn't like it. The girl quickly denies it, but asks if it's not a little uncomfortable, which he also denies. Rosaline still wonders if he's fine holding anyone's hand. She even gets startled, thinking he might be a more lustful man than she imagined. Thinking that makes her nervous, so she asks if, even though it's a contract marriage, they're still required to fulfill the marital duties as well. Melchior doesn't quite understand the question. He assumes she means making public appearances together, or perhaps she's asking about using the Postenmeier surname. So he says that of course they should fulfill their duties. Confused by that answer, Rosaline asks if he wouldn't feel upset doing that with someone who only looks alike. Melchior doesn't understand why he would be upset, and, like before, he feels as though he's missing something about her emotions. Rosaline steps back, asking him to wait. Without realizing the misunderstanding, Melchior asks why she's acting that way. In her attempt to back away, Rosaline loses her balance, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Concerned, the Archduke asks if she's all right. She's so nervous that she can barely speak. Rosaline thinks about how they haven't even had the wedding ceremony yet, and wonders why something like this would happen so suddenly without any preparation. She's so startled she can't even organize her thoughts. Melchior is also nervous about the situation and thinks of getting up quickly. He looks at his hand, still entwined with hers, which makes the moment even more awkward. The two stare at each other for a while. Everything is silent until Rosaline calls out to him. The contact breaks when the man stands up, realizing what he's doing. Rosaline seems offended and says she already figured he didn't like it. After all, she's not the real Rosaline. Melchior tries to explain, but she doesn't let him speak, saying she understands and that he's right. Then the girl tells him to go back to his room since he has to work the next day. The Archduke tries to ask her to wait, but he's already being pushed out. Rosaline wishes him goodnight and slams the door in his face. Melchior wonders where he went wrong. He only wanted to make sure she'd sleep well. He asks himself why he even held her hand, which then caused her to trip and fall. The Archduke concludes that he must be insane. Now he deeply regrets his actions, thinking that what he did must have embarrassed her. The next day, Rosaline finds herself facing a pile of luxurious gifts. Hugo explains that they're all presents sent to her by the imperial family to celebrate the marriage, and that they've informed him more will arrive the next day. Rosaline wonders what to do. The wedding was supposed to be simple, but with this amount, they could even fund the ceremony with the jewels and money alone. She asks Hugo if he can make a map of the capital for her, and says that, if possible, it would be good to have detailed markings of all the areas, large enough for her to see everything clearly. Rosaline explores the place, discovering a new garden, and the man explains that it's part of the mountain within the capital, but it had turned into an isolated forest as the city expanded its roads, even placing buildings there, though after 5 years it became a garden again. The protagonist notices this, looking around carefully. She thinks about her past, when she had to earn money. Now, as an archduchess, her job is to spend it, so she plans to rent out the garden to use it as a banquet hall. The man reads her name but calls her Rosalina, making her realize he's from the East. Rosaline thinks about how Melchior has always called her by her name naturally, but with a Western accent. Remembering that after the wedding, they'll go east and that she'll have to meet her husband's family, she feels uncertain about whether she'll be able to earn their trust and gain their support as a couple. The girl is so distracted by these worries that she ends up walking off in the wrong direction without the man even noticing. Rosaline isn't very confident about it, but it's too late to say something silly like that. While walking around, she hears the sound of a pair of birds. That catches her attention. Rosaline finally realizes that she's lost, and finds it strange because she was certain she was on the right path. Someone comes running toward her. It's that same boy she saved before. Rosaline calls out to Julian and tells him to hide with her. Meanwhile, the group of bullies is searching for him. They find it odd that they can't locate him, and one of them thinks he heard a woman's voice. They have no idea that Julian is right there, being protected by Rosaline. Soon they end up leaving the area. The boy thanks his savior. Curious, she asks if those are the same students who were chasing him last time, but he says they're just classmates he doesn't get along with. Julian thanks her once again and says he'll return to the academy immediately. He turns around and starts walking, which makes the woman notice something. Rosaline realizes he's limping and asks if he hurt his right leg. Julian insists he's fine and that he can go back on his own, but she won't allow it because his foot is swollen, and walking more could make it worse. So she asks him to tell her where he lives so she can take him there. He says that since she's helped him twice already, he can't keep causing her more trouble without at least doing something in return. That's when she acts like an older sister. She scolds him gently, saying he shouldn't talk about returning favors in front of adults, because it's the duty of older people to protect children. There's not much she can do to help, but she decides to try making a splint. The injury isn't too serious, and she recommends applying some ice, saying it should heal in about 3 days. After helping him with that, Rosaline asks if he's being threatened by his classmates, but the boy replies that he can handle it. Julian is very nervous, and the woman asks how he plans to deal with that problem. She warns that if he tries to act tough, he might end up getting beaten by those boys. So Rosaline tells him that he can simply use them. Being more direct, she says that his classmates glare at him with hate and try to intimidate him. So fighting back might be the best solution, since the one who uses strength always wins. She tells him that the next time that group bothers him, he should fight back. Like a good older sister, Rosaline leans in and whispers something for only the boy to hear. Julian, very impressed, asks if he can really do that. And with her confirmation, he feels confident enough to try. He thinks about how fascinating she is, and how her name, meaning Rose, suits her so well, just like her scent. To him, Rosaline seems like a shining flower that always brightens the people around her. As promised, the Archduchess accompanies Julian and asks if he truly doesn't want help, but the proud boy says he can go alone. As they walk, Rosaline begins to worry about how deep the forest is. They've been walking for so long that they should have reached his place by now. She believes that maybe they can find a way out if they just keep following the road. But where is the exit? There doesn't seem to be one. Not wanting to show panic, she asks Julian to take a short break for a while. The forest is larger than what appears on her map. The boy explains that it's because the area is still under development. Rosaline wants to know more about that, but suddenly Julian starts acting strange. That doesn't escape her notice, and she wants to understand why. Someone is approaching them. Rosaline takes a good look at the man. He looks more like Lurch from the Addams Family. That strange man with a dragging voice says he lost his way and asks if he can go with them. Rosaline becomes very frightened, unsure of what exactly this is. But Julian apologizes to her, saying it's his fault, which only leaves her even more confused about the situation. The boy tells the creature that they aren't going in the same direction and that he doesn't know where it's going, laughing nervously. That strange man insists and asks if he really can't join them. His gaze is empty. He says once again that he's lost and asks if he can't go with them. Rosaline observes everything, noticing how odd his tone of voice is. His speech sounds like that of someone drunk, yet somehow clearer than before. Julian holds her hand, telling her not to worry because the being isn't dangerous. Once again, he tells the Lurch that they're heading in different directions and that they don't know where he's going. He even seems to accept that but continues walking toward them. The boy steps further back, wanting to keep his distance from the thing. Lurch keeps walking, asking to no one in particular where he should go. Rosaline steps in front of the boy, telling him to stay put, but Julian says it's all right, that it's not dangerous. They speak quietly, and the boy explains that Lurch is a spirit that keeps wandering around lost, not knowing where to go or what to do. He says it's been roaming endlessly, and that if anyone feels pity, they should take it with them. Julian says he's just a child and already in a complicated situation, so he thinks being responsible for someone is a difficult task. Lurch asks if he doesn't feel pity for him. Julian replies that it's too complicated. He can't take him just because he feels sorry, because once the spirit attaches itself to someone, it stays bound forever. That way, the spirit will never return to what it once was, and he doesn't want that to happen. With those words, Lurch begins to fade away before their eyes. Amazed, Rosaline asks if it was the boy who did that, but he merely absorbed the spirit's energy, since only someone with sacred power can make a spirit disappear. This conversation makes Rosaline realize that her ex-fiancé had been telling the truth about power and spirits, though she never believed it before. Julian's eyes start glowing, and he covers them with his hand, asking her not to look. Not having seen it clearly, Rosaline is left only with the impression of having seen light in his eyes. Soon the boy recovers and says that, luckily, it didn't take long for Lurch to calm down. That spirit had no defined form, no body, no memories of its life, trapped on Earth, wandering without eternal rest. Regarding his eyes, Julian was only worried that she might get dizzy like others had before, but Rosaline is different. The woman thinks about how Melchior's eyes have that same glow, and how, the first time they looked at each other, it felt like her heart had frozen. She had never thought a person could have eyes like that, and wonders if he might possess the same ability as the student. Rosaline is still worried about Julian, but the boy assures her that his legs are better than before. She doesn't really believe it, since when she made the splint, his leg was swollen and red. She suspects that absorbing a spirit's soul might have healed the wound. Rosaline thanks the boy for being by her side, saying that if it weren't for him, out of fear, she might have agreed to let Lurch follow her. Panicked, Julian apologizes again, saying once more that it's his fault. This behavior reminds Rosaline of herself at his age. always wanting not to be judged for her actions, yet refusing to be thanked. Thinking, acting, handling things alone, as if carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. She understands that feeling well. After walking for a long time, they finally reach the end of the forest. Julian thanks her for everything and says he'll return to his dormitory. But before leaving, he asks if they can see each other again. Rosaline finds that request strange. It makes the boy blush bright red, and he immediately says he's leaving. The Archduchess doesn't even have a chance to respond before the boy dashes off. In the end, Julian is just acting like a boy his age. She wishes she could have heard his answer if she'd asked whether he was embarrassed. Rosaline continues on her way. The man who was with her and one of the Black Knights eventually spot her. Nicholas says he was worried about her disappearing in the blink of an eye, and she apologizes for making him worry. The knight tells her not to apologize. After all, she returned quickly. That catches Rosaline's attention. She had just gone through a whole adventure and spent a long time lost. She remembers that the entrance she took had led her into a forest, finding that strange. Nicholas asks if she's all right. Rosaline denies having any problem, preferring to believe she's just imagining things. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the enemies are uneasy, believing that even though they sent gifts, they might not be invited to the wedding. Their fear is that she's discovered their plans, and they know that if it's a private ceremony, they won't be able to disguise themselves as guests. Wilhelmina asks if there's any way to bring Rosaline to the palace before she leaves for the east, since they must verify whether the power of the Count of Crimson Rose was passed on to her. The blonde man beside her has a plan. He leans in and whispers in her ear so that only she can hear. The Empress doesn't mind playing with fire and agrees to the plan. Rosaline is back at the Postenmeyer mansion and is greeted by the servants. She quickly notices something strange. Some of these people she's never seen before, which makes her think that more staff members have been hired. Hugo says there's something she needs to know. He reveals that a fire has occurred. It happened in a building around the area where the property is located. Luckily, it was an old building that wasn't used anymore and was going to be demolished and rebuilt anyway. He assures her it's not a major issue, and that they've been waiting for her since the fire started because they couldn't handle it alone. Rosaline becomes furious that they did nothing except stand there waiting for her. At this point, I'm already suspicious that this is part of the Empress's plan. Hugo says that the first step in such a situation is to inform her of what's happening. Suddenly, the girl stops, finding it strange that everyone is so quiet. After all, a fire is happening, yet they all decided to just wait for her. Something like that shouldn't need her permission. This story is completely bizarre. After all, who would remain that calm while a building is on fire? Without a doubt, they're trying to test her right now. Elsewhere, the Black Knight runs hurriedly. He's extremely alarmed by the news he just heard. Ignoring manners, he bursts through the door and immediately tells his lord that there's an urgent message. Melchior stops everything he's doing. He's informed about the fire at his estate. The Archduke wants to investigate immediately to see how his property is. Heinz holds Eric back, asking the knight to wait. He asks if the information is true and if there are any injuries, but nothing serious has happened other than the fire, which is near the West Building. Eric finds it strange that he's saying it's not a big deal, so the commander explains that he went through the same thing when he joined the Knights. It's a kind of welcome party. Rosaline and the group of servants head to where the fire is happening. The servants are calm even though they started it, which makes her think they have no respect for her. However, she can't waste time being angry. The priority is to put out the fire. Rosaline asks if the firefighters have been called, and Hugo confirms that they have. He says it might be too late by the time they arrive, as the flames could begin to spread. So Rosaline decides to stop that from happening herself. She ignores their shouts, warning her that it's dangerous. Rosaline covers herself from the toxic smoke. It seems the fire started in the kitchen. She has to think about how to deal with it, knowing that she can't throw water if it was caused by oil. Rosaline orders everyone to grab a sack of wheat. Each person pours flour over the fire, and it actually works to fix the problem. After that, the Archduchess tells the butler to check for any remaining embers and to move the burned furniture outside. Hugo didn't expect that, even more so because the girl realized it was a test. It's rare for an 18-year-old to stay calm and find solutions like that. Moreover, she thought of the warehouse next door, which was ideal for finishing off the fire, showing great leadership skills. Rosaline stares at him very suspiciously, and he, in turn, averts his gaze. Apparently, everyone looks impressed. They really were testing her, and she has no choice but to conclude that. The problem is, unfortunately, she has no proof against them. Not to mention they could use the excuse that she told the butler to always seek her approval before acting, and since they called the firefighters, they were just being cautious. The bigger issue is that she has no physical evidence that they tried to test their lady, and if she gets angry, they'll say she's being too sensitive about what happened. Their method went too far. If Rosaline had made the wrong choice, like throwing water on an oil fire, the flames would have spread. Even though it worked out, it doesn't change the fact that they put her in a dangerous position without knowing what consequences it might bring, and it angers her that they get away with it, feeling victorious and proud. Rosaline also wonders if it's really fine for them to neglect their duties like that. From the start, she thought their behavior was odd, like forcing her to leave the room just because they wanted to clean it. The issue is that they're very efficient. No doubt about that. The problem is they have no consideration for her. Rosaline asks the butler how the fire started. Hugo blames a maid for secretly going to the kitchen to make a snack and accidentally spilling oil stored there, which started the tragedy. The girl notices a flaw in his statement. She asks if he's claiming they were cooking there, since it was the man himself who told her that the place was going to be demolished in the winter and was no longer in use. Then she asks about the one responsible for it all. All the servants turn their eyes toward one specific person. They accuse the child of being seen leaving the kitchen. Terrified, the girl stammers that it wasn't her. They surround the child like a pack of vultures, saying they saw her leave her post during the lunch break. They say that if she caused the fire, she should have told the butler immediately. But instead, she had the audacity to hide it just to avoid punishment. One of the maids grabs Deborah's wrist tightly, accusing her of lying in front of adults. Rosaline quickly steps in and asks if they're accusing the child of causing the fire. The girl has only been there for 4 days. The Archduchess immediately assumes she came in to replace those who were dismissed. Hugo says that it was the woman who hired her carefully and therefore didn't expect something like this to happen. All the butler is doing now is scolding her for hiring a troublemaker, making it clear that she doesn't have a good eye for choosing people. Rosaline is not pleased with the situation created and hates the fact that they chose a defenseless child to throw out. Hugo wants an order to act, either to fire Deborah or cut her salary. This situation shows how Rosaline truly differs from others. Remembering the case with Julian, she protected the boy, unlike these people, older than her, who are unjustly punishing a child. For that reason, the Archduchess refuses to let the girl take the blame. She says it hasn't been long since she was hired, and if she's expelled for this, no other place will ever hire her. Hugo tries to act virtuous, but Rosaline cuts him off, saying she cannot allow him to avoid taking responsibility. Even his soul freezes. The butler has no idea what's happening. Rosaline says that although she is the lady of the house, she cannot oversee all the servants by herself. That's why she entrusted him with the training and supervision of the new recruits. Hugo agrees with that, but the girl continues, saying it's his duty to pay attention to what happens around Deborah to prevent accidents. Yet he was careless. She can forgive the girl for being new and innocent, but Hugo, as the caretaker who has managed the servants of this estate for decades, cannot ignore his mistake. She questions his qualities as the butler of the Grand Duchy of Postenmeier. Now he's cornered, realizing Rosaline isn't some naive girl. The Archduchess of Postenmeier declares that his salary will be reduced for neglecting the training and management of new staff, since the responsibility of a butler and that of a novice are very different. Rosaline still gives him a chance to explain why he failed to prevent the accident caused by the girl so she can reconsider her decision. But Hugo simply accepts his fault and says he's glad that the lady of the house proves to be so wise. This leaves Rosaline confused. He's thanking her even after having his pay cut. Hugo says the late Grand Duchess once told him the same thing, that the higher the position, the greater the responsibility, that everything follows a hierarchy, and the one at the top must answer for the mistake. Smiling, the butler says that knowing a master one can respect is the greatest pleasure of a servant. Rosaline says she'll be in her room and makes it clear that they may come to her if any matter requires her judgment. Before she leaves, the girl calls out to her. The Archduchess asks if she's all right. Still shaken by what happened, with a sad look, Deborah thanks her for saving her. But Rosaline reassures her, saying she only did what was right and that there's no need to thank her for it. Even so, the girl has reasons to be grateful. The Archduchess would never have allowed the child to be thrown out like that. Her heart wouldn't rest easy. So it's also something she did for her own peace of mind. Rosaline is convinced that without power, one can easily become a victim, and Deborah simply didn't have that kind of luck. The girl says that's probably not the real reason she was accused. Deborah looks a little hesitant but decides to explain. A maid named Katrina said she didn't think the Archduchess was a bad person, and Deborah's mistake was agreeing with her. Then everyone began to hate her, saying the girl was taking the lady's side. That's enough for Rosaline to understand, so she doesn't ask the girl to say more. Now the Archduchess knows this isn't over. Because she scolded the butler, it will at least serve to start changing things from the top down. She's never liked the way the servants of this estate were instructed anyway. Later, once everything is settled, Rosaline is in the office and asks Hugo for the servants' work schedules. The butler says the Postenmeier family doesn't do that, which makes her question how they manage their work. They all have the same hours, working according to the times when the master isn't on the property. Everything from washing the bedding to maintaining the estate and handling all other necessary tasks is done then. By working in the master's absence, Rosaline begins to understand better why that maid once asked her to leave the room. She doesn't consider that method very good. Hugo doesn't quite understand her point. Rosaline then explains that this system was designed for the interaction of the household staff, and since Melchior returns home only late at night, they didn't need to show courtesy to their master during the day. However, she points out that the situation is different now. She mainly noticed some flaws around lunchtime, 1 hour for meals and 30 minutes for breaks, meaning there's a total of an hour and a half left idle. Hugo justifies that this time is necessary for everyone to maintain their strength, but she says she's not criticizing the duration. Rosaline explains that her concern is with the fact that everything in the estate stops during that period since everyone takes a break at the same time. The butler understands but argues that they only eat after all the basic maintenance is done, and that the chance of something happening in that short period is very low. But the girl reminds him about the fire that occurred during that supposed break, and she asks what he would do if an unexpected situation happened again. Hugo's silence is the answer that she's right. So Rosaline suggests selecting a certain number of people to work during lunchtime, but she reconsiders, realizing that if some of them work while the others rest, they would eventually hate their jobs and lose motivation. Curious, the butler asks if she has any solution in mind. Rosaline says they will adopt a shift system. At that moment, Melchior suddenly appears, calling for his wife, surprising her as he arrived home early. If he were a firefighter, there wouldn't be anything left to burn at this rate. Rosaline asks if he's all right, but the Archduke is frantic because he heard about the fire. The girl explains that it happened around the property and didn't spread anywhere else, although the interior of the building was burned. She assumes he's worried about the estate, so she gives him the unfortunate news that the place can no longer be used, but it was going to be demolished anyway, and says she already removed the burnt items, asking if they need to be cleaned. But Melchior makes it clear that's not what he's concerned about. The Archduke says he was asking if she is all right. Rosaline calms him down, saying she's fine. Even so, he heard about her act of heroism in the burning kitchen and asks her not to do something so reckless again. The problem is that this brings back bad memories of her mother scolding her, asking what she would do if she ruined something, and saying that if she did, she wouldn't go unpunished. Rosaline had expected praise and explains that if she hadn't acted, things could have turned out much worse. Then she bows and apologizes, saying she was wrong. Melchior's expression, which was once full of concern, now turns sad. Looking away from him, Rosaline asks if there's anything else she needs to do. At that moment, the Archduke is more concerned with whether she's hurt, wanting to talk about something unrelated to work, but he doesn't know how to begin. So he takes the initiative and asks what she did during her day. Rosaline doesn't quite understand what he means and ends up asking if Hugo didn't give him the report. Melchior says that's not it and tries again, more directly this time, asking what she ate for lunch. She's very detailed, listing tomatoes, salad, mashed potatoes, sausages, and a veal cutlet. The Archduke then asks how it was. Rosaline finds it strange since he already knows what it tastes like. So Melchior asks if there isn't a particular dish she'd like to eat. The girl says no. Her priority is getting used to Eastern cuisine. And to help with that, he even brought a chef from the main estate. Still awkward. He tells her she can ask him questions too. Melchior thinks about his day, which involved handling work documents and an audience with the emperor. But he only replies briefly, "I work today." Then he says he has to work again tomorrow. And Rosaline agrees, saying that must be tough. Before the conversation ends, Melchior gently grabs her arm and asks her to wait. The Archduchess asks if there's something he wants from her. A little uncertain about what she might hear, she asks what it is. Melchior is nervous, but still manages to say that he just wants to know if there's something he can do for her. Thinking about it, Rosaline asks if she can make Deborah her personal maid. As always, his answer is, "Do as you wish." And she thanks him with a beautiful smile. Melchior's shining eyes capture her beauty. As a result, he feels even more flustered. Later, meeting with Hugo, the Archduke asks about Deborah, and the man explains about the girl. Melchior sees this as an opportunity to learn more about Rosaline, so he orders that the girl be called immediately. Deborah is brought before him, obviously very frightened. Melchior notices this and asks if she's feeling unwell, receiving the butler's explanation that despite her thinness, she was only hired after presenting a clean bill of health from the doctor. He still wants to know why the girl is trembling so much. Melchior calls her name, and as soon as she hears it, she closes her eyes, even more terrified. The Archduke informs her of Rosaline's wish to make her a personal maid. He then asks if she knows the reason for that. Less terrified now, she says she's not sure. Her answer confuses the Archduke because she didn't deny it, yet made it clear she has some suspicion, so he asks about it. Stammering, Deborah apologizes and says she doesn't know. The girl sees it as if a terrifying aura were emanating from Melchior's body, as though saying, "Rosaline went so far as to choose you as her personal maid, and you don't even know why?" She starts crying, begging for forgiveness and for her life to be spared. Not understanding her reaction, the Archduke asks Hugo if he has ever executed any servant, and the butler denies it. That only makes it harder for Melchior to speak with Deborah. He learns from Hugo that the girl's salary is 15 gold coins per month. Melchior orders it to be increased 20-fold, leaving the butler stunned. Since that's a salary on par with an imperial knight, the Archduke tells Deborah that he will entrust her with an important task and asks her to consider this increase as payment for overtime. He also instructs her to find out what his wife likes and report it to him. Melchior wants to know even the smallest details, so he tells her not to overlook anything. Meanwhile, Rosaline is sleeping peacefully in her room, unaware that outside mercenaries are lurking. They find it strange how quiet everything is, assuming the patrol didn't reach very far. Their plan is to start a fire in the area and then capture the Archduchess for the person who hired them. But as they approach the building, it becomes clear that their plan won't work. No matter how much they search, there are no barrels of oil around. One of the henchmen asks what they should do and whether the boss is sure their information wasn't wrong. They can't even find anything that could easily start a fire. All these mistakes infuriate the leader, unaware that he's arrived too late to burn the place down. The boss kicks a wall that has a crack in it. As a result, it begins to widen. The building starts to collapse, and they flee the scene. Soon after, Wilhelmina receives word that the operation failed. The Marquis says it was a mistake to trust mercenaries, especially after the failure of the previous fire attempt, which made security around the estate much tighter, making it even harder for them to infiltrate again. Wilhelmina asks if there isn't a better method. Elvers Richman knows one, and the Empress demands that he explain. All that's known about the wedding is that it will take place in an open-air hall. But since there will be many eyes watching, sneaking in unnoticed will be difficult. Therefore, the best option is to get someone trustworthy who can freely enter and leave the estate. The Marquis remembers that they'll have to hire a professional designer if they want a wedding dress and bouquet, and that securing those renowned artisans from the capital would make it easier to approach the bride without raising suspicion. Wilhelmina understands the plan well and knows it will be easy to get those workers on her side. But the next day, even that plan falls apart, because Rosaline never called for a seamstress. The Empress demands that the man explain what he means. Due to the stain of being the daughter of a criminal instead of ordering a new gown, Rosaline has decided to alter the one the previous Grand Duchess wore. This makes the Empress suspect a traitor among them since all her plans keep failing. At the very least, they'll have to change methods if they want to reach the girl. Far away, Melchior is in his garden, surrounded by roses with their pleasant scent. He quickly realizes it's a dream, a memory of when she came to him. Rosaline soon appears behind him. The man confides his fear of damaging the flowers that resemble her. Then she calls him Julian, telling him it's all right and asking him to come to her. In this dream, he's no longer Melchior, but Julian as an adult. He says that when he was younger, he didn't have the power to protect her. But after gaining strength, the woman was no longer there. Julian is once again in his boyish form, and Rosaline reassures him that everything is fine because she's still by his side. The boy panics, saying there's nothing he can do, and she asks if he doesn't believe her words. Calmer, he denies that. Even though it's just a dream, he wants to stay there a little longer. Rosaline tells him he is her pride, making Julian's shining eyes glow even brighter. However, she slips from his embrace. As Rosaline fades away, she tells her beloved Julian that she believes in him. This dream only makes me theorize about the supposed power she inherited from her father. Melchior wakes up. It had been a long time since he'd had that dream, and he even ended up calling his Rosaline by the name of his current wife. He hadn't dreamed of her since meeting the girl. Melchior finds this pathetic. No matter how much they resemble each other, in the end, they are different. He even questions why a married man would dream of another woman to the point that his heart races. Then remembers Rosaline's words, that the other woman was his first love, but he denies that thought, insisting that the other was his mentor. Still, he thinks he should apologize to his wife. In another room, a maid informs Rosaline about her husband. The girl finds it strange since it's past working hours, and she worries that something might have happened. She immediately goes to meet Melchior. Asking why he stayed outside instead of coming in, she also says she was told he had something to say. Having to say it is the hard part, but the Archduke surprises her by saying he's there to seek her forgiveness. With complete sincerity, Melchior apologizes to her. This surprises Rosaline, and also confuses her, as she doesn't understand what he's apologizing for. Even though the plan for a simple wedding went wrong, there's still no reason for this. Rosaline finally answers, saying that it's fine, that she knows he didn't do it on purpose since it was something that couldn't be avoided, while the Archduke, at the same time, thinks the girl somehow found out about his dream. He even wonders if this is what they call feminine intuition. Once again, the two are trapped in a cycle of misunderstanding. Nonetheless, Melchior apologizes again, saying that even though he promised to protect her, in the end, he acted arrogantly. Rosaline insists that it's fine and that she no longer cares about such things. After all, it's not like she can do anything about it. It's easier just to accept and give up. With sad eyes, Melchior asks her not to say something like that. And of course he can't forgive himself. Trying to understand what kind of feeling makes him so emotional when he's the one who did something wrong in the first place. Having dreamed of holding another woman, even though he's married, he wonders if he's at least upset that his wife isn't jealous. Melchior says it can't be helped, that it's a natural right, and that she should be angry. Wide-eyed, still believing he's talking about the ceremony, Rosaline asks if it's really that serious. She says it's not a problem, since it was already expected and that she's also preparing herself in case something happens. That catches Melchior completely off guard, because to him, Rosaline is implying that he's the kind of man who could have an affair with another woman. He can't believe he's been reduced to that. A dishonorable scoundrel. So he says he's not that kind of man, while the girl replies that there's no need to exaggerate. Melchior moves closer, wrapping his arm around her, saying he's not forcing himself, because he's her husband. He says he's sure he mentioned that he would fulfill all his duties, and she indeed remembers. The Archduke says that no matter what happens, his decision will never change. Rosaline doesn't know what to do in this situation, but is certain he fulfills his duties well, whatever they are. And if they're talking about that, then only one thing is missing to consummate the marriage. First, she looks around, worried that someone might hear, then asks him when they should begin, and he replies, "From this very moment," leaving Rosaline completely in shock. The girl asks about his work. Since that night, Rosaline has been mentally preparing, though she still feels it's too soon. Not to mention they haven't even had the wedding ceremony yet. Melchior interrupts her thoughts by saying they'll do it after hearing her answer. He saves her from a panic without even realizing it. Rosaline feels relieved. Just a moment ago, the man was saying they should do it immediately, but now he seems to respect her decision. She thinks it's too soon for that, but as a couple, she knows they'll have to fulfill that duty eventually, even if it's all just a contract. Besides, she notices the Archduke seems very eager. Rosaline takes his hand, leaving Melchior surprised by her action. The girl feels his warm skin, and it makes her heart feel calm, as if she could rest easy while holding him like this. She isn't confident, but it's not something she can keep avoiding forever, and she's sure she'll be able to go through with it. Therefore, Rosaline makes it clear that they will see each other tonight. Melchior is confused, and she asks if he'll be home late from work. He says he'll arrive around dawn, but promises to come as early as possible. Melchior takes her hand and gently brings it to his lips, leaving a soft kiss, satisfied that his Rosaline is there. He can no longer deny that the other Rosaline was his first love. After all, one cannot change the past, but his wife now is the Crimson Rose, and he vows that from this moment on he will be loyal to her, for he was taught to live rightly and to take responsibility for his actions. Melchior calls to his beloved, declaring that no matter what happens, he will come to her that night and asks her to rest easy. Later, Rosaline is in her office. Her fingertips still tingle just thinking about what will happen that night. Noticing her unease, Deborah asks if the tea isn't to her liking. Rosaline explains that she was just lost in thought and that she'll drink it. The girl tries to stop her because it's cold, but the Archduchess says it's fine and even takes a sip to prove it. Her personal assistant asks if something is bothering her. She can't even tell what's wrong with her Grace's expression, noticing how nervous she seems. Placing the teacup on the saucer, Rosaline admits that she feels a little anxious. Hearing this, Deborah asks if she's not feeling well and suggests postponing the appointment, which leaves the Archduchess confused. The girl reminds her that today is the day the stylist who will make the wedding dress is coming. That makes Rosaline wonder what Her Majesty is planning, since she had insisted on reserving an appointment with the best stylist in the Empire as a gift. Deborah continues to insist on changing the date, but the Archduchess refuses, saying it's only to take measurements, nothing too difficult. She asks her assistant if everything will be done there, because if so, she'll have to organize some of her documents. Deborah informs her that it will be in the dressing room on the first floor, and that Johanna said the Archduchess can ring the bell twice when she's ready. Rosaline shakes a small bell and asks if that's what she meant, and the girl confirms. Suddenly, Rosaline becomes nervous, wondering what exactly being ready means. She starts worrying about what that could imply. Then she asks if by any chance the stylist has already arrived. With a big smile, Deborah nods. Thus enters Gertrude Barth, the best stylist in the capital. Rosaline apologizes to the woman for making her wait. She imagines it must have been uncomfortable for the stylist to wait for so long, but while observing her, she wonders if behind that refined exterior lies a typical high society personality. Rosaline has heard that Gertrude is an incredible woman, very proud of her work, and that she even refused the offer to become the princess's exclusive stylist. Rosaline also knows she has no right to ask why the woman lowered her pride enough to act so amiably now. Gertrude begins her work by asking the Archduchess to look at the 5 dresses and choose the model she wants. Afterward, she may select the fabric and accessories from the catalog. Rosaline considers this, deciding to choose accessories that will at least limit the damage to her reputation, even though that's not what truly matters at the moment. Meanwhile, Gertrude observes her, certain that the girl knows nothing about fashion and is just absent-minded, not expecting a woman from a disgraced family to understand such things. Deep down, she wonders why she, the #1 stylist in the capital, has to make a gown for the daughter of a criminal. Rosaline calls her attention by asking if she's aware that the wedding will be held outdoors. That completely catches the woman off guard. Rosaline explains that the original plan was for a simple ceremony in the chapel on the property, but due to the sudden increase in scale, they had to borrow the open-air hall in the park. Rosaline points to the dresses with a light bluish tone that complement several indoor decorations and details, but she asks if they won't look dull when worn outdoors. Unfortunately, the stylist has to agree. Even if she could maintain the pearl aesthetic, they wouldn't appear as luminous under the sunlight. Rosaline asks if it wouldn't be better to have one that's completely white or has a bit of silver mixed in. In addition, she wants more visible embellishments and notes that it would be troublesome if she had to constantly fix the train. She also reminds her that the Emperor and Empress will be present, so the dress can't look too plain but also not overly extravagant. Gertrude says it's unclear what exactly she wants, and if she doesn't specify it, she'll make the dress according to her own interpretation, which may not please the Archduchess during the fitting. Rosaline takes the opportunity to mention her height when wearing heels next to her groom. She makes it clear that a wedding has 2 protagonists, so that difference cannot be ignored. The Archduchess continues giving more details, saying that because Melchior is quite tall, if the upper part of the dress stands out too much, it will look awkward. Therefore, the silhouette should be fitted at the top and flare out at the bottom. Rosaline also requests reducing the volume at the front and sides of the skirt while extending the back train as much as possible, similar to the model she's pointing at. Gertrude says that doing so will make the front look too plain, and if it's designed not to flutter in the wind, it'll be difficult to use chiffon lace. The girl surprises her by asking whether figuring that out isn't precisely the stylist's job. Rosaline asks if covering the entire dress with handmade lace is the most expensive option, and the woman confirms. So the Archduchess says she'll take that one. The girl still has more requests, such as using pearls and white roses attached along the width of the skirt, small silver bells sewn into a mesh around the hemline, and embroidery with silver thread. Gertrude interprets this as if Rosaline were ordering 3 dresses. Rosaline denies it and asks if she didn't say that a wedding isn't something done alone. She asks to see the 3 designs she picked for Melchior and says she'll decide based on which one he likes most. The Archduke is looking through the catalog, clearly uneasy. Gertrude notes that Rosaline will follow whatever he decides. He glances at the decorations that will adorn the dress. The problem is, he has no idea what any of it means. Melchior would simply solve the matter by buying all 3 and doesn't understand why Rosaline is thinking so hard, since they'd all look perfect anyway. So his decision is that all 3 should be made. The Archduke clarifies that since Rosaline requested them, each with a different design. Gertrude points out that she can't walk down the aisle wearing all of them. That's when Melchior realizes it's the wedding dress they're talking about, and that he almost made another mistake by not recognizing his wife's intentions. But indeed, he knows she will look beautiful in all of them. Rosaline looks good in anything, whether it's something rougher or a glamorous outdoor dress, very different from what she usually wears. Melchior notices her intention to prioritize comfort over elegance. However, it's still an event where she needs to look presentable, and he thinks she won't feel burdened by it anyway. Following this, only one criterion remains, so he asks Gertrude what she thinks makes a dress truly suitable. The question leaves the woman completely frozen. After all, they were talking about choosing her Grace's dress. Gertrude grabs the catalog, trying to understand his question because, looking again, it's obvious that they're all women's dresses. Then, an idea comes to her mind. After all, the Grand Duke's original plan to have a private wedding ceremony was already suspicious, since most aristocrats use such events to show off their power. But in his case, he was trying to finish everything quietly in the chapel attached to the property and then leave immediately for the east, as if they were running away. Piecing everything together, she reaches a conclusion. His Grace really wants to wear a dress. Melchior asks why she's acting that way, and if there isn't one that would fit him. A little nervous, the stylist says there's absolutely no problem, but she's completely shaken by the thought of having to make a dress for the Grand Duke, the most challenging and innovative project of her entire career. After enjoying every bit of honor and wealth possible as a stylist, she doubted there was anything left to strive for. She never imagined something could make her heart race again like this. Everyone has a desire they can't freely express, but she thinks maybe Melchior has been brave enough to reveal his true self. So, to honor that, she chooses the most radiant dress, one befitting his position. The stylist points to the model and says it has the most impressive bobbin lace. Melchior agrees to that one. Then he says she may leave. Nervously, the woman asks if he hasn't yet chosen a dress for her grace. Pointing to the catalog, he asks if he didn't just do that. Once again, she completely misunderstands, believing they want matching dresses for the wedding. Thinking their love is so deep that they wish to experience the feeling of becoming one, Gertrude declares that she will create a perfect dress, one that leaves nothing to be desired, and promises not to avoid working through the night to make it happen. Heinz bursts into the office cheerfully, saying he heard about the stylist's visit. The blonde man asks if Melchior liked it, though secretly hoping this means they'll get to leave work early. Melchior replies that he has no such interest, though his opinion might change if it's Rosaline wearing the dress. That instantly kills the commander's cheerful mood. Heinz can't feel a shred of emotion coming from his boss and fears that, at this rate, they'll be stuck doing overtime again. He starts saying that he's sure Rosaline could have chosen her own dress, maybe she just wanted his opinion, and suggests that Melchior write her a note or something. Fortunately, Melchior listens to his advice. After all, if Rosaline asked for his opinion, he can't just ignore it. He has to write something to her, even if it's simple. Heinz is left behind, talking to himself. He mutters that if it was just a note, he could have written it right there. Not to mention, if it were like usual, it wouldn't even be strange for him to ask a servant to write it. All of which only makes Heinz even more curious about how secretive that letter must be. That's when the blonde man realizes his boss really does like her, much more than he had thought. Melchior begins his letter. "I saw the dress you're going to wear. It's beautiful. I'm looking forward to the wedding," but he stops. He can't just write lies. After all, he's only excited because of Rosaline. Besides, he hasn't even seen how she looks in the dress, so he thinks carefully about his words. He tries writing, "I'm looking forward to seeing you in the dress. I'm sure you'll look incredibly beautiful." But then he realizes Rosaline doesn't need a dress to look beautiful, so he changes it to, "I'm looking forward to our married life." But that sounds wrong too. He never imagined this could be so difficult. The Archduke wants to be sincere, plain and direct, just as things should be. He finally writes, "Rosaline, I'm looking forward to the moment when you and I become one. I'll do my best to come home earlier." Judging by the expression Rosaline makes, this message caused yet another misunderstanding between them. At first, she doubts whether it really means what she's thinking, until she pieces it together with what he said earlier that morning. Rosaline asks her personal maid to change the bedsheets because her husband will be coming tonight. Even Deborah is confused and surprised that the man himself will come. The Archduchess nearly lets slip that he'll be sleeping in her room but holds herself back, immediately thinking about what to do with her pajamas and underwear. She also asks the girl to bring her a painkiller. Deborah asks if she's feeling unwell, and Rosaline gives a flustered answer, saying she'll be in pain afterwards. All she knows are the basic facts about the matter, and she wonders whether she's supposed to undress herself or if Melchior will do it, and if she needs to know anything in advance to prepare, though she has no idea what she should actually do. Suddenly, the doors burst open as a servant rushes in, saying that Her Grace must come downstairs immediately. He announces that the princess has just arrived. Rosaline is startled by such an unexpected visit. She immediately heads downstairs. A beautiful young woman with ruby-colored eyes introduces herself as Anna Stroth, saying it's a pleasure to meet the Duchess of Postenmeier. Rosaline greets Her Highness properly. Anna Strotha is the daughter of the former emperor and had proposed marriage to Melchior several times. From what Rosaline has heard, the princess was after the man's power and wealth, and she believes Anna Strotha is here because she feels deeply offended by the recent incident. Rosaline notices several boxes of gifts nearby and asks what they are. Anna Strotha explains that Rosaline recently went through a major incident and is just a few days away from an important event, so these are consolation gifts sent by the imperial family. She adds that she came as their representative. The princess compliments her beauty and asks whether she has ever attended high society events in the capital. She says that if Rosaline had participated even once, rumors about her beauty would have spread immediately. With a smile, Anna Strotha takes her hand, suggesting they have a private chat. Rosaline wonders if she's acting out of disdain or if it's simply her personality, someone who ignores proper manners. She also worries about what the princess wants to discuss. Anna Strotha expresses surprise at the mansion, claiming this is the first time she's entered the Postenmeier estate. Already seated comfortably on the sofa, she remarks that no matter what she did, even singing, Melchior never once sent her an invitation. Rosaline sits as well, explaining that the preparations aren't very suitable since they didn't know about her sudden visit. Anais tells her not to be so formal, saying she doesn't care about such things. She adds that she only came for a casual conversation between women, so she asks if Rosaline could have her butler leave. Rosaline does as requested. As soon as Hugo leaves, the Archduchess thanks the princess for the gifts. Anaistrothe admits that her initial plan was to send even more, but since she was so eager to see Rosaline's face, she left in a rush without bringing everything. Then she shifts the topic, mentioning that she was rejected by Melchior 4 years ago. That's why she was so curious to see whom he chose to marry. And Rosaline introduces herself as being from the Crimson Rose family in the West, finding a polite way to keep the princess entertained. Anais comments that she's quite famous. She says it's because it's rare for parents to be executed for treason, and it's also the first time a fallen noble family has been restored to its former status. Rosaline is surprised that she could say such words so casually, but she knows it wouldn't be wise to get angry in this situation, especially since there are no witnesses. Hugo is gone, and that must have been part of the princess's plan. Moreover, Rosaline's reputation among the servants isn't good, so if she lost her temper and expelled the princess, strange rumors would quickly spread. So she decides to change her strategy. Rosaline says that she too had wanted to meet the princess someday. She mentions that she read Anaïs's graduation thesis, which stated, "Maintaining the balance of the world is an important matter. If there are honest men, there must also be lazy men." She continues quoting, "If all monarchs, who should be examples to their people, were only honest, that would be the same as denying the lives of the lazy. Therefore, if you are truly a benevolent monarch, you must naturally be lazy enough to give them a sense of kinship and hope." That's enough to make the princess ask why Rosaline memorized it. Rosaline says that passage was so memorable she couldn't forget it easily. With a smile, she adds that it's an honor to meet the person who wrote such a magnificent thesis about how even a monarch should be lazy. Her goal is to see whether she managed to hurt the princess's pride, and whether Anais still understands the point behind it all. And it actually works. Angered, Anais declares that when she becomes empress, she'll shut down the academy. Then, brightening again, she apologizes for starting their talk so rudely, revealing that she intentionally provoked Rosaline just to see what would make her angry. The reason, she says with a laugh, is their social status. The two were being far too formal, and that made it hard to truly get to know each other. So she acted that way to get closer, though to Rosaline it only succeeded in making her an enemy. The Archduchess points out that such behavior was very rude, and that it's the first time she's met someone who would say something like that on a first meeting. Anais admits that part of her came intending to start a fight, since there was some jealousy mixed in. After all, she was rejected by Melchior. Rosaline realizes she may have misjudged her, that perhaps the princess truly liked him, and if that's the case, she must carry that wound for a long time. So she says softly that it must have been very difficult. Anais replies that it was hard to accept the collapse of a servant's dream caused by Melchior's skill. She adds that if she could transfer control of the central region to him, who already governs the eastern territories, then she could simply eat and play as much as she wanted without ever having to work. In the end, the princess simply doesn't want to work. She says that although the girl is different from what she expected, she still feels comfortable around her because Rosaline is a wonderful person. And she adds that Melchior never seemed like the type who would be satisfied marrying an ordinary woman. Rosaline is about to say that she's not as good as she seems, but Anais interrupts, saying that whenever she picks a fight like that, most people get furious, and a small portion just swallow it and ignore her. But she's never seen anyone absorb everything and calmly respond before. The princess says that since she only brought a few gifts, the rest will arrive later that day. They are gifts for the Archduchess, and Anais advises her to make good use of them while she's there. Princess Anaistrothe, though troublesome, doesn't seem entirely bad. Even so, Rosaline doesn't want to see her again anytime soon. Later that day, as promised, Melchior arrives home earlier than usual. He announces his entrance as soon as he opens the door. He's surprised by what he sees waiting for him. Rosaline is seated, wearing a light, delicate outfit. She greets him, though she looks very nervous. Melchior approaches and asks if she has prepared well. With some hesitation, she confirms. He asks if she's been losing sleep, catching her off guard. The Archduke says this because of the bottles of alcohol nearby and explains that those are for after the ceremony, when she becomes of age, and that it wouldn't be proper to drink before then. Rosaline points out that their marriage is already registered and asks if that doesn't create a loophole, but her husband says that even so, her body won't see it that way. He tells her that if she can't sleep, she should find another method, as alcohol isn't good for that. Rosaline explains she didn't prepare it because she likes drinking. She reveals she placed it there in case he wanted some, because that thing might be very difficult to do with a sober mind. Melchior grows confused, wondering if he might have said something that made Rosaline think he's an alcoholic. So he tells her there's no reason to drink, yet she insists. The Archduke clarifies that he only drinks when necessary, but tonight there's no reason to, not realizing that this disappoints her. While Melchior finds their exchange strange, Rosaline believes he's testing his wife's qualifications. She asks if there's anything else she should prepare. She explains that since Deborah is very young, she decorated the room with Johanna's help. Melchior says he understands and that she did well. That makes Rosaline wonder why he's evaluating her. She didn't do it for praise, but because she thought decorating the bridal chamber was part of her duties. Either way, she says they should sleep. But Melchior turns to leave, telling her to go ahead and get some rest. He stops when she asks if he's just going to leave like that. Melchior asks if there's some matter they need to discuss. Rosaline stands up and asks if it isn't he who has something to discuss. Very confused, the Archduke wonders what she means by that, and if he missed something during their conversation. Or maybe he made another mistake again. So he carefully asks why she thinks that. Once again, the two find themselves tangled in a misunderstanding. Rosaline asks what he said, while Melchior asks if there's any reason for her to think that way. She interprets it as him asking her to explain why she feels that way, and wonders if he's implying that everything was just a misunderstanding or something similar. After such a difficult day, barely able to gather her thoughts, she's still trying hard to be a good wife. Rosaline says she doesn't want to talk about it. She claims she has no reason, which makes Melchior ask if he did something wrong, but she quickly says there's nothing wrong. Even so, the Archduke presses on, saying he doesn't understand why she seems upset. Rosaline insists she isn't angry, but that she thought he might demand it since they're married. Melchior still doesn't understand, asking her to clarify what exactly he supposedly demanded, but she firmly says she doesn't want to answer. The Archduke steps closer, taking her by the shoulders, only to ask her to listen carefully. He has never demanded anything from her. He doesn't understand why she's upset or why she looks hurt. Melchior has no idea what he said that made her think it was a demand, nor what he did wrong. But if she doesn't tell him, he can't fix it. This makes Rosaline realize she wasn't being tested at all, and that it was just a big misunderstanding. She then asks if he really sent that letter for no particular reason. At first, Melchior is confused about what she's talking about, until he remembers the letter he sent. Then, Melchior becomes curious to know what she thought when she received it. She says she was a little surprised and puzzled, also thinking that the Duke seemed a bit impatient. Her words hit him hard. After all, Melchior had put so much effort into choosing the right words. It makes him wonder if he overthought it and ended up interpreting awkward phrasing as something normal. The Archduke says he must have written the wrong letter. Rosaline agrees, admitting that now that she hears it, she can see that might have been the case. She confesses she misunderstood everything, and that she's also not great at expressing herself, thinking that maybe she just doesn't match well with him. Opening up more, Rosaline says it's difficult to understand what her fiancé says at first, believing that perhaps it's because the culture she knows differs from the Eastern one. But to Melchior, there's no way she is the problem, which means he must be. So he says he isn't normal, leaving her confused. Melchior practically throws himself on the ground, saying that if another unpleasant situation happens again, it's because he's the strange one. Worried and startled, Rosaline tries to understand what all of this means. The next day, she doesn't look good at all, having been unable to sleep out of sheer frustration. She decides to take a walk to see if it'll help her feel better, but it doesn't. Suddenly, something catches her attention. A new path appears before her, one she doesn't remember seeing before. That sparks her curiosity about where it might lead. Rosaline decides to take the risk, noticing how odd it is that neither the annex nor the back garden are in sight. An unexpected gust of wind sweeps through, scattering petals along the path and forcing her to close her eyes. When it passes, she opens them, only to find a forest standing before her, surprised since she hadn't walked that far. With all the hints left across each chapter, I dare say the powers the Empress seeks are connected to the past and future. Anyway, Rosaline meets Julian there. The boy's eyes light up the moment he sees her. She, however, finds his excitement a bit strange. Julian greets her and says he never thought he'd meet her in a place like this, and that it's been a long time since their last encounter. But Rosaline finds it odd, since to her it's only been a few days. She asks the boy if he's being bullied again. She wants to know whether his classmates chased him there or if he ran away to hide, but Julian denies both. The boy reveals that he's been there hoping he might meet her again. Curious, Rosaline asks if he's been waiting there all this time, but he denies it too, sadly saying that he only does so when taking a walk, though he ends up spending too much time there. Rosaline feels embarrassed realizing that he's been coming to the place where they first met in hopes of seeing her again. She's never received that kind of attention, not even from her own family, so she feels butterflies in her stomach. Julian thanks her once again, saying it's because of her that he was able to organize his thoughts, and that the method she taught him was very effective. Out of envy for his good grades and his success, his classmates had threatened to steal his tests. Rosaline is happy to hear he followed her advice, and the boy adds that even his teacher was very pleased. Curious, Julian asks how she came up with a method to describe everything learned in an entire semester as an essay-style response. Rosaline explains she always studied a lot because she was never a genius. Those complex application questions were always difficult for her. Still, instead of giving up on answering, she would write down her entire thought process, swapping between the methods she'd learned throughout the semester. That worked so well that once her teacher told her it had been decided she'd receive the highest score. Little Rosaline even argued that she hadn't answered the final question, but the man said she had proven throughout the semester that she fully understood his lessons. He said exams are meant to assess comprehension, and she was qualified to receive the top grade. Later, they discovered that the problem had been intentionally designed to be difficult for students to solve, which allowed her to earn the maximum score. Either way, Rosaline is happy for the boy. Julian says that thanks to her, he achieved the highest score again, ranking first once more, which surprises her since it had only been a few days since she shared the method. Rosaline is amazed that in such a short time, he took the test and already received his results. And she also notices that Julian seems to have grown a little. The Archduchess says she's happy to know everything worked out. The boy smiles, saying he wanted to thank her personally. Julian then asks if, by any chance, they'll meet again. And immediately after, he asks if she's busy. This isn't exactly a problem, but besides being distant from her own family, it's hard for her to understand her husband. Yet somehow she feels like she's gained a friend, even though they've only met twice. Talking with the boy makes her feel like she can finally breathe. Rosaline asks if she should teach him the basics of self-defense fencing. Julian freezes, making her think he doesn't want to, but he quickly explains that he just didn't expect such an offer and feels very grateful for it. The boy is overjoyed. As she admires him, Rosaline notices that his eyes sometimes shine with a mysterious light. They're very beautiful, but when she stares for too long, it makes her feel on guard. Rosaline picks up a thin tree branch since they can't use a real sword, especially because such a situation wouldn't happen at the academy. Julian thinks the branch is too weak, worrying it might be better to find a stronger one. To him, it looks like it would snap at any moment if twisted by hand. Rosaline agrees. If he used it to strike someone, most opponents would lower their guard upon seeing it. The Archduchess asks him to imagine she's attacking his face and what he would do. Julian confidently answers that he'd block with his hands. Then she asks what he would do in a real fight. Julian replies that he'd probably grab and twist it, and she suggests he try that. Rosaline gets ready to attack. The boy follows her instructions, grabbing the branch. However, he soon realizes his attempt to twist it is a complete failure. Rosaline ends up letting go of the branch. Julian loses his balance and would have fallen if the woman hadn't caught him. Now, being so close to her, the boy feels embarrassed. Rosaline smiles because he almost fell. Julian quickly steps back, apologizing for what happened, but she doesn't mind. After all, she was only trying to teach him. She explains that a tree branch isn't a weapon, but a decoy meant to draw the opponent's attention while holding it. Rosaline decides she'll be his mentor from now on, explaining that a real sword isn't necessary. Something like this could actually be more useful. The Archduchess asks what he thinks about it. If he wants to learn more and still intimidated, the boy nods. That makes her laugh, and she asks him to return to his stance so they can try something new. After 30 minutes of training, Julian realizes it's not as easy as he thought. Still, the boy is deeply grateful for everything he's learned that day, wishing her a safe return. Rosaline says goodbye, wishing him the same. To her, a simple wave is enough instead of watching him bow. Calling her savior so many times is one thing, but he's truly a very polite and diligent child. Anyway, as she walks, she realizes she'll have to check whether this path connects to the Archduke's garden, and if so, it should be blocked for safety reasons. She notices that even though the forest is dense, the sunlight is still very bright. The rays are warm. It almost feels like she's in a dream. Then something catches her attention. It's Nicholas, who finds her on the path again. Rosaline approaches him, and he says that upon hearing she'd gone out walking without an escort, he rushed to follow her. But apparently she had only gone down this path and returned right away. Surprised, Rosaline asks if she really just came back. Nicholas says that she seemed to be heading toward the thicket, so he was going to follow. But she turned back immediately, and he asks why she's asking that. But Rosaline is lost in thought, thinking she may have made a mistake. Still, she's certain about how much time she spent there. To make sure, she asks what's beyond the forest. Nicholas explains that for the size of the capital's estate, it's not bad. The garden is still under renovation, so if her grace takes 20 more steps, she'll hit a wall. But thinking about it, the Duchess knows that if there's a wall, there's no way it connects to a forest. So she tries to understand how she managed to enter. It's not as simple as just changing locations, especially since she stayed there for at least 30 minutes, while according to the knight, she returned seconds after entering. Seeing her serious expression, Nicholas asks what's wrong. Rosaline denies anything's wrong, then asks if the property is far from the academy that's on the other side of the park, carefully explaining where it is. The knight becomes thoughtful. He recalls that there used to be a place attended by children of high society, particularly in cases where they were removed from combat training to become heirs, since it was safer to stay in the capital than in their own territories. But as far as he knows, the place was closed 5 years ago when the park was renovated, and the school was moved to the outskirts of the capital. This story completely takes Rosaline by surprise, and Nikolaus notices that she doesn't seem well. Not wanting to raise suspicion, she says she's fine and informs him she'll go to her room to rest for a while. All Rosaline wants is to escape somewhere safe. Almost at the end of the day, the Duchess wakes up. She's surprised by Melchior's voice. He's sitting there, signing documents. She wonders when she fell asleep, not to mention that the papers are the ones she was supposed to handle. Her fiancé tells her to rest a bit more, saying there's no need to push herself to work. But Rosaline insists on staying awake. As she sits down, her fiancé offers her some tea to ease her fatigue. She accepts, though quite suspicious, wanting to understand why everything was prepared for her. Rosaline doesn't like the drink much. It's too bitter. But she doesn't have time to think about that, because now that she's more awake, she starts worrying about whether Julian returned safely. For now, she isn't entirely sure what happened, but knowing the boy's history with spiritual abilities, she imagines he's probably had some difficult days. Without realizing it, Rosaline ends up whispering Julian's name. That doesn't escape Melchior's ears. This makes the Duchess panic. After all, she just called another man's name in front of her husband. Not knowing what to do, she forces a laugh, saying it's nothing. Melchior tells her not to apologize. She can call him by that name if she wants. Rosaline only makes things worse for herself by saying that Julian is her husband's middle name. Then comes the revelation. Julian was the Archduke's name until the emperors gave him the names Melchior and Eckhart. When His Majesty gives someone a name, it's customary to place it first. It means that person is deeply valued. Melchior explains that it's very rare for a child to receive such different and unique names. But Rosaline thinks Julian sounds quite ordinary, though too gentle a name for this towering man. Curious, she asks her fiancé why he never used it before. With a sad sigh, he says it's a name that no one calls him by anymore. Julian connects him to his time at the academy he attended in the capital and the relationships he formed there. Rosaline had thought her fiancé received his succession education at home from the start. After all, Nicholas had said the academy was mainly for aristocrats who were pushed out of succession disputes. Now, she's even more curious about his story, wanting to know how he managed to win the competition. All Melchior says is that many incidents occurred, though he doesn't remember any of them. All his memories before turning 18 are hazy, and he only knows the general details from records kept at the main estate. Sounding uncertain, Rosaline mentions that he met the other Rosaline 10 years ago. Melchior says that although he remembers fragments, the end of it all is faint. This helps Rosaline understand his obsession. She's the only part of his past he can still recall. If she was someone who helped him, it makes sense that he can't forget her. Suddenly, something clicks in Rosaline's mind, connecting the pieces that he was once a student of the same academy that was closed, and that the only thing Melchior remembers is Rosaline. She reaches a shocking conclusion. The woman Melchior has been searching for all this time might actually be her. Since Rosaline met that student from the academy, things have defied all logic. After all, that place vanished 5 years ago, and she somehow ended up there by some mysterious force. The space she was in with Julian even seemed to have a different flow of time. She wonders if, somehow, she met someone from the past, beyond space and time. Her question now is whether these two people are truly that different. On one hand, Julian is a polite, caring boy. She wonders if, even if the man claims to have no memories of his past, it's possible for him to have turned into this stone-hearted person. But for now, she can't draw any conclusions. Seeing her so quiet, Melchior asks if something happened, but Rosaline uses the excuse of being tired. The Archduke wants to ask her something. Catching her off guard, he asks if she's had lunch. He even wants to know what she ate, and Rosaline says it was lamb stew. Melchior's questions only get stranger as he asks how she ate it. Though confused, Rosaline explains that she used a spoon for her meal. With a serious look, the Archduke asks an even odder question. How did you swallow it? This is getting bizarre, and Rosaline can't understand where he's going with this interrogation. A few hours earlier, in his office, the Duke had asked his loyal commander whether his words were hard to understand. Annoyed, Heinz complains that he's been working hard but still wants to know why his superior is blaming him for something. But it's only a question. Melchior wants to know if people find it difficult to understand what he says. Cheerfully, the blonde replies that his words are perfectly clear. If that's not the issue, the Archduke wonders whether it's the way he speaks that makes things sound strange, or if his actions have somehow upset others. Meanwhile, Heinz can't help but feel touched by the sad puppy expression on his superior's face. He asks if Melchior did something that made his wife upset. The commander says he's used to Melchior's ways, but Rosaline isn't. However, he thinks he understands why she might not like it. Heinz claims that she isn't very affectionate, but that's only because Melchior gets straight to the point, ending conversations too quickly. And people form closer relationships when they share stories. The way the Duke talks makes it difficult for anyone to get close to him. Heinz says that, besides that, his boss never talks about personal matters and doesn't show interest in others. He asks how Melchior could possibly get closer to Rosaline if he doesn't even know much about her. That's why their relationship keeps feeling distant. Heinz gives an example, saying that his boss didn't even have breakfast and could get sick if he keeps this up, even though he's a healthy man. Melchior doesn't understand his intention in bringing that up. To the commander, it's obvious. He just wants his boss to stay healthy and happy. But the Duke tells him to stop saying nonsense and get back to work. That attitude, however, irritates Heinz. He says that the Duke treats his concern as something meaningless, hurting his feelings. With tears in his eyes, Heinz says, "Of course, someone like me, raised to be strong, doesn't get hurt by things like that anymore." Heinz doesn't want to just drop it. He wants to teach his boss how to hold a proper conversation, and it's also a sneaky way to take a break from work. Now back to the present moment. What Melchior understood from Heinz's words was that he should show interest in others by asking personal questions. He also shouldn't end the conversation too quickly. So by asking more detailed questions, he's simply following what he learned. But this all seems very strange to Rosaline. After all, Melchior wants to know how she ate. She simply put it in her mouth and swallowed. And he keeps going, asking if there were any chunks in the stew. Rosaline says she chewed everything, yet he still wants more details. And all she can say is that it all went down her throat. Then Melchior asks what kind of feeling it caused. This is getting creepy. And the Duchess wants to understand why he's asking such bizarre questions. She asks why he wants to know about that. Melchior says they're married. Isn't that reason enough? If it were about someone else, he wouldn't care. But since it's about Rosaline, he wants to know everything, no matter how small. However, he soon realizes he might be making the conversation uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, Rosaline answers that the sensation of swallowing the stew was warm, soft, and even tickled a little. Melchior asks for more details, and she says that after that, she licked the inside of her mouth with her tongue to clear the remaining taste. Rosaline feels extremely embarrassed that he made her say that, but the man denies forcing her, saying he just wanted to hear her speak. The Duke says she doesn't have to do that if it's unpleasant, but somehow the way he says it sounds oddly informal. Then Rosaline remembers that day when he revealed he wasn't someone normal. She remembers it clearly. And now, in this situation, she stops to think for a moment. Realizing that Melchior is actually a huge pervert, it makes sense now why he refused to marry the princess. If this is the kind of interest the Duke has, then in the end, it isn't that serious, though she's still not satisfied with it. Even if this is just a conversation, it still leaves her wondering why a man like him is trying so hard to do things right for no apparent reason. At least it's comforting to know that his condition only goes that far. Rosaline then surprises him by saying she'll continue speaking. However, that's a bit of a dilemma. After all, it's such a sudden thing. Rosaline explains that it's not that she dislikes it. She just believes she also has some responsibility in this. So she suggests they slowly increase the amount of time they spend talking together. Melchior's face lights up. His commander was right about improving communication. That decision leaves both of them satisfied. However, the smile he gives her makes Rosaline think once again that he's just a weird pervert. The next morning, very early, Melchior is informed that his wife is still asleep. After all, the sun hasn't even risen yet. He says to let her sleep a little longer. Then he asks the butler to have breakfast ready for when Rosaline wakes up and not to forget Alphonse and the Countess. After breakfast, Melchior gets up to go to work. Before entering the carriage, he looks back at his mansion, straight toward his beloved's room, and smiles, promising he'll return to her. Rosaline sleeps peacefully. It doesn't take long for her to wake up once the sun has fully risen. Resting helped the Duchess organize her thoughts. Being able to shift between the past and present from 10 years ago, she's certain now. The other Julian is Melchior. But regarding how she can walk between those two timelines, she still isn't sure how to do it. And what bothers her most is that the flow of time between them is different. For Rosaline, only a few days have passed, but for Julian, it feels like weeks. So even if she were to visit him every day, to the boy it would seem like he only sees her once a week. Besides, when she compares the times she meets him with the times she doesn't, there's still that difference. The flow of time between the two worlds isn't the same. It's as if time itself shifts to match the perspective of when she meets Julian, like magic. There aren't many records about magic, yet she wonders if she should take a closer look. Rosaline is about to enter the carriage when someone calls her name. It's Gertrude, running toward her. The seamstress wants to do a fitting for the dress and asks for a day when the Duchess could visit her boutique, since the wedding is approaching. But the problem is that Rosaline really wants to go to the library. so she tells the woman that she's busy and that the dress should be left as it is. After all, Gertrude already knows her measurements, so she authorizes her to proceed without fitting. But the seamstress isn't confident she can do that. The real issue is that Gertrude is under Her Majesty's orders to drag the girl out of the estate by any means necessary. But there's another reason that's far more important. When it comes to the dress, at least, the seamstress feels confident she's perfected her craft after making so many pieces. She could make it in any way possible. However, the same can't be said for the Duke's outfit, since it must match hers, and she can't even remember what he looks like. Gertrude doesn't know if he's been too busy lately, but every single one of her requests for a meeting has been rejected. She wonders if they even realize the wedding is getting closer, so she tries once more to convince Rosaline, even for just a moment. But Rosaline rejects the request. The Duchess explains that she barely managed to find time between her work schedule, so she can't waste it, and says they'll talk another time. She leaves, and the seamstress is left in despair. Rosaline finally arrives at the library. There, the librarian informs her that they currently don't have the relevant text she's looking for. The only option is to ask if there's another place that holds what she needs so that a request can be made. Although Rosaline wasn't expecting much, it's still disappointing that she didn't find a single one. After magic disappeared, the place it once occupied was overtaken by science and technology. Magical texts came to be treated as strange and baseless writings. Still, she wonders if any material remains. The librarian returns and informs her that the relevant texts were archived together at the regional library in the Northeast, but there are no books left. Apparently, when that library was buried in a landslide 6 years ago, all relevant publications vanished with it. This is the last thing Rosaline expected to hear from her search. And personally, I believe nothing that happened was a mere accident. Although few records remain for academic research, they're not very helpful, since they're not even summaries, just lists. Her question is whether one is born a mage, or if it's something heavily influenced by lineage. If that kind of phenomenon existed in her family, there should have been a record of it. Rosaline wonders if, instead of being something inherited through generations, it might be more like a mutation that occurred within her. As far as she knows, descendants have always been rare in her family, yet both she and Alphonse were born in this generation. Moreover, the successors of the Crimson Rose line have always been men throughout history, meaning her brother should have come first. With that, Rosaline concludes that her existence is unusual. This creates a troubling question in her mind. Why have heirs always been so rare for them? Their bloodline has always been tied to the maternal side, so she wonders if it's possible that only one is born per generation, spanning hundreds of years. This worries Rosaline deeply. If that's the case, she wants to look into families with similar situations, hoping to find a clue about the mutation. She hurries to search through the family records. With each discovery, the Duchess's face grows more tense and wrinkled from concentration. Families like Penborough, Bloodyheim, and Redliev, after reaching the point of having only a single descendant, vanished because their final patriarch died without an heir. She even analyzes the causes of death in each case, from accidents to illness. There are many recorded instances, and the Duchess finds it remarkable that no rumors ever spread about a firstborn curse or something similar. Even so, many of those family names she has never heard before, which explains why they received so little attention. The fact that they were weak could be because their lineage was rarer than their management skills. Since there was only one heir, great care was taken to prevent accidents or illness. And they probably had private tutors, likely never even imagining leaving their family estate to explore their lands. The Crimson Roses are no different, for after spending half their lives confined to the estate, the patriarch's management skills were never sufficient. Moreover, Rosaline's father became a criminal, and if Melchior hadn't saved them, she wonders if, at this very moment, they'd be dying in prison. Remembering this, she recalls her debt to him. In any case, this research has been fruitful in showing that her family isn't the only one going through this. The Duchess believes that somewhere, someone must be studying these cases, so she decides that her next step is to look for written records about the rise and fall of aristocratic families. The next day, Gertrude once again tries to approach Rosaline for a dress fitting, but the Duchess apologizes, saying she needs to go to another library. And the same thing happens the following day. This continues for a while, with Gertrude always trying to take her grace with her, and Rosaline always managing to escape. The seamstress begs her, saying that if Rosaline doesn't trust her, she should at least give her 5 minutes. With no other choice, Rosaline finally gives in this time. While trying on the dress, the Duchess thinks she might still be able to visit the library if she saves some time. But the real problem is that none of her searches have turned up anything useful. Days pass, and finally the wedding of the Duke and Duchess arrives. The guests are already whispering in disbelief. After all, the Ice Duke is actually getting married. Everyone is excited to finally see the bride. to find out who the young woman is that captured the great Duke's heart. The decoration is magnificent, and the guests are enjoying themselves. Away from the curious eyes of the crowd, only a few people know how Rosaline is feeling. Deborah is among the few who can see the Duchess and feels deeply moved. The young maid is also glad the weather turned out perfect for the ceremony, thinking it must be a sign that everything will go perfectly from the start. But secretly, Rosaline knows that their beginning is far from perfect. As for the dress, Gertrude truly proved her skill. Even after rejecting all invitations to visit the boutique, Rosaline could never have imagined that something made so hastily during a fitting could turn out so beautifully. The woman had even whined about not having time with Melchior, though Rosaline didn't quite understand what that had to do with her. Either way, Gertrude's craftsmanship is so impressive that it makes the Duchess feel self-conscious when she looks at herself in the mirror. She silently promises to thank the seamstress properly later. That makes her wonder where the stylist is. Rosaline asks her personal maid about Gertrude. Deborah tells her that, according to the butler, the woman came at dawn carrying a huge load. However, it was her assistant who delivered the wedding dress. That leaves the two of them curious about what's inside the box Gertrude brought. The guests are already seated. The bride and groom begin their entrance. Their outfits are elegant and complement each other perfectly. As they walk, soft murmurs can be heard throughout the crowd. One whispers that he now understands why the Grand Duke promised marriage even before reaching adulthood, because it was this kind of beauty he had pursued for years. Another says that it was thanks to Rosaline that Melchior became patriarch. The princess is there as well, breaking etiquette by shouting to the bride how beautiful she looks. Rosaline is simply relieved that she arrived at the imperial palace safely. For the emperor, a special seating arrangement was prepared, since his albinism prevents him from standing under the sun like others. Having had no interaction with the empress, Rosaline hopes the woman interprets this as an act of goodwill. From her tent, Wilhelmina watches the young woman, remarking that she had no reason to see her in person. If Rosaline had accepted the invitation to the boutique, she had planned to take advantage of the opportunity to knock her out and abduct her. But Gertrude failed to handle that properly. The empress laments that she wasted time being busy instead of summoning the girl and bringing her by force. All her plans were ruined. Now, she wonders where her husband is. He said he was only stepping out for some fresh air and still hasn't returned. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Gertrude has fallen asleep until she suddenly wakes up. Startled, she looks around, trying to recognize where she is. She checks to make sure she actually finished the Duchess's dress. Unable to entrust the task to anyone else, she made it entirely by herself and even transported it. It had been hard work. She finds it odd that Melchior hasn't shown up, and she has no idea what time it is. Gertrude stands up quickly, thinking the Duke must have gone elsewhere after seeing her asleep. The tent flap opens, and the sudden light stings her eyes. A peculiar figure enters. It's the Emperor, who asks if she is Gertrude. Upon her confirmation, Balthazar says he's heard much about her from his wife and asks if she is a seamstress. Only then does Gertrude realize who the man in front of her is. She bows, apologizing for not greeting him properly. With a gentle smile, the Emperor says that isn't what she should be apologizing for. After all, he's heard that his wife has had a rough time because of her. Immediately, she begins to apologize again, but that isn't why Balthazar is there. With a mere snap of his fingers, the Emperor splits the woman in two, intending to use her soul for a while. Back at the wedding, the ceremony continues. The two exchange their vows. At that moment, Rosaline feels her body grow heavy. It's not the dress, and she assumes it might be the heels being too high. Melchior whispers her name, trying to get her attention. The Duke takes her hand to place the ring on it, and thus declares that two bodies have become one. With that, the ceremony ends, but Rosaline's vision continues to blur. Dizzy, she stumbles backward. Her only fear is falling there and ruining the Duke's reputation. Melchior asks if she's all right. He doesn't even allow his beloved to fall. Before that can happen, he lifts her into his arms. Everyone looks on in awe, thinking his grace is quite the wild one. But Melchior ignores his wife's pleas to be put down and asks if she wants to show everyone her form. She refuses, fulfilling his wish to stay as she is. Melchior refuses to let her walk alone. He insists on carrying Rosaline all the way to the carriage. Before entering, she worries about not giving her farewells, but the Duke has already done so before leaving. He's entirely focused on his wife, convinced she's in pain, promising they'll return soon. But Rosaline feels no pain. Instead, her eyelids grow heavy, and so she loses consciousness. Rosaline wakes up in her bedroom. She opens her eyes as sunlight hits her face. Immediately, she wonders how long she's been asleep and whether the wedding ended well. A voice tells her to stay in bed a bit longer. Her vision is still blurry, so she can't clearly see who it is. But from the silver hair, she guesses it must be Damien. Except it's actually Carmen. She introduces herself as a gynecologist from the eastern region, and for some reason, the Duchess finds her familiar. Ah yes, Rosaline remembers Damien. Carmen says, "It happens that we share the same parents. I'm his older blood relative, or simply put, they're siblings." Rosaline asks the reason for her visit, and the doctor explains that Damien called her because the Duchess fainted the previous day. Carmen says she took the overnight train and arrived just now. That's how Rosaline learns she's been asleep for an entire day. This makes her worry something might be wrong with her health, but the doctor believes she simply needs rest, having overworked herself lately. Not to mention that she's been sleeping less to spend more time in the library, unaware of the harm that could cause. Carmen remarks that it's usually perfectly healthy people who end up dying unexpectedly. The doctor offers her a vial of medicine to help her rest. Rosaline thinks about how they left immediately after the wedding, not even getting the chance to properly greet the guests. Even so, she agrees to take the medicine. The effect is immediate. She can't even keep her eyes open. Now she understands why the doctor advised her to continue resting. Sometime later, Rosaline wakes up again. She's greeted by Deborah, who asks how she's feeling. Apparently, the Duchess has rested enough. The girl continues, saying that the doctor recommended Her Grace take more time to rest, and that Melchior left a message for Rosaline to follow Carmen's instructions. Rosaline notices the flowers her maid is arranging and asks who sent them. Deborah isn't sure. The butler only said to place them in the room. She assumes they were a gift from His Grace. Rosaline smiles at that and tells the girl she doesn't need anything else for now. She just wants to rest again. As soon as Deborah leaves, the Duchess relaxes. She regrets not seeing Julian again, hoping he wasn't offended by her absence. Her gaze drifts to the flowers she received as a gift. Rosaline can hardly imagine that clueless man sending flowers. She'd rather believe they came from someone else, perhaps as a birthday present. Still, there's a chance they came from Melchior. She picks up the bouquet of roses. Bringing one close, she inhales its scent. Suddenly, the petals begin to fall, turning a shade that resembles the sea. In an instant, Rosaline is no longer in her bedroom. A very familiar voice calls her name. She turns to find Julian there. Strangely, he tells her she shouldn't have pushed herself so hard. Rosaline quickly realizes she's still in her nightgown, making the boy think she came to see him despite being unwell. Julian's tone is sad as he says he was very worried about her. After all, it's been 2 months since they last met. This shocks the Duchess, since for her, only a few days have passed. She hesitantly asks if he's been waiting all this time, and he nods. Julian says he knew she wouldn't just disappear without saying goodbye. He admits he had a feeling she knew he was waiting and that she would definitely come see him, and Rosaline feels that trust is almost like a fervent prayer. To Rosaline, the time they've spent together feels too short for him to trust her so deeply, yet he shows such faith in someone he barely knows. The Duchess suggests that instead of training, they should just talk today. Ruffling his hair, she explains that she came in a rush and didn't prepare anything. Julian tells her there's no need to apologize for anything, as he takes off his blazer to place it over her shoulders. Rosaline smiles, thanking him for the gesture. However, Julian takes it far too seriously, saying they should go to a shop to buy her some clothes. Apparently, the Duchess doesn't have much of a choice but to follow him. Julian takes the lead as they look for a dress shop. Worried, Rosaline says she came so suddenly that she didn't bring any money, but the boy assures her he has enough. The Duchess doesn't want to take money from a boy, especially knowing that his family doesn't support him. So she considers selling her jewelry, but the only thing she has is her wedding ring. Something catches Rosaline's attention. A man on a stage calls for everyone to come closer, declaring that whoever can defeat the one-armed swordsman will earn 20 times their wager. Seeing an opportunity, Rosaline borrows a gold coin. She raises her hand to take a chance with the bald man. As she walks toward the stage, people whisper about the strange woman. The man asks her name. Rosaline knows nothing good would come from revealing her real name. Someone might remember her in the future. She thinks of a name no one has used yet, one that can't be traced back to her. So she says her name is Melchior. And honestly, this is starting to feel a lot like Dark. The man tells her to step onto the stage and choose her weapon. Julian, in the audience, shouts for her to be careful, but his mentor has no intention of getting hurt. Rosaline analyzes the area, realizing the stage is far too small to swing a long sword properly, and she'll only get a few chances to attack. In this case, there's only one option. People are shocked by her choice, even asking if she knows it's a combat sword. The bald man smirks, saying he's sure those frail arms couldn't possibly hold a real sword. He asks if she truly believes she stands a chance against him, if she's certain she wants to challenge him with that thing. His stare is intimidating, but Rosaline isn't fazed by it. She notes that with only one arm, he can't attack and defend at the same time, though she's not naive. He must be skilled to make such a risky bet. A long sword definitely isn't suited for fighting on such a cramped stage. However, instead of holding the weapon by the hilt, the bald man grips it by the blade. Rosaline knows she must consider every detail before fighting a stranger like this, and she doubts he's easy to deal with. No one would risk that much money otherwise. She realizes that this way he can use the hilt for defense, so she can't just aim at his side. That leaves her with only one choice. Rosaline makes a move that leaves the audience in shock, but soon they burst into laughter, asking if she even knows how to use a sword. Even young Julian looks worried about her decision. The referee, impatient, declares the fight begun. Rosaline faces a man twice her size and strength, with only the advantage of having an extra arm. She takes the first step forward, and even he's impressed. The bald man thinks they're making him fight a lunatic. His only plan is to knock her down and end it quickly. He tries a knockout strike, but Rosaline dodges it easily, using her agility and height to her advantage. It opens a perfect chance. She steps in and lands a hit on his chin, then kicks his sword away. Her boldness infuriates him. Now he doesn't care about holding back. He intends to hurt her for real. His punch slams into the wooden floor instead. The blade is already at his neck as Rosaline calmly says he dropped his sword. She tells him he shouldn't have underestimated her just because she didn't draw a dagger, and that apparently she's won. Then she asks if he agrees. The bald man raises his hand, admitting defeat. The crowd erupts in excitement at the outcome. Rosaline goes to claim her wager. After all, she was promised 20 times the reward. Trembling from his loss, the man nervously says he'll pay her 20 gold coins. Night falls, and Rosaline walks beside her student, now wearing her new dress. It's fortunate that the gold she won was enough to buy one, though the sleeves are very puffy and the fabric pattern is dark and old-fashioned. Nothing she can do about it, since that was the style 10 years ago. Looking around at everyone's clothing, she realizes this fashion is currently popular in the era she's in, even if it's outdated in her own time, which is technically the future. This way, she can blend in quite easily. Meanwhile, Julian has that same enchanted look as always and says she looks very beautiful. Embarrassed, Rosaline laughs softly while thanking him for the compliment. She isn't very used to things like that. After all, we should remember what her life was like before meeting the Duke. Rosaline notices she doesn't feel as tired as earlier, which makes her want to walk a little more. Thinking about it, not even in her own time did she have many chances to stroll through the capital. She's always been so busy working at the mansion that she never really got to see the city, and now she feels like she can finally breathe freely. As she walks through the capital, Rosaline notices something curious. At the end of a narrow alley, she spots a fortune teller's tent. It reminds her of her ex-fiancé, who was really interested in that kind of thing. Back then, she didn't care for superstitions and just thought it was a strange hobby. But now that all these bizarre things have been happening, getting a reading might not be such a bad idea. So, accompanied by Julian, she heads toward the tent. The boy comments that he didn't know she was interested in fortune-telling, but she admits it intrigues her a little. Inside the tent, a hooded figure greets them, saying they're a pair of lovers. That catches both completely off guard, and Rosaline immediately denies it. Her answer totally disappoints Julian, though she doesn't notice, because she's more focused on the fortune teller's next question, asking which of the two wants their fortune literally read. Although Rosaline finds the situation suspicious, she states clearly that she's the one who came for the reading. The fortune teller asks her to sit in the chair and, while moving their crystal ball, asks what the Duchess wishes to know. Rosaline doesn't put much faith in them anymore. After all, if they're truly a seer, shouldn't they already know what she wants to ask? She's not sure what to say. She considers asking something like, "I keep traveling through time and meeting my husband when he's just a boy. What does that mean?" But with Julian sitting right there, that definitely wouldn't be a good question. So instead, she simply says that lately she's been experiencing some strange things. Rosaline explains that it's been about a month and a half since it all started, and for 2 weeks before that, she'd been having strange dreams. Those dreams were really weird and repeated themselves constantly, but then they stopped. And since then, she had almost forgotten about them. The voice she kept hearing in those dreams sounded a lot like Julian's, but that was before she had actually met the boy. She asks if it's possible to hear the voice of someone you've never met in a dream. The fortune teller asks for more details about these strange things, but Rosaline says she can't talk about them. She says she just wants to understand why this is happening and how to make it stop. Hearing that, the fortune teller begins stirring the crystal ball again, ready to start the reading. They tell her right away that she's in a very difficult situation, that they can see her worries draining her strength. The fortune teller says she can't solve the problem alone and that she feels powerless before this great fate. Those words hit Rosaline like a blow. She stands up from the chair, saying she's heard enough and just wants to know how much she owes. Before she can leave, the fortune teller says there's one more thing. They say that it's not her, but the young knight beside her who must put an end to her troubles. Rosaline stops upon hearing that. After hearing all that, the boy points to himself, asking if it really depends on him for this to happen. The hooded man confirms it and adds that he's the only one who can rescue this lady from her suffering. But Rosaline steps in front of him, saying that what happened to her has nothing to do with Julian. Being more direct, she says the young gentleman will help him in the future, and that actually all his problems came about in the first place because of something that happened to this person. Suddenly, a sense of unease hits the protagonist as she realizes this is starting to get weird. Julian, with a weak voice and shaken by what he heard, asks if he'll get her in trouble, but the woman quickly denies it. With a smile, the hooded fortune teller says, "Of course you didn't mean to bother the lady. All of this happened as a result of your kindness." Rosaline quickly remembers that first day they met, when she ended up saving him from those nasty guys from his class. After that, Julian wanted to thank her personally because he's very polite, and she realizes maybe that changed their fates. After all, if it weren't for that small detail, there'd have been no way for their paths to cross. Then the fortune teller says that in the future, the young gentleman's wishes will cause more problems for her. Rosaline gets irritated by his words, slamming the table furiously, saying she doesn't believe any of it, and telling Julian not to listen to him either. She reassures the frightened boy that everything's fine, thinking about how this whole thing was a mistake and she should have come alone. She tells him not to worry about what this stranger says, that it's all superstition, since fortune telling is just something people do for fun. The girl smiles, saying these people usually say nice things, but this guy is just rude. Julian asks if that's really it, and with that face he makes, there's no way this polite, honest boy would ever cause her any trouble, so what he said is impossible. However, if that had been referring to Melchior, it wouldn't be entirely a lie, but she doesn't want to blame Julian for anything. Changing the subject, she says it's already late and they should keep walking and having a bit more fun, and the boy asks if she's sure if she shouldn't go back. With a smile, the girl Crimson assures him it's fine. Being with Julian is relaxing, and that's why she values their time together, so she'd like to enjoy this moment a little longer. After this little adventure, Rosaline is back in the present. Having spent more time in the past than expected, she thought it had only been 20 minutes there. Not having accomplished much with the fortune teller, at least she had fun. She'd never walked around the city with nothing planned before. Walking through the mansion, she notices someone in the reception room and worries they noticed her absence. Her plan is to change clothes to make it look like she just got up. Entering the room, she's surprised to find Melchior there. She makes up an excuse that she was still sleeping, which is why she didn't notice his arrival, and says he should have woken her, hoping that excuse sticks. Not to mention, she didn't notice any sign that anyone had come in. Melchior asks if she was really sleeping, and the girl confirms it, saying she wasn't feeling well. But her mask slips when the fiancé asks, "Where were you?" That makes her nervous, thinking he came in and saw her empty bed while she was out. She quickly comes up with an excuse that her back was hurting from lying in bed so long, so she went for a walk. The Archduke questions whether she did that without her bodyguard Nicholas, so Rosaline explains she wanted to be alone since she's safe inside the mansion. Melchior gets closer, questioning what she's saying. Rosaline doesn't know what to do, realizing the Archduke doesn't seem too happy with her. But she doesn't know how to explain things to him, just showing up and saying, "I traveled to the past and spent time with you as a boy." Would anyone believe something like that? What she didn't expect is that Melchior would come closer and rest his head on her shoulder. He says that if she wants to go outside, she should call him next time. Rosaline reminds him how busy he is, but for Melchior, nothing is more important than keeping her safe. The dark-haired man knew she wasn't in her room, and she asks why he waited for her, even knowing she might not come back. But this man had a feeling that if he waited, she'd come back. Looking at him like that, the protagonist realizes that even though they seem so different, they're really the same person. Rosaline gently holds his hand and apologizes, and adds, "But like you said, if you wait for me, I'll always come back." Melchior isn't insisting on an answer, and for now, that's the most she can say. But she thinks about the possibility of someday talking to him about Julian anyway. The Archduke trusts her. So 2 weeks pass, and Anais is there to find out if she's really moving to the east. Rosaline just thinks about how the girl still hasn't learned to announce when she's visiting, but she kindly answers that now that the wedding's happened, it's time to go to the Postenmeier estate. The princess, with tears in her eyes, says she could stay in the capital a while longer, and that most nobles leave someone in charge of their properties while spending most of their time there. Anais explains that this way they have easier access to the imperial palace and can see Her Majesty and her, leaving the protagonist surprised, since she thought the princess hated her, but the princess denies it. Rosaline asks if she really wants to spend time with someone who read her graduation thesis, and the answer is not really. Getting back to the topic, it's not like she can go back in time and say no that way. After all, it'd have been nice to have been spared, having witnessed the most embarrassing moment of her life. She can't force her to forget it. So in this case, Anais doesn't mind them being together. Either way, she's sad about her leaving, wishing at least to keep in touch. So Anais says goodbye. Rosaline realizes how the princess really is a difficult person, but it seems she managed to win her over. Once again, time passes, and the day of departure for the east arrives. Rosaline is at Bolton Station on the outskirts of the capital. She's impressed that the trains are bigger than she thought, having expected something like a carriage, just a bit wider. Her companions let her know they're going to get the tickets for the trip. Nicholas, her bodyguard, informs her that his Grace will leave on a later train after handling maintenance and handing things over to the staff. That saddens her since she thought they'd be going together. It's a bit disappointing to know Melchior won't be there on her first train trip. Hurried footsteps catch the attention of the two. Carmen is going to join them, having been instructed by his Grace to take very good care of Roseline since the trip will be quite long. For some reason, that makes her smile. They barely saw each other these past few days because they were so busy organizing the big move, so it's kind of the Archduke to think of her even while busy. Soon the girl thinks that if she had a bit more time, she'd definitely spend more of it with Julian. A few days earlier, they'd met up. Julian apologizes for arriving late to their meeting. He regrets that he should have hurried to get there. Roseline wanted to test whether she could go back to the past without being in the gardens or a park. At least in the forest it seems to work too, so she could use that in other places. Before she'd be taken to the past randomly, but now she can go and come back whenever she wants, which is already a big advantage. She still has no idea how she manages these trips, but this is still a huge step forward. Regardless of anything, this is really fascinating. Roseline just wonders how this sweet boy turned into such an intimidating man. Surely something more than puberty or a gradual change. Proof of that difference is Julian, worried that she might not be feeling well and forced herself to show up. Maybe the protagonist stared at him for too long, but either way, she answers that she didn't force herself to do anything and is perfectly healthy. However, she's there to say goodbye. Roseline says she's moving, so they won't be able to see each other for a while. The boy clenches his fists, trying to hold back his feelings. She tries to comfort him, asking him not to be sad since she's sure they'll meet again. From what she remembers, Melchior mentioned meeting that Roseline until she turned 18, so it probably means he'll be able to meet Julian once he reaches the capital. Julian asks if she can at least say where she's going. But unfortunately, not even that she can share, and this is their goodbye. Roseline has no idea what to do, having only come to say goodbye and now feels bad doing it. It's so hard to see him sad about her leaving, and it makes her want to stay longer. And that's what she does. Julian announces he wants to take her somewhere. The woman follows him through the city. They walk into a shop and are quickly welcomed. It's a tea shop. While they settle at a table, Julian explains he still has a bit of the prize money she gave him last time, so he saved it up so he could spend it only on her, and says she can order whatever she wants. For Roseline, it's a bit strange having a kid pay the bill, but since it's the money he won, and this is technically her future husband treating her to tea, it's fine. So the two spend some time having fun. The girl is snapped out of her thoughts hearing someone yelling about flowers. There's a boy at the station selling flowers. This little one doesn't look very healthy. Suddenly someone approaches him. It's Roseline, and with a big smile, she offers him flowers. They're pretty, but stacked the way they are, the ones on the bottom will get crushed, so as a result, he won't be able to sell much. She asks the price, but wants to buy the whole basket. That makes the boy's eyes light up. The boy doesn't look much older than her brother Alphonse, and yet he already has to work. Roseline wonders if her brother is doing okay. She wasn't able to keep him away from their mother for very long, so she left him with the woman at the capital mansion. When she thinks about how her family treated her, she doesn't have exactly fond memories, but that's not Alphonse's fault, since he told her what he heard because he was worried about her. It was probably shocking for him too, and even though they'd said goodbye, Roseline feels a bit more. Meanwhile, the boy asks 1 gold coin for the whole basket, and Carmen thinks that price is way too high. She explains that the average price of a single flower is 1 copper. Even adding up everything in the basket, it wouldn't be worth more than 3 silver coins. And she quickly says the only explanation is that this boy is taking advantage of her kindness and inflating the price. The boy, completely startled, tries to deny it. Roseline calms him down and asks to see his basket. He takes it out and does as asked. This draws the attention of passengers nearby. Roseline teaches him a better way to arrange the flowers, explaining that if he stacks them on top of each other, the ones at the bottom will wilt faster, and it's better to tie them into small bunches and keep them standing up. Even the basket itself can be part of the display. She says that done this way, it's worth a gold coin, and encourages him to try selling again. While handing him the coin, Roseline gives the tip that for today he could sort them by color, but assures him he'll soon figure out how to mix them. The deal was for the whole basket, but the Archduchess only takes 1 single flower. She says she only wants 1, and the rest of the money is for having listened to her. The boy thanks her for her kindness. Carmen points out that her Grace gave the money when actually he should have been the one paying for the lesson. Roseline explains she just wanted to make sure the boy could sell his flowers properly, and the doctor argues that teaching someone a skill for free lowers its value. The Archduchess has to remind her that this boy is selling flowers to make a living, so he'll learn quickly, and that kids like him share tips with each other, so once he teaches what he knows, other kids will come up with their own ideas and create even more valuable pieces, and everyone benefits from that. With that, Carmen concludes that she didn't teach the boy just out of pity, and it makes her think about how unique she is. When Damien talked about her, she pictured some irresponsible workaholic who never took care of her health. But she judged her wrong, and her Grace is simply someone who firmly believes in her principles. In the end, she says, I suppose that's the ideal outcome in theory. People who follow the rules are often called rigid and strict, but the doctor doesn't believe her Grace's methods are wrong. It makes her realize the world needs someone like her. Finally, they're on the train, and Deborah looks like a kid going to an amusement park for the first time. Meanwhile, Rosaline wants to know how long it'll take to get to the east, and it's not too long. Carmen explains this is an express train, so it only stops at 2 stations in the southeast, and they should arrive by nightfall. Rosaline asks Deborah if this is also her first time on a train, and excitedly the girl confirms it, and Rosaline surprises her by offering to take a look around the place. That offer makes the girl freak out because she shouldn't leave her side, after all, she's her personal maid. The Archduchess stands up, saying she plans to look around and asks if she wants to come along. Hearing this, Nicholas is already standing, ready to go with her, but the woman quickly says no, telling him to stay there since she's sure a moving train is perfectly safe. Even with the bodyguard insisting it's his duty, Rosaline is firm in her decision, saying it's no problem if it's just the 2 of them, and if he follows them, it might make things uncomfortable for other passengers, and as a knight of the Archduchy, he shouldn't make anyone uncomfortable. The guy tries to find an argument, but she assures him they won't go far. In the end, it's easy to convince him, so the girls go for a walk, with Deborah totally amazed by everything she sees ahead. They also stop for a small snack. Maybe it's because this is a new experience, but even the sky looks different to Rosaline. It's literally a breath of fresh air. Despite the strong wind, it's very refreshing, as if the landscape itself is being carried along. Even her personal maid comments on it, and Rosaline says it makes her feel a lot better. They keep walking between train cars, reaching 3rd class. Rosaline thinks she might be in everyone's way there, and suggests turning back, which Deborah agrees with, since there's not much more to see past that point. Ready to head back, the maid just needs a moment to fix her skirt, and at that moment, she ends up tripping. Someone else steps into 3rd class, apologizing for the accident. The person says he was in a hurry, which is why he didn't notice her standing at the door. Rosaline comes right over to check if her maid is okay. He asks the pink-haired girl if she's Lady Crimson Rose. Not knowing who this person is, the girl asks if he knows her. This stranger says he figured it was her and that it's been a while since he last saw her. Rosaline immediately recognizes Lord Syrapierce, her ex-fiancé. When she was younger, her father talked about candidates and said the most promising one was Count Syrapierce's son. At that time, the girl had just made her debut and tries to justify it was just a small banquet. But her father didn't care at all about that nonsense, saying the family is the most prestigious noble house in the south, and it's not like she's being sold off to some rich merchant or being made a second wife to some noble. He says he worked hard on this and shouldn't ruin it. The 2 of them met, and Bernhard was in no way a bad fiancé. He was totally caring. At the time, Rosaline had just entered high society and had no idea it was customary for a lady to ask to be called by her first name. And Bernhard could in no way ask permission to call her that himself, since it would be rude to do that with a lady he wasn't close to. The young man invited her to see the opera next time, claiming his family has the best box and he'd like to have her by his side. Rosaline thinks that if she weren't so prone to suppressing her feelings and putting up walls, she might have grown to like him. He was interested in the mysteries of the soul as well as divination, and that made them different kinds of people. But that isn't something that matters much in a relationship. The girl remembers enjoying the time they spent together when they went out for a night stroll. Bernhard showed her the bright light of the North Star, but Rosaline pointed out that it was actually Venus, the star that lights up first at dusk. Embarrassed, the Lord apologized for his mistake and she tried to reassure him. Maybe what she told him that night was the last straw. So Bernhard left her a letter saying goodbye, explaining he'd decided to study abroad in the Kingdom of Athium. After all, it's the best place to study astronomy, and he wished her good health until the day he returned. Athium is on the far south of the continent, which makes her think she'd hurt his ego. Because of the life she'd led, she was used to being judged and criticized constantly, and she believes that's not something Bernhard was used to. But instead of getting angry or showing his discomfort, or even blaming her, he preferred to go study. Maybe that was his way of ending things gently. After that, she thought she'd never see him again. Except now, Bernhard is standing right in front of her, smiling as he says he didn't expect to run into her like this, and that maybe it's fate. Gently, Rosaline asks about his studies, and finds out he still has 1 semester left to finish. Bernhard explains he's currently on break and came to visit his parents, which immediately strikes Rosaline as odd, since his family is from the south, and the train is heading east. Calling her Lady Crimson Rose, the young man offers to have her sit next to him for the trip. But Deborah quickly cuts that short, saying her Grace doesn't use that last name anymore. Rosaline tells him she got married, leaving her ex totally surprised, and he apologizes for the disrespect. Putting his hat back on, he says he needs to go because he has an urgent matter to deal with. But before letting him leave, Rosaline calls out to him, wanting to know what's so urgent and of course if she can help. Rosaline knows he's much too polite to open the car door in such a hurry, which makes her think something's wrong. Bernhard says he's looking for a child. He's traveling with his brother's family and his niece ran off, apparently wanting to explore the train a while ago, and now he's starting to get worried and decided to look for her. Losing a child in a place like this is quite dangerous. Aware of that, the Archduchess offers to help search and asks what the girl looks like, surprising him. She justifies it, saying the more people the better, and asks Deborah if she'll join in. Looking a bit nervous, Bernhard thanks her for the help. Knowing that all the train cars are connected and the front ones are reserved, there's only one place left the girl could be. While moving, Rosaline hands out assignments, sending Deborah to search the cargo car and her ex to the dining car. She'll search the engine, which is just past the seats, but Rosaline ends up in the middle of a mess. That car is packed and people are stressed, fighting over space. They're simply standing, and someone bringing a chair caused this whole uproar. The protagonist can't believe this car is meant for people. She even wonders if it's really possible to cross through so many people. And being polite certainly won't help. If she wanders around there looking for a child, she'd be asking for trouble. Rosaline doesn't believe the girl would have pushed through so many people to get to the engine, but even so, she can't just turn back without checking. She draws attention, getting all these furious looks, trying to push through this wall of bodies. Besides the shoving she causes, there are also angry guys yelling that there's not enough room. Rosaline reaches out her hand trying to get through, being so close, just wanting to check if the child is there. A rose appears, along with someone grabbing her arm. The Archduchess yanks it back sharply, thinking it's some idiot getting in her way, but whoever it is makes her face soften quickly. Turning around, she sees Julian there. With a small smile, the boy says that criminals hiding their identity sometimes take the unreserved car, so he thought it was dangerous for someone dressed like that to be there. But he didn't expect it to be her, so he asks why she's heading east. Rosaline searches for an answer, careful not to give away that she's a Postenmeier. Completely changing the subject, she asks the boy what he was doing there, and if he doesn't have a reserved seat. Julian says he'd need to reveal his full name if he wanted to reserve a seat, and traveling in any class other than first would hurt his reputation. A first-class ticket is very expensive, but he can't buy a third-class one either. In case people find out, that would be bad. And his family probably isn't supporting him financially yet. Knowing it'll take at least 10 hours to get east, Rosaline asks if it isn't a bit tiring to stay in this car, not to mention someone might pick a fight. Julian thinks the same, assuming the girl is seated there too, but she reveals her seat is actually further up front. The boy is surprised, saying he actually doesn't stay in the unreserved car. He reveals there's a hidden spot, and with that look, he asks her to promise not to tell the conductor. The two go to another part that Rosaline notices is wider than the other cars, making her want to know what it's for. Julian tells her they need to climb up. That startles her, knowing that being on the roof is way too dangerous. Climbing the ladder, the young man explains it's not the roof, but more like a second floor. That leaves the protagonist a bit more at ease. After opening the hatch, he offers his hand, inviting her to see the place. Julian climbs up first, followed by Rosaline. The place is a space between the top of the train and the ceiling, bigger than she expected. When asked, Julian answers he found this place while exploring the train when he was younger. And the Postenmeier teases, asking, "Younger than you are now?" Explaining further, back then the unreserved car was too crowded to stay in, and walking around he noticed a ladder. That's how he discovered this space was big enough for him, so he started coming here often. Julian says the other kids must have had the same idea, because sometimes he'd run into some of them. And he makes a shocking reveal. But the further in you go, the narrower it gets. And if you get stuck, no one can hear your voice because of the train noise. You have to be very careful. That makes Rosaline immediately think of Bernhard's niece, imagining that if the girl is stuck, she must be really scared. So she apologizes to Julian, saying she needs to go. Julian gets it completely wrong and says the place really is uncomfortable for her. Then the Archduchess says that's not it, and that she's very happy to have run into him, but she's in a bit of a hurry, while he says he hopes he hasn't taken up too much of her time. Before leaving, Rosaline asks that next time he take a first-class ride, and before the boy can protest, she says if he doesn't have the money, he should make his family pay for it. That he should demand they pay for his tickets, since as a member of a noble family, he has a right to their protection. And she says if the family has any honor at all, they won't refuse that. Rosaline musses his hair, telling him to keep his head up, that he has every right to the family's wealth. Finally, she gives him that smile he'll remember forever one day. The Archduchess just thinks about how the boy would react if he knew just how rich the Postenmeier family is. He'd know a few train tickets or nothing. She soon says goodbye, and as she climbs down the ladder, she starts practicing. A flower begins to appear, aware that if she thinks hard enough about coming back to the present, so the light envelops her. Opening her eyes, Rosaline climbs up to that little space. The first sign that a child was there is the dust kicked up. Rosaline calls out for Herta. She gets no answer, but the train's so loud she can't hear anything anyway. With no other option, the woman has to squeeze through, feeling like the space has gotten smaller, making it harder to move, and the noise is maddening. Not to mention it's too dark to see anything, especially if a child is stuck. But it doesn't take long before she notices something. Herta is there, as expected. The girl is crying, very scared, and Rosaline tries to calm her down, asking her to come closer, but it's too dark for her. Rosaline manages to reach the girl's foot, startling her. At least the two have found each other. The Archduchess asks her to follow this way, promising to take her to her parents. The girl soon runs into her arms, and all that's left is to get out of there. Herta is still very scared, and she tries to calm her down, saying she knows where the exit is. Suddenly, the train starts shaking, and everything rattles as a result. As a consequence, Rosaline and the girl get thrown down, with the woman having used her body to protect the girl, taking the bigger impact. Herta is even more scared, desperately begging her rescuer not to die. Even though she's very weak, Rosaline answers that won't happen, and her concern is whether the child is okay. At least they're near the exit. Then Herta offers to go find help. That worries Rosaline, hoping she'll be okay. Not to mention, there's not much she herself can do, since the impact hurts so much she can't even move. She'll have to ask Carmen to take a look at her later. Sometime later, the girl comes back with her uncle. After helping her, Bernhard thanks her for what she did for his niece. He asks if she's hurt and notices her worn-out clothes. Knowing that if the young man finds out she's injured, he'll insist on repaying her somehow. She just says she's fine. But Herta is the one who tells the truth. The girl says there was a loud noise and that Rosaline screamed and her eyes were tearing up. Hearing this, Lord Sirapierce suggests a doctor take a look at her, and since his brother-in-law is one, he'll bring him to see her. Rosaline insists it's not necessary because she's fine, and asks if he shouldn't be taking his niece back to her parents. Except Bernhard doesn't want to just walk away like that, feeling in debt to her. Suddenly, the two are surprised when a rough voice says, "She said no, Melchior is there." And he wraps his arm around his wife's waist, possessively. Let's go to the Imperial Palace a few hours before that. Balthazar laments the fact that the Archduke is leaving, wishing he could stay by his side longer. Melchior explains it'll be more useful to His Majesty for him to return east and govern his territory than to stay in the capital. The platinum-haired man counters, saying he could leave that task to his vassals. After all, there's not much to do, and he has a question to ask. Balthazar asks if he likes wearing men's clothing, which is a pretty strange question to ask, and leaves the dark-haired man confused. The Emperor assures him it's nothing serious, just curiosity. After that, he says, how nice it would be to be young again, though some wish for eternal life to avoid death. That's foolish. He continues, if you can't prolong youth, living a long life is pointless if someone is riddled with illness and frailty. Simply prolonging a precarious existence is useless. Balthasar says that's why one should seize every chance to love someone, since that's what moves people. That makes Melchior think that if he'd known the Emperor would waste his time with such pointless nonsense, he could have gone east without saying goodbye and just sent a letter. And now this child has definitely said his Rosaline is hurt. He's outraged that something like that happened right under his watch. Not knowing who he is, Bernhard asks who this is. And with a superior look, the Archduke says, if you don't recognize me, you should stay ignorant. Don't worry about Rosaline either. Lord Sirapierce quickly realizes this is his ex-fiancé's husband and apologizes for everything, explaining that Rosaline found his niece, so he's trying to repay her. Melchior says that if there's anything to apologize for, he'd rather they just be left alone, and Rosaline quickly scolds him for being rude. She apologizes and says that with her husband there, she should leave, and Lord Bernhard understands and wishes them a safe trip. If it depends on Melchior, it'll definitely be very safe, and he proves it by carrying her. The woman asks him to wait, definitely not wanting to make a scene. But he doesn't listen to her, simply marching outside carrying her like it's nothing. Rosaline begs him to put her down, but his argument is that this way will be faster. A lot goes through the Archduchess's mind. After all, in a short time, she never imagined she'd run into Bernhard like this. Then Melchior boarded at the station they'd just stopped at, though it doesn't quite make sense that he got there so fast. Speaking of the young man, he feels her trembling in his arms, trying to hide how much pain she's in. Rosaline denies it, but complains about her dirty clothes instead. Melchior reminds her he has spare clothes for her to change into, and is relieved to have a doctor with them, which is the only thing he cares about right now. Her attendants are horrified by the state she's in when she returns. Carmen is the first to run over, wanting to know what happened and to check on the girl. Rosaline explains she went looking for a child, and one thing led to another. With a small laugh, she says she'll probably have to change clothes. The doctor is right when she says that doesn't matter and asks her to lie down immediately, and Rosaline's mind is just like, I'm covered in dust and you want me to lie down. At least she hopes it's not bad. Then Carmen surprises her by simply cutting off her dress, and explains to the desperate girl that if any bones are broken, trying to take the clothes off could hurt her even more. Rosaline mourns the loss since it's brand new, and even regrets having spent the money. Meanwhile, the doctor goes over the issues she has, like the muscles in her back being a bit tense from the impact, but the arm was badly injured, which will at minimum cause nerve damage and possibly some fractures too. Once again, the Archduchess says she's fine, but faces the doctor's voice telling her not to say that anymore. Carmen says she has a tendency to neglect her own health and makes it clear that if she's in pain or exhausted, she needs to say so. And she gives her a lesson, acknowledging how you feel isn't complaining, and asks, if you don't stand up for your body, who will? Rosaline is impressed by how much the woman really resembles her brother, being just as blunt, saying exactly what Damien once said. Realizing the woman genuinely cares about her health even though she barely knows her, she still thinks she's making it sound like she's seriously hurt or something. All Carmen can do right now is immobilize her injured arm and ask her to rest. Melchior, watching all this, asks if everything's okay. Carmen says if she leaves the woman alone, it'll definitely make her injuries worse, and asks him to keep an eye on her. Now that things are sorted out, Rosaline asks her husband how he got there. Melchior doesn't understand the question, since he clearly came by train, and still confused the Archduchess, asks if there's a direct line from Corn to Chelion, not to mention he left from Bolton Station. All the dark-haired man answers is, "I made one just now," leaving her even more confused. He says that if they hadn't been separated, he wouldn't have been able to see her until they reached the east. Rosaline can only think, is he saying he made a non-Gistlatient train route appear instantly just so he could get here? She also thinks it's not like they had anything to do on the train, nor did it seem like some time ago she'd wanted his company on her first train ride. Melchior scolds her, asking her to stop putting herself in danger, and she fires back saying, "Wasn't it you who said I can do whatever I want?" He answers, "I meant freely using the family's wealth or authority, not that you should do things that could put you in danger." Rosaline defends herself. "I agreed to help look for the child, so what else was I supposed to do? Besides, asking a train employee to look for her would have taken way longer." Except Melchior really didn't like that, and even questions why she agreed to help that man, given that he was the one responsible for losing the girl in the first place. And that's how an argument starts, with the Archduchess firing back that she couldn't ignore it, and he asks in return if she plans to help with every missing child case in the world. Rosaline says this is different, but for him it isn't, since he believes this is a complete stranger. Then comes the reveal. He's not a stranger. Rosaline says she owes a great deal to Lord Syrapierce, so she wanted to repay the debt, which makes the Archduke question what that's about. She tells him what her ex-fiancé was like, and how he helped her family when they were in financial trouble, and that ending the engagement almost immediately was her fault. Rosaline says she heard he went to study abroad and now returned to the country because he's on vacation. Melchior, who isn't liking this conversation one bit, remembers that the Syrapierce estate is in the south, and questions why he's on a train heading east. He gets the same answer she heard, that it's a family trip, but either way, the Archduke advises her not to associate with the guy. The reason for that is that Bernhard made her uncomfortable with his wife saying she was fine and him still insisting so much. And then the last straw is when Rosaline defends him, saying he was just being a gentleman, and Melchior questions, "And I'm not?" Rosaline thinks her husband is being childish, so she asks why he hates Bernhard so much. Melchior quickly answers that the problem is they were engaged. He doesn't say it, but he knows Lord Syrapierce still has feelings for his wife, and it haunts him that Rosaline might decide to stay with him. The Archduke shouts that he was worried. The argument is interrupted by an announcement that they've arrived at some station. Melchior orders her to rest a bit and try to sleep even if she doesn't feel like it. He pushes her back into bed and turns his back, leaving Rosaline upset about his habit of always cutting off the conversation whenever he wants. The Archduchess lets out a sigh, this time not caring about it. Either way, she ends up falling asleep. Meanwhile, Melchior keeps watch over her sleep, wondering if the medicine finally worked since she fell asleep so quickly. He thinks about how he has no idea how Rosaline knew about that passage, but he can't believe she got hurt trying to rescue a child. That's why he thinks that if he hadn't forced his way there, he wouldn't have been able to be at her side like this, so he's happy he gets to sit beside her. Still, he can't hold back his anger at that bastard who should have asked his family for help looking for his niece, having dared to make Rosaline suffer so much and letting her get hurt. His wish is to rip that guy's soul from his body, but he knows that would upset his wife, who's still uncomfortable around him. Melchior doesn't want Rosaline to hate him, but like Heinz said, nothing will be resolved if he keeps avoiding it. So he thinks that if he stays by her side like this and they keep talking, he's sure she'll open up someday. Rosaline wakes up to the announcement that they've finally arrived at their final destination, and she's surprised to find Melchior still there, asking how she's feeling. This time she doesn't lie, and admits she feels bad and that it's hard to move her arm. The pain in her back she can handle better. Melchior takes that to mean she can't walk. Heinz is waiting for them. The blonde immediately panics, seeing the injured woman, and she tries to reassure him, saying it's nothing serious. Carmen shows up right behind, saying it'll be uncomfortable for her to ride in a carriage because of her back injuries, and asks him to prepare a bigger one so they can lay her down. At that moment, Rosaline can only think about how dense Melchior is, and probably doesn't even realize how embarrassing this is for her. Suddenly, resting her head on his chest, she feels his heart beating, which surprises her. Melchior seemed cold as ice when she first saw him, but up close he's more like a blue flame. After that, a few days pass with them at the main Postenmeyer mansion. Deborah comes bringing the morning medicine. With her arm now properly bandaged, Rosaline thanks her for it. At that moment, the pink-haired girl thinks that besides the girl, she hasn't seen any of the servants from the capital there, and figures it's because this mansion is bigger. Or maybe it's because she hasn't really left her room, since after hurting her arm, Carmen has been very strict. If things had gone as planned, she'd have checked the state of the castle as soon as she arrived and invited the vassal family, heads to greet them. That reminds her she'll have to start working if she wants to pay off her debt to Melchior. And even though she's recovered, she can't understand why everything keeps getting delayed. After a few knocks on the door, Hugo enters the room. He says he has something to report about the servants' work schedules. Since they hired more people due to their arrival, Rosaline believes they need to readjust everyone's schedules. The butler starts his speech, explaining that the staff who've always worked there are used to everyone working at the same time. That makes sense, since the ones at the Capitol Mansion were also against her new schedule, so Rosaline asks if they're refusing to work in shifts, but Hugo assures her they wouldn't dare say that. The Archduchess says that their location may have changed from the capital to the countryside, but she still thinks it's inappropriate for there to be moments when no one's around. Remember the mess everything used to be? Before Hugo leaves with that order, Rosaline asks him to bring her a map of the castle and to note how many castle servants are on duty in each spot. As lady of the house, she thinks it shouldn't be a problem to use her position to make the staff obey. However, giving orders to them is easy, but convincing them of why it's necessary can be hard. That's why, given how odd Hugo finds the request, Rosaline explains she's going to readjust everything. And more confidently, she says she'll try to convince everyone. So all the staff are gathered. Nervously, they whisper among themselves, wondering what's happening. Apparently, since the lady ordered that every servant with complaints be called in. Meanwhile, Rosaline comments she doesn't recognize any of them, even asking if they only work there at the main estate, getting a yes from the butler. There are about 20 people there. Since that number has gone down, she thinks it's because some don't want to go against the lady of the house. But before things get to that point, Hugo brings the map as requested. She notices something she'd overlooked. Rosaline says it's about the servants' trust. After all, showing up with a schedule without ever having met any of them personally can make it hard for them to accept her. With that, she asks him to gather everyone. And so they arrive at this moment where a good chunk of the staff don't look happy at all. But Rosaline is ready to begin with this. She's going to explain the details of the shift schedule as well as its efficiency. The woman says, all of you are Postenmeyer household staff and have worked the way you believe is best. To change that will take enough time and a detailed explanation. So Rosaline assures them her job as their employer is to do that until everyone is convinced. Time passes, and now she wraps everything up with the order of the 3 shifts and where each person should work. After that, she opens the floor for everyone's opinions. At first, everyone looks scared, until one of the staff raises his hand just to say the schedule doesn't seem effective at all. Rosaline asks him to suggest a better alternative, and she says effective and ineffective are pretty relative terms, and asks, aren't you saying you can think of a better way? That makes the man flinch, since his plan was to just pick anything and drag it out, so all that's left to say is that he prefers the old way. Rosaline asks if that means he has a solution for the 90 minutes each day when no one's on duty. Since he says nothing, the Archduchess continues, you haven't thought of a solution and you're still insisting on keeping things as they are. Rosaline says she understands the man's offering his own time voluntarily to cover for others, and of course that startles him. After all, who wants to work while everyone else rests? She says if he has a better alternative, she'll implement it without hesitation, and finally warns that whoever agrees with the new schedule can leave. Another employee raises her hand, asking if the lady really intends to repeat this process over and over until everyone's convinced. And to her surprise, the Archduchess confirms it, saying she has to convince each one of them. All of this took about 4 hours, and the staff left whispering about how scary the lady of the house is, and that they plan to agree to everything. Someone calls out to Rosaline. It's Carmen standing there. The pink-haired girl walks over to her, already apologizing since the deal was that she'd rest, but the doctor asks her to stop apologizing since there might be staff at the end of the hallway who could overhear them. Rosaline quickly understands the woman doesn't want to nag her in front of them because she's worried about her reputation. The Archduchess thanks her for that, and the response is, it's not for you, it's for my own sake. With that, she still thinks it's worth it, but she doesn't even get to finish talking, because Melchior appears there, arms simply crossed. And of course, he's not happy at all that she's doing everything she shouldn't be, and the woman explains she was just explaining things to the staff. After all, she changed their work schedule, and the employees who only work there needed to understand why. Rosaline is surprised to find out Melchior knows about her scheduling system and even compliments it. The dark-haired man asks why she thought he wouldn't know that. Rosaline takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm since her husband just talks like that, and she gets that it's not on purpose. So she answers that since he never mentioned it, she thought he didn't know. Melchior says, I told you to do whatever you wanted. You don't need my opinion. That surprises her because she thought her husband was ignoring what she did because he wasn't interested. At that moment, she's surprised by Carmen sneaking up and saying, you can talk all you want, but you need to take your medicine first. Rosaline quickly says she's fine, but the doctor denies that, saying she needs to take it, even threatening to pour it right in her mouth. However, someone offers to do it for her instead. Melchior takes it and asks if he should use a spoon to give it to her. That obviously surprises her, and she says she can do it herself, but her husband is not one to let an idea go. So he sits down beside her, leaving the girls in the room stunned. Needless to say, the protagonist is embarrassed. After all, she's not a child and doesn't want to be fed by hand, and definitely doesn't want them seeing it either. But Melchior just says, open your mouth. Embarrassed, she resists a little, but soon opens up, taking her medicine. Besides the awful taste she can't even describe, she finds her husband so stubborn and can't understand why he'd do this. Her torture isn't even over, since there's still more to take. To ease the humiliation, Rosaline asks everyone else to leave the room. The girls hurry out, leaving the couple behind. Rosaline sighs, asking what they wanted, getting her husband's answer that they want her to take her medicine and recover. But honestly, the girl thinks he's the only one who cares about that right now. The Archduke keeps at it. She stops him halfway, saying she can do it herself, but he makes it clear he wants to keep going, telling her not to be stubborn, and maybe the two of them are being that right now. But that's the problem, because he keeps treating her like a spoiled little girl even though he's the stubborn one. With a sigh, Rosaline asks if he really wants to feed her that badly, and all Melchior wants is to see her do it. For the protagonist, this man is a total pervert. That's how Rosaline finishes her medicine. And it was the worst thing for her, not even a piece of candy helped with that awful taste. Taking advantage of it just being the two of them, the woman asks if the meeting with the vassal families was postponed because of her and wants to know when it'll happen. Melchior intends to decide that once his wife recovers, but Rosaline assures him she's already better and can attend the meeting. But of course, the dark-haired man won't agree. Right now, orders take priority over everything. Rosaline questions whether it's not just greeting everyone and having a meal. It's not like she'll be dueling each of them. However, for the Archduke, it's not as simple as it sounds, and he says, unless you want to leave it all to me, which would be great. Taking the moment, the protagonist asks if the vassal families hate him, since the Crimson Roses have very little influence, and they couldn't even hold a funeral for her father because he was accused of being a criminal. Melchior says she doesn't need to worry about that, since he'll deal with anyone who thinks that way. That puts the woman on alert, and he doesn't mind at all saying he'd take those guys' heads off that easily. Immediately, Rosaline scolds him for saying such things, that he can't just get rid of his allies like that, since it'll just get him into more trouble. When the Postenmeier family picks its successors, the 7 vassal families create a test together and make sure no record of it is left, and whoever's in charge of overseeing it keeps it secret. Melchior managed to pass that rigorous test as well as earn their loyalty, but unlike her husband, who earned his position, Rosaline did nothing to become his wife. Besides that, there's the fact that the family heads have introduced the Archduke to many qualified women, and they must surely be disappointed with her. So Rosaline surprises him by asking what she can do to earn their respect. Melchior asks if that's really necessary for her. Then he goes quiet, thinking it over. The protagonist wonders if there's something as difficult or dangerous as the successor's test. Melchior says intimidate them? And Rosaline just thinks he really didn't need to pause for such a silly answer. Either way, the young man assures her there's no need to rush for this meeting and that she can take whatever time she needs to think about what to do. In the end, Rosaline ends up accepting that, and Melchior asks if there's anything else she'd like to do, which confuses her since she still can't go out, so the most she can do is read, and she asks why he came to see her, making him question if he can't do that. Rosaline quickly corrects herself, saying he can, but she knows he was busy, since he went back to the main estate and surely has a lot to take care of that he couldn't handle from the capital. The Archduke gets a bit scarily close and asks, what's the point of all that work when my wife is bedridden? Rosaline tries to hide her blush and warns him that it'll be harder on him if the work piles up. She thinks that her husband even knows how to use lines like that, so it's embarrassing to see him say it with total sincerity. The protagonist asks what kind of test he had to pass to become successor. Since there are no records of it, it seems to catch him off guard and his memory of that time is hazy. And apparently the Archduke started working as head of the family with no memory. That just leaves Rosaline curious to know what happened when he was 18, but he really doesn't know and doesn't recall being hurt or anything like that. But when he regained consciousness, several years had passed, and only fragments of memory remained. Luckily, Melchior still remembered everything he'd learned at the academy, and any information he needed to work as head of the family, and his body remembered all his physical training. Curious, Rosaline asks if he tried to recover his memory or even ask someone who knew him back then. But Melchior knows that if he'd done that, people would have taken advantage of him if they found out about the problem. The protagonist asks if that was his first thought, even without his memories, and that's why he was even more desperate to keep everything quiet. It would have gone very badly if he'd lost everything he has. Rosaline understands that must have been hard, and she's sure her husband had no relative who supported him, and clearly no one helped him either. You could tell from the fact he didn't even have a first-class ticket on the train. With that, she asks if he only has memories of Rosaline up until age 18, and the Archduke confirms it. So Rosaline apologizes for that, leaving him confused. The reason is because Rosaline was the only person he remembered, and she understands he must have needed her more than anyone during that difficult time, and secretly regrets not having stayed by Julian's side longer. But the mood shifts when Melchior says don't mention Rosaline anymore. He doesn't want to talk about that woman when he's with her. With that, the dark-haired man ends the conversation, telling her to rest and letting her know he's going back to work. And he leaves just like that, even with Rosaline calling after him. After a while, Carmen finally brings the good news that she can finally go out. Deborah quickly says she needs someone to go with her, but Rosaline dismisses that, saying she'll stay inside the castle walls anyway. Not to mention the place is full of people hired by the Postenmeiers, so she doesn't even need Nicholas as a bodyguard. Not to mention it's been so long since she felt free. Since that day, she hasn't been able to see Melchior even for a moment, even though she'd feel better right now. but at least the sunlight is amazing. The place is like a fortress, and she's heard that some vassal families also live outside the castle walls, and between the exterior and the castle proper is where the collateral branch of the family lives. That makes her think that's possibly where Julian used to live. Not to mention the boy was on the train heading east the last time she saw him, so she hopes he arrived safely, though she's curious whether his relatives are treating him well. She regrets not having asked Melchior more about whether he remembers anything else. Rosalind bets she'll see him after taking a walk through the gardens. While walking through the vast place, something catches her attention. There's a boy over there who makes her hopeful it's Julian. She calls out his name. Julian looks around as if searching for something and asks what brings her there. Rosalind almost says she lives there, but quickly corrects herself and says she has things to do. The Archduchess asks if he was out for a walk, and he says it's been a long time, and the boy answers a bit awkwardly. The protagonist can't understand why the boy is avoiding her, not to mention how strange he's standing. Julian simply turns away, saying he has to go somewhere else. But before he can leave, the woman grabs him. Rosalind holds him there and asks him to look at her, and when the boy does, she can see his bruised face. Worried, the woman asks who did this, but he denies it, claiming he just tripped and fell. It's very obvious he's lying, even though it's so clear someone hit him, and if he's doing this, it can only be because he doesn't want her to worry, or because he's too proud to admit it. If this were the Julian she knew, she'd think he was the one from before, but that day he seems so different. Once again, Rosalind asks him to look at her. The Archduchess says there's a big handprint on his cheek, meaning it must have been an adult, not someone his own age. She reasons that if the boy's there, he must have come through the outer corridor and there are probably guards. Immediately, Julian asks her to stop, confessing right after that he's staying at the Santra family mansion, and that he came because he found a secret passage, so he's been coming here since then to be alone. From what Rosalind remembers, there really is a path around there. And from what she remembers of the Santra family, she's heard they were the last to join the Postenmeyers, but gradually increased their influence by supporting the collateral branch members, which makes her wonder if that means Julian attends the academy with their support. With that, Rosalind asks if anyone from that family hurt him. Julian denies it, saying it was his brother, which is odd since as far as she remembers, Melchior has no siblings. The boy clarifies that it's actually his cousin, who's going to be in a high-ranking position, so he can't make him look bad. Rosalind thinks this must be the Santre family's candidate for the next Postenmeyer family head. Julian says he was punished for not helping the family because he's been staying in the academy dorms doing nothing, which Rosalind doesn't understand the meaning of. He was supposed to make all his successes at the academy look like they were his cousins, but he failed at that and ended up getting punished. Julian says he became arrogant, since he should have remembered they're the reason he was able to attend the academy. Rosalind won't let that slide, shouting that it makes no sense at all, since it's his right and they can't use it as a form of threat. These people neglect him when he needs them most and use him like a tool whenever they want, even making him feel responsible. The protagonist's life has been like that too, when she stopped learning to be the successor and was sent to the academy. And when her father passed away, and even when her engagement was broken off, she was told the same thing, if only you'd done better, and she simply didn't want to live carrying that weight of responsibility. Rosalind says he's being treated unfairly, that he still hasn't realized it, but if he thinks about it, he'll realize it's not normal that he has no one to listen to what he thinks. She says any family member has the right to be protected, and that's a Postenmeyer principle, but her motivational speech comes to an end when Julian asks if she's talking about her own family, since he's never told her that before, and it was a big slip. Rosalind says the Santre estate is far from there. If he were just a student they sponsored, he wouldn't have been invited there. She says, I thought since you came here to cry, you must be a Postenmeyer, someone already familiar with the place, and the boy denies that he was crying. Julian says he was trying to hide it, but she always seems to notice what's going on. The boy asks what she's doing there, and the protagonist tells him she's there with her husband and that they'll be staying for a while. He casts a sad look at the ring on her finger, and it might seem strange for a married woman to walk around without anyone watching over her, so the woman says her husband doesn't mind her walking around like that. However, that makes Julian say that if her husband treats her that way, he's not a good man. Then he says he needs to go back. Julian shouldn't stay out there long. He needs to be ready to receive his cousin before he returns. Rosalind thinks they're not even brothers, and yet they're making Julian bow to this boy just because he's a candidate for successor, a young man who uses violence to dominate his younger cousin who doesn't even pose a threat. The Archduchess tells him that next time he shouldn't accept any of that and should fight back instead, and the boy quickly says he doesn't have that right. But the pink-haired girl reminds him that he's also a Postenmeyer, so he also has the right to be a successor candidate. Julian says it's not that easy to become the next head of the family. Rosalind says he just needs to pass a test to prove his competence and become a candidate, and assures him he's capable of that. The boy asks if she really thinks he's capable of that, and she assures him he is. Rosalind says he should become the head of the family. With a big smile, she says, I'll make it happen. Meanwhile, Melchior and Heinz talk about jealousy, and the Archduke can't believe that's true. The blonde asks him to think about how his wife would feel if he kept searching for another woman, and asks if the two of them knew each other as children, and he never managed to forget her. Melchior admits he never actually looked for Rosalind after his wife arrived, and it's been a long time since he stopped searching. Heinz asks if he told Rosaline that, which is obviously no. The blonde is honest, saying that sometimes he makes things worse by saying something unnecessary, but sometimes it ends up causing a misunderstanding by not saying anything at all. Continuing, he says he admires him for being faithful to his principles and everything, but it's in moments like these that he feels bad for Rosaline. Melchior told his wife he'd focus on her instead of Rosaline, so he doesn't understand why the girl's still worried about it. If Rosaline asked him to only look at her for the rest of his life, he'd do it gladly, and he'll do whatever it takes, no matter how long it takes, to prove his loyalty. But what will he do if she's already lost her trust in him? Melchior doesn't remember every moment he had with Rosaline. Part of his memory is gone, and he only has glimpses of some of the others. He also has no idea how they parted ways, and it makes him wonder if he should get some kind of hypnosis treatment to forget her completely. At that moment, Rosaline appears. The man looks up, surprised by her sudden appearance. She's direct, asking if the Santre family sponsored him in the past, which the young man confirms. But the next question is shocking: is he dead? To be more specific, Rosaline is referring to the other successor candidate. Melchior explains he read somewhere that he left the castle and sought asylum abroad, so he's very likely alive. He notices a strange tension coming from her. Rosaline asks if, since he only read about it, it means he doesn't remember what happened, which is correct. The Archduke is curious to know why she's asking, and whether it's because the cousin did something to her or maybe interfered in her business. Rosaline holds his face, making him look at her, and asks, "Why did you let him hurt you?" As Rosaline caresses him, Melchior has the look of that little boy he used to be. Heinz, who's there, tries not to get involved in this intimate moment, totally embarrassed, so the protagonist forgets he even exists and apologizes to her husband for bringing this up like that, but says there's something she needed to tell him as soon as possible. So she asks him to set a date for the meeting with the vassal families, in about 3 weeks. She understands this will interrupt his business at the moment, but she needed to tell him as soon as possible, and with that she ends the topic, wishing him good work. That way, the Archduchess leaves the room, leaving the young men completely stunned, especially her husband dumbfounded. Heinz asks if everything's okay. Meanwhile, Rosaline asks to have some dress designers from this region sent to her. The blonde asks if she has anyone specific in mind, but the protagonist denies it. After all, that's exactly why she wants to see some. Understanding that, the girl plans to request some specialized dress designers, but wants to know how many she should ask for, and is surprised to get the answer that it should be all of them. Rosaline explains they don't need to be professionals as long as they have skill, no matter the field. So the next day arrives, and her request is fulfilled. The girl asks if any of the dresses caught her eye. Then she surprises everyone by pointing at one woman. Her dress isn't particularly unique, but the embroidery is amazing. All the other girls congratulate Natalie for being chosen. The girl thanks her grace for it and asks if there's a dress from the catalog she'd like to order. That's when Rosaline surprises her, saying she doesn't need a design right now, since that's not what she's looking for. She has the strange intention of buying Natalie. Rosaline asks if she works for a boutique, getting a yes and an explanation that she has a mandatory 10-year contract, meaning if she wants to do what Rosaline's asking, she'd have to pay a penalty. Which doesn't worry the pink-haired woman at all, because she'll pay whatever is necessary. The Archduchess is going to buy both the boutique and all its staff too. After that's settled, they talk more, and Natalie finds out the Archduchess already has a design in mind. Rosaline hands her a paper with an emblem she drew. Having this specific concept in mind, Natalie is surprised by the design, which only needs a few finishing touches, and understands that's why she was chosen because of her embroidery. But she's worried it's so different from the elegant image everyone in the East is going for, making her wonder if it'll be appropriate, so she dares to ask if she can make a comment. She says this kind of dress will be so eye-catching, it'd be hard to make it look elegant, even with such complex embroidery. That's when Rosaline surprises her, saying that's exactly what she wants. She doesn't want to look like an elegant noble. What she really wants is to look like the most powerful person in the room. Soon 3 weeks pass and the vassal families arrive in their carriages. Patriarchs and matriarchs of the 7 families gather like vultures, watching everything, already aware that the new Archduchess is a fragile person, judging by how this meeting was postponed. Santre comments that if just the train trip east was so hard, he wonders if she'll even be able to have a child. They all enter the mansion. They're greeted by a voice saying, "Thank you all for attending this meeting of the 7 vassal family leaders." It's Rosaline, introducing herself while standing beside her husband. Melchior gives a serious look, noticing something and says, "The family heads don't seem to be greeting the Archduchess." Right after that, Ursula of House Uthorn of Courage introduces herself, followed by Lambert of House Laban of Intellect, and the others do the same one after another. So these are all the people the protagonist needs to convince at the meeting, and according to the information she got about them, which included a lot of inventions, after thanking them for the introductions, she lets them sit. She informs them they've prepared a nice meal, so they can eat during the meeting, and one of the heads takes the chance to say he found the refreshments quite extravagant. That's when they get startled, hearing it's announced this meeting will take a long time. The vassals assumed she'd prepared this lavish party by mistake, and everyone thought she was a naive fool, but the woman had considered the fact that they'd have many questions to ask. The mustached man says, to be frank, they had a lot of doubts before coming. After all, they'd heard the Archduchess was bedridden as soon as she arrived, and were worried she might be too frail, but seeing her in person eased everyone's concerns. It's obvious they're trying to intimidate her, but Rosaline holds it together and says she didn't realize he was so worried about her well-being, and since she didn't receive any care package, she got the impression she should hide her condition, so she didn't think to contact any of them. So she continues, next time I'll make sure to let you know when I'm sick so you don't have to worry. Everyone there is underestimating her, and the protagonist will use this opportunity to pay back everything they did to Julian. Chief Santre doesn't understand why this woman is staring at him out of nowhere, and says his house has supported the Archduke wholeheartedly, ever since he was just a candidate successor. But Rosaline knows well they just put the boy in a boarding school, neglected him, and didn't even pay for his train tickets. After a sigh, she says she heard about his support from her husband. He realizes the woman is trying to make his support seem unimportant, and says since her grace went off to war as soon as he became patriarch, it was actually my family that really ran the Postenmeier Archduchy. Melchior finally speaks up, confirming what the bald man said, that it lasted about 2 years, and the strange thing is the protagonist believed he didn't remember that. The business was well managed to the point that profits increased. Chief Santre recalls that back then the young man won many battles in the war, to the point the emperor rewarded him with a name, and his renown was impressive enough that there was talk of marriage between him and Princess Anaistro. Seriously, Melchior reminds him he agreed to never bring that up again. Rosaline joins the conversation, revealing that Aeneas herself told her this, that unlike the imperial family, which respected her husband's wishes, she heard the Santre house never stopped offering potential brides, making things difficult. The bald man asks her to think of it as the worries of an old man. After all, the house has supported him since he was a mere candidate and considers him like his own son, so he couldn't help but be attentive. Judging by Melchior's reaction, it doesn't seem like he did a great job. Even so, the man keeps bragging that he's sure Her Grace understands this was nothing more than an expression of loyalty to the Archduchy. That's when Rosaline mentions having heard that the Santre house actually supported another candidate, and the bald man says it's Postenmeier law to give the patriarch role to whoever is most fit. He explains that once they recognized how capable Melchior was, they considered him the most suitable. The man speaks graciously, recalling when the young man became patriarch and how his house supported him since he was just a candidate, calling it their greatest pride. And now he's extremely curious about the woman Her Grace chose as his bride. Chief Santre explains that it's usually up to the lady of the house to govern the vassal families, so he naturally believes she'll guide them. He continues, touching on the point that his house has been managing the Postenmeier business, having a good system running, and genuinely asks how the woman plans to handle this matter. It's at this moment that Rosaline says, "I'd like to give you advance notice. From this moment, until we've resolved this matter, no one may leave this room." The banquet gets restless as members from each family look over the proposals. Rosaline isn't intimidated and says exactly what she wants. After all, she's missed some of these sessions and decided this urgent matter can't be put off any longer. This is the new business proposal she prepared for the meeting. She's learned each vassal family took over parts of the Postenmeier business while her husband was still single, since there was no lady of the house. The Archduchess says she's impressed by their business skills, since none of the companies suffered losses or became hard to maintain. However, there was one thing that could be improved, the fact that there hadn't been much growth. Chief Santre says it's natural for well-established businesses to reach a certain level of development and stay there. He says everyone believes the growth period for these businesses is over, and the best that can be done now is to sustain things as they are. Rosaline just smiles and asks if that's all. It might sound reasonable at first, but the patriarchs and matriarchs gathered there know very well how enormous the profits from the Postenmeier businesses are. With the development of the railway, there's been rapid growth in both trade and tourism centered on the cities where the train stops, and of all of them, Santre's territory is very well located. As a reward for supporting the current Postenmeier patriarch, House Santre got priority in the railway business, and over the past 6 years opened 2 new stations in their territory. So it's inevitable that region develops faster. Not to mention the profits don't come only from lodging, distribution, and tourism, since with the rise in jobs, a large number of people have also moved there. Consequently, the population increase leads to higher tax revenue. So encouraged by that success, House Santre apparently seems to be planning to build another station in their territory soon. But the protagonist will never let them get away with it after trying to exploit Julian to the fullest and having completely neglected him all these years. Rosaline says, "Since my husband has been busy with other work, both the railway and tourism industries have been managed by House Santre. But now that I'm here, there's no need to keep having the vassal families do our work. Please leave everything to me from now on." Santre is the first to speak up, mentioning the plan to build another train station, which already had Her Grace's approval. The other patriarch says that besides that, since most train connections in the east already pass through Santre territory, this would hurt their business if she took away their rights. Rosaline interrupts him, commenting that he's very well informed on the matter. Then she announces that because of that, she decided to charge royalties instead of taking away their commercial rights. That surprises everyone, and the Archduchess explains that the right to produce and operate the railway and trains belongs exclusively to House Postenmeier. In other words, in exchange for sharing that right with them, they'll just be charged a fee. They're already making so much profit from the railway industry that they never risk the chance of starting from zero. Besides, if Rosaline had suggested taking full control of the railway, the vassal families would certainly be against it, which is why she came up with a plan they can't help but agree to. She says that since the current railway lines are centered on Santre territory, she plans to expand their reach, which catches everyone's attention, and the Archduchess asks them to pay attention to the map. Rosaline explains they're going to build a central line that will allow travel across the entire eastern region without ever needing to transfer, and she draws one patriarch's attention by saying this line will connect to the capital. She mentions that some time ago her husband opened a temporary line from Corn Station to Chelion, planning to use that as the new line heading east. Melchior, listening there, wonders at that moment if the lady of the house is talking about that temporary line he requested so he could see her sooner. Actually, that was just an act of rebellion on his part, but she simply managed to turn it into a planned safety inspection of the new line. Rosaline reveals that in exchange for taking back the rights to the tourism industries each vassal family has been managing, she plans to combine them into a new business. Santra is furious because at this rate his family is going to lose everything, so he needs to stop this before the other families who haven't benefited as much agree with the Archduchess. He says this is a very important decision, so he doesn't think they should reach a conclusion right now and that they should discuss it among themselves first. The Archduchess asks, where in the world would we discuss such an important matter if not at a meeting with the 7 vassal families and the Postenmeiers? That leaves him speechless, but Santre doesn't give up, still insisting they should discuss opinions among themselves and reach an agreement, while the lady of the house keeps saying they can simply share their opinions freely. Either way, Rosaline is ready to explain how she arrived at the values she's suggesting and makes clear they can ask questions at any time if they're not convinced. She promises to do her best to explain everything no matter how long it takes. So a lot of time passes until everyone is exhausted from the late hours of the meeting. The staff are already gossiping, not having any idea they'd finish before dinner, and also surprised the vassals ended up agreeing to everything. After all, they didn't take the Archduchess seriously, and that ended up being their downfall. House Santre is taking a loss, but they've heard the Uthorns will also have to come up with a new plan for the year, which seems to be tough. The young man is there because his sister-in-law is the niece of the current House Uthorn chief. But if he'd known things would turn out this way, he'd have lied and said he needed to attend an academic conference. Bernhard was planning to go back to Rosaline after becoming a renowned astronomer, but he never expected she'd marry the Archduke Postenmeier, ruining his plans that way. Once a young woman's engagement is broken, it's hard to find another suitor, not to mention she was never really interested in marriage. That's why he thought his plan would work out, so now he wonders if things would have been different if he'd asked her to wait for him. Soon the presence of the Archduke and Archduchess Postenmeier is announced. All eyes turn to the top of the staircase, and everyone is impressed by the lady of the house. Rosaline looks magnificent and everyone praises how charismatic she is. They're also impressed by the beautiful dress. They say it's as if some legendary divine animal descended to bless the earth. Introducing herself, Rosaline thanks everyone for coming to the banquet and explains she made the preparations for this occasion in her husband's place, so she hopes there's nothing missing. Melchior casts a look over the guests. Everyone looks away, as if the Archduke could end their lives just by doing that. Despite his intimidating presence, Rosaline caught everyone's attention first. A woman approaches to greet them. This is Malvida Constans Uthorn Carapierce. After that comes her husband Arno, and of course the last name makes the protagonist wonder who they're related to. Soon Bernhard comes over to greet them. But Melchior quickly steps in, explaining that although he wants to greet everyone, he can't keep them waiting after such a long journey, and so he asks everyone to enjoy the banquet. Then he casts that deadly look at his wife's ex. Bernhard seems to get the message, so the young man turns away, stepping back. Rosaline noticed his intention. This is a different side of him she's not very used to yet, and the stories she'd heard were that he was rude, never took part in social events, only ever briefly showing his face at official banquets. So considering all that, he's handling this quite well, even speaking formally. But considering it's normal for an archduke to need to use formal language when in audience with the emperor, she probably just never gave him credit for it. The protagonist thinks that ever since she met Julian, she's noticed he was always a very polite boy. At first glance, they don't seem to be the same person, so it ends up being fascinating to find similarities. So Rosaline turns and compliments him on his performance. Since the young man doesn't understand, she explains it's because of his formal speech. That makes the Archduke very nervous. Melchior even looks away, leaving his wife confused by that strange expression. Rosaline thinks he got upset that she complimented something so basic, given he's much older and more familiar with high society than she is. Unfortunately, it's not a good moment to apologize when there are so many people around who could overhear them. She figures she picked up this habit because she always compliments Julian, so from now on she needs to stay alert and be more careful. Finally, night falls after a long day, but at least the banquet was worth it. Rosaline expected the guests to at least try to subtly insult her, mentioning her past or even her family's financial situation. Distracting everyone with such an eye-catching dress really was a good idea. She was worried the Eastern nobles who value elegance above all wouldn't react well to it, so the protagonist is super happy with the final result. At least now, lying in the big bed, she can relax. Even so, her mind won't stop, thinking that even with the banquet over, the nobles who came will stay for at least 1 month, so she just hopes everything goes well the next day. That makes her wonder if her ex-fiancé will also be staying that long. The best thing would be not running into him to avoid any unnecessary rumors. But at the same time, she feels it's wrong to do that, like tonight. Suddenly, someone knocks on her door. It's her husband. Melchior apologizes, asking if she was sleeping. The girl denies it and tells him to come in. Melchior hasn't been able to think of anything else since then. He wants to understand why Rosaline said that. After all, isn't being able to use formal language something worth complimenting? He wonders if she's upset that he spoke informally to her the moment they met. Then seeing him treat the other nobles that way made her explode. So this problem is his own fault. So dramatic. While Melchior tortures himself over this, the protagonist opens the window to let in some fresh air, and who knows, maybe the beauty of the sky will calm the couple's nerves. The woman comments on the fact that summer in the east is cooler, but even so it's quite hot. Finally, Rosaline sits down and asks what he wants to talk about. Melchior does the same, staying by her side. With guilty eyes, he apologizes to her. Of course, Rosaline is confused, not understanding why, so the Archduke is more direct, saying he didn't follow etiquette. And the two keep going in this game of misunderstanding, because Rosaline thinks he's referring to how she's dressed, so she says it's fine and that it must be because of the heat. She just warns him to at least button up his shirt, asking him to bear with it a bit while they talk. Meanwhile, Melchior gets even more nervous, because he was so distracted while changing that he didn't even notice. Rosaline is probably feeling her heart pound as she holds firmly onto the opening of his shirt. As for Melchior, he goes completely shy about it. To end this torture, she ends up letting go. First, the Archduke holds her hand and then says, "It might be too late, but from now on I'll treat you with love and respect, my lady." Of course, Rosaline doesn't understand, asking what on earth is wrong. Melchior insists he did something wrong, but she asks him to stop and says she hates it. The protagonist even goes as far as to question who he is and if he's possessed or something. Right now, the Archduke is confused, trying to understand if he did something wrong, since he's just apologizing, wondering if it's because he said he'd treat her with love and respect. Once again, Melchior tries to speak, calling her lady, but Rosaline has had enough of it and asks him to speak normally. She says using that formal tone gives her chills and asks him to talk the way he normally does. Rosaline questions why he's suddenly trying to speak formally, especially in the middle of the night. The effect of this is to leave Melchior in shock, thinking he's too late and that his wife saw him being formal with other people and is now trying to end things with him. He thinks that if there's something about him that doesn't please his wife, he'll have to apologize and try to fix it. But he thinks she intends to cut ties completely. Melchior then calls out to her and says he needs her to help him, with the purest sincerity. Rosaline asks if he showed up in her room at this hour just for that, and if that's the reason his shirt's unbuttoned, and maybe already having an idea of what he meant about feeling hot. Melchior only makes the situation worse when he says it wasn't because of the heat, but because he's very distracted by her, making the woman tremble completely. The protagonist explodes. "You could warn me beforehand instead of always surprising me with things like this." She immediately stands up, saying she needs some time to think about it. Melchior stays there, watching her look so shaken, not understanding why she's making that face. Suddenly, Heinz's advice about taking the first step comes to his mind. The blonde also said that when it comes to relationships, it's polite to take a step back when the other person pulls away. But since they're married, they don't want to live like that forever. He needs to take one more step. Determined, Melchior asks his wife to stay where she is. The Archduke stands up and marches toward her. Rosaline gets even more nervous, since she asked for time to think. Melchior reaches out, holding her there. Their hearts beat rapidly in a messy rhythm. Even though he's the one who took this action, the Archduke is red as a pepper. Rosaline thinks she always assumed his body would be solid and firm, but with him this close, she feels like it's more like a tight rubber ball, and warmer than expected. The Archduke is furious, and she fears what kind of help he's after. Well, since they're married, this shouldn't be a problem. A sigh, it never crossed her mind that their first night together would happen tonight, even though it's something that would happen sooner or later. Still, it's unexpected. The protagonist's eyes go wide, then comes the scream. Desperate, Rosaline screams, asking why he's touching her. Melchior's reaction is to raise his hands, stepping back, obviously denying having done it. With him denying it, the woman questions, "Then what was that just now?" Embarrassed, she stares at him, only to get even more red right after. And she gives him a lecture, saying that even though they're married, that doesn't give him the right to touch her like that without warning. A bit hesitant, Rosaline says they can do it another night since she's still not ready. Melchior understands and apologizes for his behavior, saying he wasn't being considerate, thinking only of himself, and regrets being so hasty. The protagonist just asks, "Are you that impatient?" He really wants to understand why she said that, and why his patience runs out whenever it comes to anything related to his wife. Rosaline tells him not to worry, since she'll be careful not to repeat tonight's mistake, and will make an effort to be more patient. And if it's too hard for him to hold back, he should let her know, and knowing it's her duty as a wife, she won't keep avoiding this. Melchior understands that means they can talk about it whenever she wants, but he still assures her she doesn't need to force herself and can wait as long as necessary. Risking it, he touches her hand lightly, asking her to let him know when she's ready, since he'll wait as long as she needs. Even so, Rosaline asks if it won't be too hard for him to hold back, since his condition matters more. That makes her even more nervous. Rosaline then dodges past him. She goes to the drawer to get something, saying that maybe it's too late tonight, but at least she can give him something. The young man's eyes go wide, wanting to know what it is, imagining it's a handkerchief, and either way, says he'll be grateful for whatever she gives him. Rosaline is relieved to hear that, saying underwear would be a bit much at this moment. Melchior is obviously confused, but recalls a custom abroad where children use their first paycheck to gift their parents underwear. Who knows, maybe her family has something like that. You never know what goes on in other people's households. Not to mention, since her father passed away and she's not close to her mother, maybe she wants to give this to him. With a smile, the Archduke takes the handkerchief, saying he prefers this anyway, since it's more special for having her scent. Rosaline is relieved by that, but what's good doesn't last forever, since Melchior simply says that if he'd gotten her underwear, he'd have gladly worn it. And he says it so casually as if it's nothing. Morning comes, but it's a rainy day. Lady Malvida enjoys the fine tea that only grows in Postenmeyer territory. She thanks Rosaline for inviting her along with her whole family, and for the good treatment. Honestly, Rosaline didn't expect so many nobles to show up for afternoon tea, but she didn't think it'd be 4 people. And of course it had to be Lord Winfried Sirapierce with his whole family, including Bernhard. Meanwhile, Malvida explains that due to her advanced age, her aunt usually needs to rest the day after a big event, so she asked her to apologize for not being with them. The lady of the house acts understanding, though secretly it's all stressing her out. Her attention turns to the little girl, asking if she slept well. Hertum is quite honest, saying she saw a ghost. That earns her a scolding from her mother, who explains what she saw was a lantern, but the girl isn't fooled and insists she saw a purple light passing by the window. Rosaline smiles and says House Postenmeyer has a long history, so it wouldn't be strange to have a ghost or two around. Herta teases the adults with a "see," then asks the lady of the house if she's ever seen a ghost. The Archduchess says it wasn't exactly a purple light, but she doesn't give much detail about the figure, just that she thought all ghosts have different colors, kind of like the rainbow made up of 7 colors. Suddenly, Bernhard catches her attention, saying a purple will-o'-the-wisp is a warning about a grudge. According to what people say, it means a soul just died and can't move on, taking on a particular color as it wanders the earth. The Lord explains it first turns blue, then becomes an intense purple before slowly losing color and turning into a white ghost. He says that supposedly vengeful ghosts intent on causing harm are green, and those who linger because they're worried about someone they left behind are light orange or beige. The black ones are more dangerous and should be avoided, since they attack anyone in sight, not just those who wronged them in life. That leaves Herta impressed, asking if all this is true. Bernhard says that living beings change their scent based on their emotional state, and since souls have no physical bodies, they can be told apart by the color they give off. And Rosaline just wonders if there's any real proof to what he's saying. Either way, she compliments him for being such an expert on it, and Bernhard smiles because this really is his field. Rosaline dares to ask about studying astronomy in Atheteum. The young man explains astronomy has always been linked to astrology and history, and to study such mysteries you need magic, so it's impossible to avoid learning about space, time, and the laws of nature. In the end, it's all connected to astronomy. But out of everything he said, what caught Rosaline's attention the most was the part about magic. Curious, she asks if he knows anything about time travel magic. Bernhard is surprised, not expecting her to be interested in that subject, but the pink-haired woman gives the excuse she's just curious. He says it always starts with a bit of curiosity, but even in Atheum, where the study of magic is highly developed, time-related magic is a forbidden subject. In their empire, it's common to use old magic stones, but in the kingdom of Atheum there's more, and the magic studied there concerns life. They say the cost of time travel is one's own personal energy. Not even those stones are strong enough to control it. Only the caster can control it. Rosaline asks if only mages can travel to the past, and gets the answer that not necessarily. Bernhard explains, what he meant by only the caster being able to control it is that once such a spell is completed, it can even send someone to the past. In other words, a completed spell can be passed on to another person, but the one who receives it can't alter the magic already cast. It's impossible for them to control or change it. Rosaline is stunned, thinking that means in her case it must be a spell that was created by taking another person's life. Bernhard misreads her expression and apologizes for talking non-stop about such a grim subject. But he doesn't even have time to continue, because someone else finishes his sentence, saying that's not a good idea to keep talking about. It's simply Melchior, standing there with an unfriendly look. With a frightening look, he says, "As Patriarch of House Postenmeyer, there's no way I could possibly miss tea time with our guests," explaining that's why he wrapped up all his urgent business and came as fast as he could, though it seems he's a bit late. With an intimidating look cast at the guests, he moves to his wife's side. Of course, Rosaline asks why he didn't sit down, but well, every seat's taken. Lord and Lady Sierra Pierce quickly stand up, making excuses like their aunt waking up and having lost track of time talking so much. Before leaving, Bernhard makes clear that if she has any questions, she can ask him. To Rosaline's surprise, the Lord seems to be in a good mood for someone who just got practically kicked out. Maybe he just really enjoyed talking about magic. Meanwhile, Melchior seems to be in a bad mood, which makes her ask if something happened, but he just answers, saying it actually seems like something happened to her. Melchior kind of accuses her of having tea with the guests, so Rosaline reminds him they'll be staying for at least a week, and as lady of the house, she couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Reluctantly, the dark-haired man remembers he told her to do whatever she wanted. Rosaline notices her husband's in a bad mood and thinks it's because they didn't do anything the night before. Then, a bit flushed, she says, "Could you be here to do that with me at noon?" Not understanding at all, the Archduke asks if there's something she wants to do, to which she answers it's actually something he wants. The dark-haired man answers that something he'd want to do with her would be another combat training session, reminding her that his wife hasn't picked up a blade since they arrived, and since there's a training room, he tells her to feel free to use it as much as she wants to practice. Rosaline mentions she never really liked training with people, and prefers just swinging a sword, which makes Melchior ask if that's what interested her more. She says the blade does exactly what she wants, so she feels free holding one. Then her husband reminds her that right now she has the power to make anyone do what she wants, and Rosaline reminds him that's only thanks to his influence, and none of it was something she earned. Melchior says, "If you put it that way, technically I only inherited this power from the efforts of the previous patriarchs, so I can't call it mine either." He says if she considers this power as her own, then she's free to do the same, and he reminds her that husband and wife are one. After all, that was part of their wedding vows. Rosaline asks if it's really okay with that. She asks if it doesn't seem a bit presumptuous of her to use everything he has as if it were her own. But for Melchior, it all feels perfectly natural. And he seriously says that everything he owns is also hers, and makes it clear she doesn't need to look down on it or even ask his permission to use anything. He reminds her that he was the one who decided to rescue her without her consent, so because of that, she can do whatever she wants. Melchior just asks her to avoid doing anything that puts her in danger, and Rosaline is simply impressed that her husband isn't just saying this to be kind. When she first met him, Rosaline thought he was a stubborn man with no consideration for anyone. He asks very strange questions sometimes, and even carried her on their wedding day and at a train station, and showed up in the middle of the night saying he needed her. Despite making things difficult, he's never forced her into anything or tried to control her. And even more, Melchior doesn't even know she's Rosaline, so why not think he really likes her, or something like that? In a way, she and Rosaline are the same person, so it's true Melchior is interested in her, it's just different. The protagonist wonders if, in case she told him who she really is, would Melchior believe her? Whatever it is, the protagonist calls out his name. The Archduke's eyes go wide. Rosaline is so close her heart starts skipping beats. She holds his face, about to say something, but at that moment Carmen simply walks in, realizing she just interrupted their moment. The doctor says she was on her way back after examining the head of House Uthorn when she got a report from one of the Lockbow's family's servants saying their patriarch isn't feeling well. Rosaline says she won't just sit idle while so many family heads are bedridden and decides to check on them personally. It's late at night and the protagonist walks through the castle with her lantern, having confirmed what Carmen said about the older family heads falling sick one by one. The situation is so serious, they had to call Damien and other doctors to keep up with it all. No matter how well House Postenmeyer treats them, this is going to be great gossip for anyone who doesn't like her. And the gossip is already spreading among the maids, who think it's a bad omen because of the Archduchess. They've also told similarly strange stories from all the patients, claiming to have seen a purple ghost. The first person to see it was Herta, so it's hard to say this was all some scheme the family heads cooked up to make her look bad. Because of it, she had so much on her mind that she ended up sending Melchior away, and now he's acting like a child. They visited one of the heads who was complaining about the terrible cold. Melchior, a bit out of patience, says there's no such thing as ghosts and that he must be hallucinating because he's so frail. Then he had to ask her to stop coming along on the visits to the sick, since she was only making them worse. And he's such a fool to think she wouldn't notice he's been following her. Rosaline turns around, telling him not to follow her. The voice that says, "Do you have a moment, Your Grace?" isn't her husband's, it's Sir Sierra Pierce, lurking there. The young man asks what she's doing walking around alone at this hour, and the protagonist assures him she's safe and doesn't need an escort. Rosaline asks if something happened to Matriarch Uthorn, since that's why he's there wanting to see her, which he denies. Quickly, the protagonist thinks he's there because he knows something about the ghost. So she brings up what they talked about earlier. She says the sick patients reported seeing a purple ghost, which is the soul of resentment, and asks if anything comes to mind. Thoughtful, Bernhard says he's not sure, but there's always a reason a ghost stays in one place. He concludes that the ghost's resentment is against House Postenmeier. Bernhard quickly rushes to deny it, saying these beings' behavior isn't that simple. Just like a child runs to their parents when they've been wronged somehow, if a soul can't move on because of resentment, it tries to find someone who can help it. In other words, it can't just be there for revenge. Vengeful ones tend to be green or black. If it's purple, it's very likely there to ask House Postenmeier for help. Bernhard asks if she was on her way somewhere, and if it has to do with the House Uthorn matriarch, wanting to know if he can help. Since she really was on her way to see her, the protagonist ends up accepting. Since he's doing this for the matriarch's sake, Rosaline doesn't see a problem with it. So the two head to the room. It turns out that, arriving there, they run right into a very angry Melchior, who says if I'd known you'd be coming too, Sir Sirapierce, I'd have joined the two of you. Now Rosaline understands why he wasn't following her. He was already there. Melchior quickly explains he was planning to make this visit anyway, since it's his duty as head of House Postenmeier. Lady Uthorn thanks everyone for being there and apologizes for not being able to stand up to greet them properly. She says she feels much better and is honored that her grace took the time to visit. Rosaline is happy about that. The lady is about to complain about the rain. Suddenly a scream startles everyone. It's a shriek from Herta. Her uncle immediately recognizes her voice, so everyone runs outside, about to find out what's happening. Bernhard reaches his niece first, taking her in his arms. The young man says the ghost appeared and that Melchior went after it. Meanwhile, the Duke runs, trying to catch up with that thing. He's determined to resolve this, unable to let Rosaline be in danger. Even without seeing the ghost, he can still sense its presence. Melchior opens the door to the room where he felt it. But unfortunately it's not there anymore, having probably slipped away. He felt this thing enter there, so he assumes it's hiding somewhere. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the Archduke wonders if his eyes have always been this cold. Then a specter comes straight at him. Rosaline reaches him, witnessing the ghost flee. But what she finds in the room leaves her quite scared. Melchior is lying on the floor, unconscious. Rosaline pulls him closer and screams for help. The next day, the Archduke is lying in bed in the same state. Damien finds nothing wrong in his exams, even his pulse and breathing are normal too. His condition is similar to the others, except they can't figure out why he hasn't woken up. Carmen reports that the other family heads have already recovered and there have been no new reports of anyone seeing the ghost. Rosaline says it can't have just disappeared after wandering around the whole castle all this time, and Melchior wouldn't have just passed out like that either. Then she remembers that day in the forest with that spirit. This could be like when Julian absorbed that ghost's soul. It's not impossible that Melchior still has that ability too. So could the ghost have entered through his eyes? The gossip around the castle only grew, with the guests believing the cause of everything was the Archduchess's immoral behavior, the only explanation for so many terrible things happening one after another. Not knowing what happened at the meeting, Bernhard believes she deserves their anger. To him, his ex hasn't changed a bit, even though she's a wonderful person once you get used to her. Bernhard didn't ask her to wait, but he thought she would, since in his mind no one suited the girl as well as he did. If the Count hadn't started gambling, he'd have been able to return after his studies and enjoy an exciting reunion with Rosaline. He thinks things still aren't lost, because there are more than enough people making the Archduchess uncomfortable, so this might be the perfect opportunity to win her heart back. Night soon falls. Rosaline stays in the same spot, watching Melchior in his deep sleep. Even after trying, he hasn't responded, and she has no idea how she can call the ghost out of him. Someone knocks on the door, and she goes to answer. It's Lord Sirapierce, who insists he has something to tell her. He says it's something that might help her, catching her attention. Bernhard says he could try performing an exorcism, claiming he came across a similar case during his studies abroad. Rosaline obviously finds it strange. After all, the East is already so prejudiced against such superstitious ceremonies, so she says that's not an appropriate solution. But he plays his card, saying you don't have other options, promising that if something goes wrong, he'll take full responsibility. The protagonist knows this isn't right and will look for a way to talk him out of it, and says she knows what everyone's opinion of her is, so she doesn't understand why he wants to help her so much. Bernhard answers, I believe it's natural to want to help the person you love. Rosaline dares to look him in the eyes, receiving that strange warm look from him. The Archduchess has to remind him that she's a married woman. Shamelessly, the young man makes it clear he hasn't forgotten that. Rosaline questions whether he thought it was okay to say he still loves her, despite knowing she's married. For her, it doesn't matter that he still has feelings, but this is the worst way and moment to tell her that. Bernhard says he thought she didn't love her husband. That makes Rosaline explode over his rude way of putting it, shouting that the only thing ruder than pining after her is confessing his feelings. She says the issue isn't that he loves her, but that he thought it was okay to tell her, leaving him totally speechless. The protagonist completely refuses his help and also asks him to never show up in front of her again. And with that, she slams the door. Rosaline sighs on the other side after that clash, totally disillusioned by what happened because she thought he respected her. She thought he was different from her parents after all. Bernhard never pressured her into anything. He also never reprimanded her or even looked down on her. But if he'd really been such a kind and considerate person, he'd never have broken off the engagement without warning and run off to study abroad. Except now she understands he had no way of not knowing how a noble's daughter without power would be treated by her family after being abandoned by her fiancé. Rosaline is brought to tears, complaining about how bad she is at judging people. Suddenly, a groan catches her attention. The Archduchess runs to Melchior, hoping he's woken up. But he's still sleeping. However, it's noticeable that his expression has changed a bit. The protagonist worries about the possibility that her husband might never wake up again, even considering accepting Bernhard's help. Except there is someone like her ex who can help her with this situation. While stroking him, she whispers, "Look at the mess we're in because you lost your memory. What would you do without me?" Rosaline starts getting ready, planning to cross the rose garden since it's probably the fastest way. There's no time to lose, determined to bring Melchior back, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, little Julian is in the garden, and once again, his friend isn't there. He was told no one visited the castle, and there's also no record of Rosaline's visit, which makes him wonder if there was some reason for her to stop by Postenmeier Castle in secret. In the end, he sighs, saying he'd like to help her, and at that moment, he hears the voice he'd been hoping for most. Rosaline is simply there, right in front of him. The boy is surprised because it's been a while, and asks what she means about help. The protagonist is quick to ask how he deals with spirits. Julian notices she looks different today, and it's obvious she hasn't slept much, with her eyes red and swollen. Rosaline brings him back to reality, asking about that time they saw a ghost in the forest, which he absorbed through his eyes. The Archduchess asks if just like he can absorb, he can also do the opposite, like extract. Julian confirms he can do that, explaining that either way there's no need to hold on to a spirit for too long. And hearing this, she asks if that was his intention and he wasn't actually absorbing it like she thought. The boy says if he'd left it where he found it, someone could have come by and tripped, or slipped and fallen, so he tries to catch these spirits and release them somewhere else. With that, Rosaline asks if he could teach her how to extract this ghost from his eyes. Julian notices how exhausted the woman is, and thinks maybe someone close to her is troubling her, so he asks why she wants to know this. With no other choice, she explains they've had trouble with something like this, and reveals that her husband has a spirit trapped in his eyes, meaning the two of them share the same ability. The problem is, this makes no sense at all, since this ability shouldn't exist in any other family. Another thing he wonders, if that's true, why did Rosaline come ask him about it instead of asking her husband? Thinking about it, her husband didn't seem like a good man, and he believes he's making Rosaline take responsibility for something that happened because of him. Even though he hates her husband, he doesn't want Rosaline to keep suffering. Julian is smart enough to say that if she's asking this, it's because the other person can't help her, so he'll tell her how to force a spirit out. So the boy starts explaining, with no idea he's simply helping out his future self. It's nighttime and Rosaline is back, remembering the lesson that the easiest way to extract a spirit is to collect blood near it. They're drawn to damp places, and if it was absorbed through the eyes, that means it's weakened, so it's best to collect it as close to the host as possible. But Rosaline definitely can't just hurt someone who's unconscious. She really doesn't want to do it, but it's not like she has many options. With her stained hand, she brings it close to his eyes. Soon purple smoke starts coming out. While unconscious, Melchior manages to hear and have memories at this moment, wishing he could tell her he wants to protect her. And this girl definitely doesn't owe him anything. His wish is for Rosaline to use him like a sword, and he'll do whatever she wants. And he'd like to have her trust. He just wants to get closer to her. Then there was that moment with that annoying Bernhard, and then his Rosaline simply left. Melchior wakes up, desperate. Rosaline asks if he's okay. The Archduke smells the iron scent of blood and notices the dagger there. Casting a scared look at her stained hand, his wife assures him it's nothing serious. Melchior gets it completely wrong and asks if she hates being there so much she needed to hurt herself. Rosaline says it was for a good reason, but letting out a heavy sigh, the dark-haired man asks if it was because of her ex-fiancé. All the protagonist asks is that why you woke up? Melchior says he heard enough and asks if she was planning to leave once he woke up. Rosaline just says she'll leave the room once the doctor gives his diagnosis. But she doesn't even get time to say anything else, because the Archduke cuts her off, saying he's trying, asking why she changed her mind and if she finds him dirty. Melchior wonders if it's because he loves another woman and doesn't have a pure heart. In tears, he wants to know if his wife finds him repulsive. Rosaline can't understand why he's asking her something like this right when he just woke up, not knowing if he means it in a physical sense, or if he's asking this because he thinks she finds him a pervert. So the girl doesn't deny that the thought had crossed her mind before, except now it's in the past, and she doesn't think that way anymore. It was a bit shocking at first, but it's not like the Archduke could help it. After all, no one's perfect. Rosaline might not feel the same, but she can at least try to understand him. Melchior keeps putting himself down, asking for one more chance, and asks why she pulled away. The protagonist denies hating him, saying she was just a little overwhelmed, making her husband ask in what way. Rosaline explains it's like when he said he'd use her underwear that really caught her off guard, and Melchior asks if she doesn't want him to use the gifts she gives him. She explains that's not the problem, it's that he said he'd use it. Melchior still sees no problem with that, asking if he gave her underwear as a gift, wouldn't she use it too? The girl simply shouts that there's no way she wants a gift like that. Melchior then bombards her with questions, trying to understand what he did wrong and why she hates the things he gives her. Rosaline asks if he likes underwear that much, but he makes it clear that it doesn't matter what it is, it only matters that she's the one giving it. That gives the protagonist chills, and she says the intention there is to humiliate her. Melchior has a good answer for that. It's not like it's used underwear. He really can't understand what his wife means by these things. The confusion in this conversation is that Rosaline thinks her husband would wear her underwear, but Melchior denies that. After all, it'd be way too small. Rosaline dares to ask, "What did you think I was saying?" He tells her about people abroad who give each other underwear as gifts, and asks if that's not something the West adopted too. Now the protagonist wants to know why he went to her room in the middle of the night. Melchior says he wanted to see her after their first banquet together, and wanted to apologize for talking to her informally without asking permission, so he tried to fix it, but apparently she didn't want to. Rosaline asks if that's all he has to say. The Archduke reveals that he suddenly wanted to see her, hear her voice, and asks if it's so bad to want those things. For the protagonist, this isn't unbelievable, since that night he seemed to want something more, so she has the nerve to say she imagined he wanted to sleep with her. But Melchior denies that, after all, he has his own room, and besides, her bed wouldn't be big enough. That leaves Rosaline blushing, trying to explain what she meant. Then she says we're husband and wife. If we ever want to have a child, we'd need to have marital relations. Melchior turns completely red, trembling, all nervous, asking what she's talking about. Without looking at him, Rosaline comments that heading House Postenmeier might not necessarily pass from father to son, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't have a child, and she dares to ask if he's ever thought about the best time to have one, which the Archduke denies. Rosaline takes that to mean he's saying he doesn't want to sleep with her, which he denies once more. Melchior then braces himself to tell the truth, and says, "I've never done that before." Now the two are sitting on the bed in an awkward silence. A bit shyly, he asks if she wants to touch him. That surprises her, since she's never seen him this timid before. After all, she thought he was some terrible pervert imposing his fetishes on his wife. But Rosaline realizes she completely misjudged him, and comes to the conclusion that if they want to get to know each other better, they'll need to do things differently. This time with action, not words, and she surprises Melchior by touching his arm. She asks if she can touch him, and it's something that can't be refused, so the dark-haired man gives permission. Rosaline can feel his heartbeat in the palm of her hand, but seeing where her hand is, Melchior panics and pulls away. The next day, they're under Carmen's care, who's already finished treating the Archduchess's wound and gives instructions for care, like not letting it come into contact with water for a while. Rosaline thanks her, but the woman scolds her, telling her never to do that again, since there's nothing more miserable for a doctor than being thanked by a patient who got hurt. The Archduchess just smiles at that. Meanwhile, Damien also finishes his exams on her Grace, assuring her nothing's wrong and that he just needs to take some time to rest. That leaves Melchior acting like a spoiled child, questioning what the others are going to say if he keeps staying in bed. That gets the women's attention. He complains that he should just cut ties with all of them, since they don't need the vassal families. Rosaline has to remind him he shouldn't get rid of the people who work without a good reason, and the dark-haired man says he can't just say things as they are, since they're on the topic. The protagonist has a favor to ask. Rosaline needs someone with no ill intent, but with such intense energy they could make everyone forget what happened, and luckily she already has the perfect candidate in mind. She then leans in toward her husband to tell him the plan. The banquet hall is packed with guests enjoying everything on offer. There's already gossip going around, with some complaining the banquet isn't as grand as the first one, and others happy to be able to leave soon, especially after all the trouble with the ghost and her Grace's health. Suddenly, a central light catches everyone's attention. The hosts appear along with a golden carriage that leaves everyone curious. Rosaline says, "I'm aware of all the inconvenience you've endured during your stay, and to make up for it, we've prepared a special gathering." She says her family is from the West and isn't yet familiar with local customs, so she thought she should prioritize adapting to Eastern culture, and getting to know them changed her mind. With a smile, she looks at her husband, saying she won't seek anything out on her own, so he should provide them with knowledge of his culture. Now it's Melchior's turn to say they told the imperial family about the plan, and the emperor promptly gave his permission. And he says, "The princess herself is here tonight as the face of our cultural exchange project between the capital and the East." The guests are utterly shocked, and out of the carriage steps the lively Anna Stroth. The vassals are shocked to see it's really the princess. With a sarcastic smile, the dark-haired woman asks if that was too flashy, and now she's ready to greet them in a more normal way. Anais approaches, saying that when she heard everyone gathered just to see her, she was absolutely thrilled. One of the men questions this, since for many years the Archduchy and the imperial family haven't interfered in each other's territories, and the princess justifies that they believe this was for the good of the empire. She says times change, just like relationships between people, and that's why she believes it's time to tear down the wall between the capital and the East. Anais says there's no need to go through House Postenmeier to talk to her, since they can do that in person. With a scary look, the girl says, "Shall we greet each other first?" Now everyone trembles, praying not to be picked. and she goes straight for Chief Laban, who was praying the hardest not to be chosen. The man doesn't shake her hand, saying it's not the Eastern custom to do that with someone he's just met. But luckily, Anais is open to a cultural exchange. She goes after the next one, House Saludier, mentioning she heard he was bedridden until a few days ago. The princess is like a bull in a china shop, and everyone wants to avoid her. Rosaline comments that the family heads must be nervous since they've never met her before, and offers to make the introductions. Anais accepts, even though she didn't mind running things the way they were. People try to hide just how thrilled they are about this. Rosaline is now like a benevolent savior. This moment with the princess will surely be etched into these people's lives forever. Very excited, Anais asks if everything worked out. The protagonist plays dumb, but the princess says she can't fool her because her friend always gets so impressed by her presence. Anais reminds her that she was the one who sent the invitation for a banquet out of the blue, and by express delivery no less, which clearly means she needed her help, so she asks if she's satisfied. Rosaline apologizes for having been very rude to her in the past, and the princess, relaxed, asks her not to be so formal since she doesn't care about that kind of thing and wants to know what happened, since those 7 families don't seem like much. That's when the protagonist tells her about the problems that happened during their stay, and that because of it they were saying it was her fault for being a shameful archduchess, and unfortunately she couldn't put an end to those rumors on her own. Anais's advice is simply to ignore them. A bad reputation is much easier to use than trying to fix, and that if she'd kept doing everything perfectly to please them, these family heads would have united against her, but the rumor made her look less perfect. Anais says those people never considered allying with Rosaline if she'd stayed so upright, but now some of them want to join her. With a smile, the princess says now it's them who need her help. The conversation with the princess gave the protagonist a completely different perspective on the matter, which was very useful to her. But she doesn't know what to make of what the princess said after that. Anais said that once she becomes empress, she'd like to have her by her side, which made Rosaline ask if it's because she's an archduchess. The dark-haired, red-eyed girl asks if she's curious to know why she got interested in her, and the reason is because she's the surviving Crimson Rose. Leaving the pink-haired girl confused, Anais explains that when someone survives when they should have died, it means they were chosen for the time period they live in. Having tricked death, one must use their ability to its fullest potential. Melchior, who's with her, asks what she's thinking about. Rosaline denies anything, but there's a topic she wants to bring up. She wants to know what all that was. The Archduke says he prepared this so they could talk and asks if something's missing, but for his wife it's more than enough. Rosaline comments that all this preparation must have taken a lot of time, but the arrogant dark-haired man says it was nothing much. Melchior gets straight to the point, wanting to know why she wanted to see him. The Lochbaus and Centre houses invited them for a visit, and Rosaline would like to discuss where they should go. Melchior suggests each of them go to one family and asks which one she'd prefer to visit. Rosaline realizes she should have asked about his availability first and wants to know if it can fit into his schedule. However, the Archduke doesn't say anything. When he finally speaks, the dark-haired man seems a bit down as he asks if it was about work that she wanted to talk. Rosaline thinks it's because he'd rather discuss that separately, but the young man says he likes hearing her voice. The Archduke declares they'll go together. Nothing's stopping them, and from now on, they should always travel together. So time passes. Rosaline can't believe they actually left the Archduchy unattended for a month with the excuse of going on a honeymoon, and she thinks they should have come here to do tourism research instead. She looks at her husband beside her, dressed casually, and thinks they really are on vacation like a couple. Rosaline wants to understand why they're at a greater distance, since the Centre residence is close to the main road, but since they're on vacation, the Archduke preferred a hotel stay. The problem is, she informed them about the visit, and the dark-haired man has a good excuse. You said you'd come at some point. Not that it'd be today. Not to mention they must already know about your arrival, and they're not so special that we need to give them priority, making it clear they don't need to cater to their needs. Rosaline understands there's really no need to go all the way to the Centres like that. That could also look like a desperate act, like she's bowing to their authority, and she doesn't need to pretend she's doing that. The protagonist snuggles up to her husband, saying it was a good idea to go together. And so she thought she'd spend the rest of the day with excitement and simplicity. But when they arrive, they run into a problem. There's only one bed there. They have their own rooms at the mansion, so they didn't expect to get just one with a single bed. Melchior is about to fix the problem. However, Rosaline assures him they can manage. After all, what would other people think if they found out the Archduke and his wife had separate rooms at the hotel? And she reminds him they asked for this room specifically because they wanted to experience a normal stay. And if they changed it, that would make the staff nervous the whole time they're there. So there's no choice. Rosaline asks if she can use the bathroom first. By his reaction, it seems like he wants to go first, but Melchior quickly denies that's the case. Melchior hurries to invite her out for a walk since a festival will be happening that night. The Archduke says they usually set up an outdoor shooting range where you can aim at glow-in-the-dark lights and set off fireworks along with colorful lights along the bridge, making the river's reflection into a symbolic landmark. But because of the trip, Rosaline feels very tired and figures he must be too, so she suggests going to bed early and going out the next day. And with that, she heads to the bathroom. Melchior sighs, wondering how he'll manage to fall asleep. The sun is already set, and Rosaline is sitting there, enjoying a nice glass of wine. Hearing footsteps, she turns. Melchior has just come out of the bath and asks his wife why she's not in bed already, since she said she felt tired. That leaves the protagonist blushing. She explains she couldn't sleep before him, so she was just enjoying the view, commenting that there's so much happening even though it's night, which must be because this is such a touristy city. Melchior says she seemed so familiar with the check-in process earlier, which makes him ask if she stayed at a hotel before the protagonist confirms it, but says it was on school trips, never having booked a room just for herself. He thinks that must have been when she still attended the academy, and works up the courage to ask if she'd like to go back since she was forced to stop going. Rosaline is blunt, saying she doesn't have time for that it's much more efficient to hire a specialist than to learn what she needs to know herself. But Melchior says there's no need to rush and that she should take whatever time she needs for the business, but he's ignored by Rosaline, who says her goal is to be the best wife. She says even though she didn't start this because she wanted to, she intends to see it through to the end, since she never got the chance before. First, she had to learn to become a successor, graduating from an academy, only to then get engaged for the family's sake. Her gaze goes to her husband. Melchior just stands there, not knowing what to say. Either way, the protagonist suggests they go to bed. While Melchior sleeps perfectly well, Rosaline barely closes her eyes. The bed has less room than she expected. She wonders if her husband has already fallen asleep, because that's something she can't manage. Rosaline shifts to get a bit more comfortable, but her foot ends up touching him. The woman practically freezes. Luckily, the silence continues, meaning the dark-haired man is still asleep. Looking at him, she's surprised to think he's bigger than she thought. His feet and hands are incredibly large, and honestly, she's certain her lingerie wouldn't fit his body at all. She tries to take a peek at him while wondering if it'd be a crime to do that. After all, they're married, right? Rosaline just wants to see how big his feet are. Pulling back the sheet, she's surprised by the difference, and it makes sense that such a big body would need feet just as big to support it. Rosaline thinks his pectoral muscles look more defined, while his leg muscles are tense, and she bets other people don't know these facts about him. Suddenly, she freezes when the dark-haired man wakes up right at that moment, asking what she's doing. Rosaline panics, not knowing what to say. The Archduke moves closer. Their hearts race. Melchior asks her to be careful since she's tired. Rosaline corrects him, saying that was earlier, but now that they're this close, all that tiredness is gone, and asks if he feels the same way. Melchior grabs her waist and asks, "You said you wanted to see this through to the end, right?" And with that, he pushes her back onto the bed. The girl is surprised, while Melchior looks a bit flushed. After that, he goes back to lying down, telling her to get some sleep or else she might start something she won't be able to finish. That leaves Rosaline curious, not understanding what that means, but Melchior tells her to think about it while she sleeps. But sleeping is definitely something she won't manage to do. The next day, the couple is strolling through the city, and it's obvious how tired they are. Rosaline notices her husband doesn't look well, and asks if he's feeling sick. He says he's fine, but of course neither of them slept. They continue their walk when a small painting stall catches Rosaline's attention, making her call out to Melchior. The Archduchess suggests getting a portrait done to lift their spirits, but Melchior refuses. Then Rosaline just asks for one, and the boy explains he charges 2 silver coins per person and asks them to sit. Melchior stands there like a bodyguard, mentally complaining about why they're talking so much, wanting this portrait to be over already. He's determined to only take her to places where they can do things together. As soon as it's finished, Rosaline walks over to her husband, surprising him by showing him a portrait of the two of them. She says, "I can see my own face in the mirror whenever I want, but I thought it'd be nice if we had a photo to commemorate our visit here." Melchior examines it and says he likes it. The moment is interrupted by a bald man wanting to make an announcement for everyone participating in the event. He gives the sad news that the parade has been cancelled. The couple approaches to better understand the situation, and the man explains that residential areas filed a complaint claiming it was too loud. He also explains that the morning events are organized by the local residents, but the nighttime parade is actually put on by a theater company invited from outside, and because of conflict with tourists, it was decided to suspend it. Rosaline understands it must be because more people have been going to Centre Station, so she assumes that's the reason they need a new station. She comments to her husband that either way they won't get to see the parade since they need to move on to the Lochbaus. There's no response. Taking a look, she notices Melchior's irritated expression. He simply turns, telling her he needs to see the House Centre Patriarch. The Archduke is simply irritated by the nerve of anyone stopping Rosaline from seeing the parade. The bald man cheerfully mentions they're staying at the hotel. He also says he wasn't expecting to run into them so soon, thanking her grace for her presence, and mentions he'll have the servants bring their bags from the hotel since he'll be putting them up at the mansion. But the only thing Melchior answers, a bit grumpily, is that the festival was cancelled. The man says the autumn festival has been going on for so many years, some changes have happened, and that's exactly why they specifically invited the Archduchess. He mentions that the cultural exchange with the capital is happening, so more foreigners will visit the East, and that Centre is dealing with the same problem right now. I thought it'd be good for you to experience it firsthand to help you both in your future business ventures. Rosaline soon understands the man wants to pass the responsibility for solving this problem onto the Archduchess. If she succeeds, he'll profit without lifting a finger. But if she fails, the blame will fall entirely on her, and he'll use that as an excuse to try to change their business plans. Besides, House Santre invited them before anyone else, making this the perfect setup for them to act like loyal subjects. With a smile, the man asks her to think of it as a way to show loyalty. There's no way to refuse, because it would look like House Postenmeyer is rejecting one of its vassal houses. But she can't let him manipulate her. So as Archduchess, she says she'd like to help the Santres, but in exchange, he'll have to transfer his authority first. Rosaline cleverly says it's Santre territory, so as Postenmeyer, they can't do anything about it. For the protagonist, it doesn't matter if he's after profit or trying to make her look bad, but if what he says is true, he won't have a problem transferring his authority. With a smile, she asks if he agrees to that. The family head is left speechless. Rosaline just asks once more if he agrees to the proposal. It's already night and the couple is in their room. Rosaline reviews everything, seeing how the family head thought of everything, putting them in a room with such a big window that anyone outside could see exactly what they're doing. About the question from earlier, this guy clearly declined, giving the excuse that it was too late to handle business. For her, it also wouldn't be bad if she simply has to leave without solving anything. The Archduchess looks around the room and notices a bed there that's surely used for napping during the day. Which is a relief, since she was dreading having to sleep with Melchior again. So she goes over to the bed, getting settled to sleep, leaving her stunned husband behind. Melchior says walking around all day was tiring and suggests she sleep in the bed. The problem is his wife thinks it's too small for her big husband. He answers that this is better than having to share one. Okay, fine, she'd rather sleep alone, but it was kind of shocking to hear from Melchior that he'd rather be uncomfortable than share a bed with her. But it's understandable since either way he prefers the same thing. Still, she asks if he hates sharing a bed with her that much. Rosaline throws in his face that the bed is too small and even more uncomfortable, but to him it seems like sleeping together is even worse. Melchior only fumbles more, and after stammering manages to say that it's very cold there since it's near the window, so he was just worried about that and suggested it that way. The protagonist walks over to the big bed, letting him know they'll both sleep there. Seeing her like that, Melchior asks if she's mad, freezing her in place. Silence sets in. Whenever Melchior rejects her like this, Rosaline feels like she's worth nothing, like she's not fulfilling her role as a wife. The same thing when she was negotiating with Chief Santre and didn't tell him anything, even though she understands he was simply trying not to meddle in her life. Rosaline wonders why her husband can't just say if he's okay or not. Then she asks if he's interested in her at all, which Melchior quickly answers yes to. The woman surprises him by asking if she can kiss him. Melchior simply freezes. Finally understanding the request, the young man turns red, looking like he's about to explode. Rosaline takes that as a no, and it makes her think her husband likes that Rosalind so much he doesn't even remember she is her, and that even so he rejects his own wife. Nervous, Melchior tries to explain that couples don't necessarily need to do that. Too late, Rosaline has already crossed the room, reaching him. The two are completely red. Rosaline pulls away and says, "I never said I'd actually do it." With that, she turns, letting him know it's time for them both to sleep. Melchior stands there like a fool, while Rosaline has already found a comfortable position to sleep, turning her back to her husband, finding the situation unfair. Actually, the protagonist is a complete mess, not understanding why she just did that. Her mind is conflicted because they're married, so technically she did nothing wrong. She just wants to go back in time and undo what just happened. The next day, the woman is woken up. Melchior is beside her, completely awake. Not technically the Archduke though, since it'll be a long time before Julian reaches that point. Rosaline panics, realizing she's in the boy's room. The boy turns his face away, afraid to look at her, and dares to ask if she's a mage. Still not looking at her, he explains she was lying next to him when he woke up, and that he didn't even hear her come in, so he asks if she knows magical teleportation. That makes the protagonist curious whether Julian believes magic is real, because he has a special ability. She says she doesn't know if it's just that she has a special ability like his eyes, and she explains it's not something she can control, which is why she didn't know she'd end up there. However, the only thing the boy's worried about is whether she can put on something a bit more decent. After putting on something more appropriate, Rosaline apologizes for scaring him. Julian also apologizes for her seeing him like this when he's not her husband, but says it was all an accident and no one's to blame. She surprises him, saying, "Besides, my husband isn't interested in me at all," which makes the boy ask why she's married to someone like that. Rosaline notices how much Julian's grown. Judging by the depth of his voice, he's clearly going through puberty. Changing the subject, she finds out they're at an inn in Santre territory, and the boy is there to see the patriarch to be recognized as a successor candidate. The boy says he'll only get support if he can bring the patriarch 10,000 in gold by the end of the year. That astonishes Rosaline, since to save up that much, you'd need to be a professional business consultant or a lawyer working for a noble. She asks how he's going to earn that much money, and excited, Julian says his main source of income will be selling fresh Santre produce, transported to the capital during harvest season. The problem is that despite the produce being high quality, there's still no train line to the capital, so transportation and labor costs will eat up most of the budget. But the main issue is time, since if the product starts to rot during transport, it'll just cost him money. Rosaline asks if the patriarch really asked for 10,000 in gold, and he denies it, saying it was said more subtly, like a hint. Knowing that, she explains he shouldn't make assumptions, and that noble houses value many things besides money. The protagonist says Santre territory is behind the other vassal houses in terms of profit. So she advises that to prove he's worth that amount, he should either boost the house's reputation or achieve something big to develop the territory. If he does that, no one will be able to question his legitimacy as a successor candidate. Except Julian points out the territory has no room for anything like that. Plus, travel routes are unfavorable, and it's surrounded by nothing but fields. It's a place with nothing of interest, full of nothing but farmland, no big buildings in sight. If something were built there, it'd catch everyone's attention. That's why Rosaline suggests creating an attraction. Santre only has one line connecting it to other areas, and since trains need inspection and refueling, passengers have to wait, basically getting stuck there for hours, so they could take advantage of that. Julian thinks it over, considering that idea. Then he suggests a parade. After all, since passengers will be tired from the trip, it might be nice for them to watch something lively, and that's how Rosaline understands why her husband is so obsessed with the parade. After all, he's the one who created it. Julian worries whether people will really pay for it, since if they're on a train passing through Santre, they might not be in the best shape, but Rosaline assures him the patriarch would pay for it. Rosaline says she'll turn the parade into a well-known Santre attraction, and if the passengers enjoy watching it, they'll surely tell others in other regions, meaning he'll be advertising the territory and developing it at the same time. It's only natural the patriarch cover the initial costs. And she tells him not to worry, since the idea alone is worth at least 10,000 in gold, and if done well, the profit will grow. Julian says he can't do that. After all, it was her idea, so she should be the one responsible for starting this project and should get a share of the profits. Rosaline desperately refuses to want that, leaving the boy confused since it's not like she wants nothing. After all, it's her idea. The protagonist surprises him, answering, "Because I want to help you. All I want is for you to reach your goal." Rosaline has always felt guilty about using House Postenmeyer's authority and power, having become Archduchess purely by luck, and always felt like everyone and everything was telling her she doesn't belong there. She says he might not remember, but it's thanks to this boy that she's alive, so she'd really appreciate it if he saw everything he does as an extension of his own abilities. The Archduchess would like him to consider her part of his people. Faced with this, the boy shudders. Julian says he'll do it. His promise is to become head of House Postenmeyer. Suddenly, he turns, saying he must see the patriarch. After all, things like this should be settled as soon as possible. Rosaline laughs, noticing how quick the boy is to follow through on his promises. And well, that reminds her a lot of someone she's married to. Well, now's the time to go back. Suddenly, it's like waking up from a dream, with someone calling her. Rosaline is in bed, and there's a knock at the door. She sits up quickly, worried about how much time has passed, hoping no one noticed she left. Melkar is about to come in, and the protagonist panics, realizing she's wearing one of Julian's shirts. Quickly, she shouts for him not to come in, giving the excuse that she's changing. After a while, she opens the door and says she'd fallen asleep for a while and needs to wash up. Melkar just stands there, making the woman call out to him. But the Archduke's only reaction is to touch her hair as if he's tucking it behind her ear, except that action was just to grab a black strand of hair. Rosaline panics. That's a strand of Julian's hair, so her move is to say it's her husband's, except Melkar ends up comparing the length of the strands. The result is that one's shorter than his. Rosaline gets nervous, thinking he suspects her. Melkar returns, saying that doesn't matter, but he needs to make one thing very clear: he is her husband. The protagonist is confused, since Melkar doesn't seem angry, and she wonders if he's in shock, thinking she was with another man. Rosaline says she's not lying, and the Archduke says he knows. After all, she'd never do that. However, the woman fears what comes next. Melkar says sometimes he wishes she'd try to deceive him, even if it meant lying. Rosaline realizes he's hurt, just like he was the day before. The protagonist reaches for him, holding his hand, and says, "I'm Rosalind." Suddenly, the tick-tock of a clock rings out, catching everyone's attention. But no time travel happens. However, Melkara doesn't understand what she's trying to tell him. The protagonist says, "I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I'm the Rosalind you remember, and I've been traveling to the past to meet you when you were young." But Melkara just asks, "What are you trying to say?" And she keeps hearing a strange noise. And once again, the Archduke asks that same question. Confused, Rosaline calls her husband. Once again, she tries to tell him she's Rosalind and about her time travel. And all that craziness continues, with Melkara very confused, asking what she means. Rosaline asks if he remembers what he said. Melkara repeats what he'd said about not lying and wanting her to believe him, and that makes the protagonist realize that every time she tries to tell him the truth, she goes back in time. The Archduke says he believes her, and she doesn't need to ask him to, because he already believes her regardless. And he says, "Know that no man could be a better husband to you than I am," leaving the woman confused. Rosaline makes it clear she's not interested in anyone else and shouts, "You're my ideal type, the fragile, shy Melkara that I want to protect. You make me want to hug you and comfort you, okay?" After shouting all those words, she simply slams the door in his face. At breakfast, Santre notices the strange mood, assuming the couple had a fight. Melkara is baffled that his wife likes him for being fragile, or was she being sarcastic? The Archduke tries to shake off those thoughts. After all, he decided to believe his wife no matter what she says, but he can't stop thinking about liking his fragile side, so he decides to eat less. Noticing this, Rosaline asks why he's not eating. He says he's not hungry, except he hasn't even touched his coffee, and his excuse is that it's bad to drink coffee on an empty stomach. An idea crosses his mind. Since it's not good to drink coffee on an empty stomach, maybe doing that will make him seem more fragile. Rosaline tells him to eat properly. Then she cuts a piece of his meat and offers it to him. All Melchior can think is that his wife is testing him. Because of his hesitation, the Archduchess says this is making her feel embarrassed. That was enough to make him eat that piece. He chews the meat gracefully. Meanwhile, Rosaline watches him. The woman gives him more, as if feeding her little puppy, even saying words of encouragement. Santre, meanwhile, is left speechless watching this scene. After that, Rosaline brings up the topic of solving the local problems, and the bald man immediately says he can't transfer authority, but that can be discussed later, since there's something else that needs to be addressed first. That leaves the bald man curious to know what it's about. Rosaline says she'd like him to return the patent for the night parade to her husband. That catches both of them off guard. The protagonist knew how Santre had the patent, but never saw any record specifying that it was Melchior who came up with the idea, which means the bald man took advantage of a boy and stole it. She says it was her husband who came up with the parade idea and wants to understand why they hold exclusive rights over it, leaving Santre speechless. Melchior doesn't remember anything, but from the man's reaction, he can tell his wife is right. Angrily, Rosaline goes a bit overboard, saying how the man's demand to gather 10,000 in gold to earn his support amounted to child abuse, labor exploitation, an unfair contract, identity theft, and even embezzlement. She demands he begin proper proceedings to void the unfair demand. Her relief is that Santre doesn't know her husband lost part of his memory, and he probably thinks Melchior is just pretending not to notice. In the end, she suggests it'd be best to sort out the parade-related matters. Rosaline says they're going to turn the parade into a traveling show, using the train system to bring it to Lochbaus, since that territory isn't as developed as Santre's. Melchior holds his wife's hand when he finally speaks up. He says, "I'm inexperienced and still have a lot to learn," which seems to have caused a lot of conflict among the 7 houses, and I intend to correct things from now on. I'm glad to know you're willing to cooperate with this idea. No wonder you're the most powerful vassal family. Melchior doesn't even give him a chance to protest, simply saying he's sure the Lochbaus will also be grateful. And he reminds him it's the duty of high-ranking noble houses to share the wealth they have with others. Reluctantly, Santre agrees, saying the Archduke is right in his statement. After breakfast, the couple leaves the dining room and walk down the hallway. Melchior doesn't even wait until they reach their room before asking how she found out he came up with the parade idea. Her answer is that it was a guess. That while at the Postenmeier mansion, she read some records, and it seemed like Chief Santre didn't demand much from him after he became Archduke, and since he's such a greedy person, she thought he might have done something he didn't remember. She adds that the year the parade started coincided with him becoming successor candidate, and that's why she thought it might have been his idea. So she took the risk and got lucky. Now Melchior wants to understand about the 10,000 in gold. With a laugh, Rosalind says that's a secret. The dark-haired man thanks her. Melchior smiles and says he was thinking how Santre had become very hard to manage, so he was planning to find a solution depending on how things went. But everything got resolved so easily thanks to her. The protagonist holds onto his arm, saying she feels the same way. She also thanks him for believing her. Melchior blushes at this closeness. Rosalind wants to ask a favor. What she asks leaves him stunned. She asks if she can sleep somewhere else tonight. Melchior immediately asks if she's mad. Rosalind whispers that she just wanted to find out how they chose the head of House Postenmeier, since he doesn't remember anything. The Archduke wants to understand why she's so curious about that. He says he doesn't remember anything about the test itself, but has a few flashes of memory, recalling being on a train, and there were plains and mountains, hiding the fact he went there with Rosalind. And another thing he remembers is the sea. Yes, he remembers going there well. He suggests going to the Lochbaus, since maybe they can find some clues there. Since they solved the problem in Santre, he doesn't think there's any need to stay longer, which makes his wife think it's a bit sudden. Suddenly, Melchior stops. Remembering his earlier statement, he says that since he had so much to handle there, his head hurts. And since Lochbaus territory has vast open plains, it's a good place to relax. And it's near the sea. That makes Rosalind's heart race, since she's never seen the sea. Melchior says he'd like to go with her, and asks if that's okay. Rosalind takes a moment, but agrees in the end. So the couple leaves by train for the other territory. Like a proper gentleman, Melchior helps his lady climb aboard, being careful with the step. Care is needed even though the trip lasts around 2 hours. The journey continues. Rosalind is in one of the seats. The scenery she sees is quite different, but Melchior assures her they're still in Santre territory. After that, her gaze turns to her husband. Melchior even asks if she's done looking at the scenery, and she confirms it, saying now it's just fields. Now that she's no longer interested in looking at anything, Melchior takes the chance for them to talk. But nothing seems to be in his favor, and the woman with the cart politely asks if they want anything. To his bad luck, Rosalind asks for something to read. The protagonist keeps reading while her husband sulks. The whole publication is half gossip and half nothing but ads, except something catches her attention. It's an article by Bernhard giving great detail on astrology, which makes her realize the Eastern people act like they aren't, but maybe they're actually quite superstitious. It says astrology can be used to know the past and determine the future. That makes the girl remember the time she went with Julian to the fortune teller. That one was without a doubt a scam, but she's living proof that time travel is possible, so proof that some superstitions might really be true, and it'd be great to have more research to consult, except all that knowledge was contained in the Northeast Library, which was lost in a landslide 6 years ago. Except thinking about it, that happened around the time Julian was 18, so the protagonist thinks that if she goes back at that point, maybe she can find something out. The problem is Melchior doesn't like it when she goes out at night, so it'll be a challenge to travel through time without him noticing. Meanwhile, the engineer keeps driving the train, until something up ahead makes him panic. All the cars start shaking. Melchior's body serves as a shield to protect Rosaline. After that, everything calms down. The couple is side by side. Melchior asks if she's okay, and embarrassed, the pink-haired girl confirms it. Melchior stands up, saying he'll check what the problem is, and asks her to wait there. Rosaline just watches her husband leave. As she watches him go, a dark figure finally comes into her field of vision. That makes her curious. Because of the big hat, there's no way for Rosaline to know if it's looking at her. Meanwhile, Melchior arrives just as the engineer is giving orders to move everything to the cargo car. He asks him to wait a moment. The man immediately recognizes he's the Archduke and greets him properly. The dark-haired man wants to know why the train suddenly stopped. The engineer explains it's because there were mannequins scattered all over the tracks, which from a distance looked like people, so he obviously pulled the emergency brake. Then he asks Melchior to take a look. He does. No one knows the reason those things are there, and there's no possibility they fell off a cargo train ahead, since they were already very neatly arranged. Since he can't just leave those things there, they're storing them. Now looking more closely, Melchior notices the wedding dress looks similar to the one Rosaline wore. That makes him think his wife might be uncomfortable if she finds out, and he thinks maybe this is some kind of threat, so he needs to find out who did it. The engineer lets him know there's no problem with the train, having completed the inspection, and they'll make an announcement soon. So the trip continues. Melchior comes back and lets his wife know he checked and there wasn't much there. However, she doesn't hear his explanation since she's apparently asleep. He even calls her, getting no response, so he tries to make her more comfortable. Melchior turns her to face him. What he sees leaves him terrified. Rosaline doesn't look well at all. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the Imperial Palace. Balthazar walks through the grand hallways, then opens the bedroom door, stepping into the room. He calls out to his wife, asking if he can open the curtains just to get a better look at her, but Wilhelmine doesn't want him to see her like this, in such poor condition, since while the Emperor keeps his youth, she ages. Still, Balthazar wants to see her, claiming the wrinkles prove how long they've loved each other. A little fearful, the Empress allows him to open them. The platinum-haired man doesn't waste time doing it with great joy. She just turns her face away so he won't see her aged face. Politely, the Emperor asks permission to hold her hand. He pours a potion from a small vial. Like magic, the wrinkled hand becomes that of a young woman. Curious, Wilhelmine wants to know where he found such relief when he's so busy running the empire, and the platinum-haired man reminds her he has many loyal subjects who will do whatever he asks. Even so, she believes it's not a remedy that can be found easily. Balthazar explains once more that this doesn't stop aging, it reverses time. That's how the woman catches him lying about having ordered someone to search for it. Wilhelmine is stunned, thinking her husband smuggled this in, and scolds him, saying it's not right for the Emperor to break the law. Balthazar asks her not to worry, since he hasn't done anything like that. He says he wants Anaistrathi to take his place, so he can spend all his time searching for more medicine to cure his beloved. However, the Empress wants him to fulfill his duty as Emperor. Overly attentive, the platinum-haired man doesn't want her to worry about that, and asks her to hold on a little longer, since he'll find the cure. Back to the protagonist. Rosaline wakes up already face-to-face with a man staring at her. He asks how she's feeling, but not even the Archduchess can say, since she has no idea what happened or why she has bandages on her neck. Maybe she got hurt when she fainted. The most important thing is that she remembers locking eyes with someone in that train car, but right now she just wants to know who this guy is. Kalaman introduces himself as the Imperial Court Doctor. He explains he's on vacation since His Majesty mentioned this destination in Lockbows, so he stayed nearby and heard the Archduchess was injured. Finally, Melchior appears, entering the room with a tray of food. The Archduke says the doctor examined her and concluded she fainted from overexertion, and Rosaline assures him she's fine. Melchior complains that train needs improvement. It was supposed to be a high-speed train, but in the end it was very slow. Even though he knew Lockbow's territory has a lot of rough terrain, he didn't think it'd crawl like a snail. He says he ordered the territory's patriarch to level the roads. That's how Rosaline realizes her husband is genuinely worried. Rosaline thanks the doctor for all his care and asks how she should compensate him for it, but for Kalaman, his patient being okay is enough. The doctor mentions he'll come back the next day to check on her, leaving the woman surprised, asking if that's really necessary. The one who answers is Melchior, saying they can't just relax even if she's feeling better, so the man will come back once more to make sure of her health. Soon, Kalaman leaves, leaving the couple alone in the room. Finally, Rosaline knows where she is. It's a house on the Lockbow's estate, rented because it's the closest to the station. He hands her a tray of food with easy-to-digest options, since the woman hasn't eaten all day. Rosaline picks up something green from her soup without knowing what it is. Her husband explains it's seaweed that grows underwater, and apparently it's very good for women. The protagonist keeps eating while being watched by her husband. Melchior advises her to rest a bit more. Rosaline is only worried about her work, but for the Archduke that's not urgent, not to mention he never wanted her to push herself so hard, making it clear she doesn't really need to push herself to the limit, nor does he intend to pressure her. However, the woman has no intention of resting. There's something she needs to accomplish. In her whole life, she was never given the chance to take the stage, but now she finally has that chance, so she can't waste it without achieving anything. Rosaline worked hard for so many years, so if she wants everything she's done to be recognized, she'll have to work even harder. Melchior approaches, touching her face and says, "What do you mean? I already recognize you." Saying she's done very well, assuring her she's been doing much better than he could ever have imagined. A bit withdrawn, Rosaline asks if there's anything she's done so far that means something. Melchior confirms it. He gets closer, saying it was all things only she could have accomplished. Rosaline says it's a bit embarrassing to hear that, but admits it feels good. Even so, wanting to prove her strength, Melchior doesn't want her to overdo it. She still needs to rest for a while. He also asks her to give him a chance, since she's done so much as his wife, but as a husband he hasn't done anything. Except Rosaline knows how much that man has already done, like saving her life and paying off her family's debts. Melchior leaves the room after making sure Rosaline finished all her food. Outside, he meets his knights who inform him they interrogated all the train passengers, but none of them seem suspicious. There were 8 people in first class and 22 in second, so the guard hands over the file with all their information. Melchior reads through it until something catches his attention. On the list is Gertrude Bart, the fashion stylist from the capital, on vacation there. The problem is everyone thought this woman was missing. Melchior goes to his office to investigate this further. As far as he knows, he received a report that Gertrude's assistant went to see Rosaline, asking if she knew where her boss was, since apparently she disappeared after the wedding. So he wonders why traces of this woman are suddenly turning up, somehow connected to Rosaline. There are 2 points worth considering suspicious in this story. 1, the Empress's knights went after Rosaline before. 2, she was also the one who introduced Gertrude, so Melchior is determined to look into this more. The next day arrives and Carmen is already there, having taken the next train after hearing what happened, and of course giving her the usual scolding since the woman never listens and always ends up needing care in the end. Recognizing that, Rosaline plans to triple her salary. The doctor's smile lights up, assuring she'll do her best to serve her well. However, she advises her Grace to work on her body's stamina, needing to exercise, then rest for a day, and repeats, so no work for a while. At that moment, Melchior knocks and enters. Rosaline soon notices those documents in his hand, which makes her curious about what they are. The Archduke sits down and says he brought some reports, thinking she might be bored. With that puppy dog look, he asks if she'd rather he hadn't done it. Immediately, Rosaline says actually she was hoping he'd tell her about it. Even though she likes doing things herself, she realizes that leaving it to Melchior isn't so bad. So the Archduke continued coming and reporting his progress every day since then, since the protagonist was forced to take a break. That's how she realized that even though she was never recognized by others her whole life, she also refused to recognize their worth, which is why she always thought it was easier to do things alone and couldn't stop working, to the point of overworking herself. But after Melchior told her she's competent, she feels better. So much better that she finally accepts that taking a break to rest isn't so bad after all, and she's never rested as well as she does now. So Rosaline sleeps. Some time passes with the sun replaced by the moon, and she only wakes up because something's bothering her. The strong sound of wind invades her room. The protagonist has no idea who opened this window, but getting there she notices it was actually always closed, so she thinks maybe it's just that the wind is stronger in Lockbaus. Suddenly, she notices a piece of paper lying there. Picking it up, her first thought is that it belongs to Melchior. It's a letter addressed to the successor of House Crimson Rose, asking them to return the imperial family's treasure. And obviously, she has no idea what any of this is about. Out of nowhere, the note simply catches fire, disappearing. This whole thing is strange. First, because that shouldn't be there since the Crimson Rose successor is Alphonse. And more importantly, they made it look like she stole the imperial family's treasure. That makes her remember the day she met Melchior, and the Archduke demanded to know why they were arresting everyone, getting the answer that they were hiding from them. Even the dark-haired man at the time thought it strange, since when can people hide behind picture frames and vases? But now it makes sense. The Empress's knights seem to be looking for something at the mansion, so that might be why. Should she show this letter to Melchior, she won't say anything, since it might just be a summer house. And if her husband finds out something like this happened at a Lockbaus-owned mansion, he won't let it go. Rosaline doesn't know who this person is, but she's sure they'll reach out again. After all, she thinks the protagonist has something they want, so her plan is to use this as a clue to figure out who's behind it. There's not much she can do right now, so Rosaline decides to take a walk around the house. Halfway through, something catches her attention. There's the silhouette of a woman in the window. That makes her blood run cold. Rosaline believes that's Gertrude. She asks where the woman has been this whole time and how she got in. Suddenly, that thing starts to open something like a mouth, starting to move as it's enveloped by a dark aura. The thing keeps saying, "Time, turn back, time to before I died." Rosaline gets goosebumps. Even scared, she manages to understand those words. Turn back time to before I died. The dark shadow twists, becoming even more terrifying, and screams, "I can't be erased." The Archduchess's face pales, foreseeing what's about to happen. Gertrude starts running after her. There's no trace of humanity left. This monster keeps chasing her, demanding she give it back. Unfortunately for Rosaline, there doesn't seem to be anyone around, not even a guard. She looks back. Gertrude is caught in the vines. At that moment, an idea crosses her mind. Actually, she remembers what Julian taught her about ghosts being drawn to damp places, and that the easiest way is to spill blood nearby. Quickly, she grabs those vines, cutting her hands in the process. Her plan works, since the ghost looks right at her. Little by little, it starts to fade. Before losing consciousness entirely, she catches a glimpse of someone coming toward her. The dark-haired man wrings out the cloth, squeezing out the excess water, then cleans Rosaline up. Noticing she's waking up, he asks if she can hear him. Finally, she opens her eyes, and the young Melchior asks if she recognizes him. But this is still Julian, who asks her not to move since she's badly hurt. He asks if she's in any discomfort and if she wants some water. However, all Rosaline manages to say is that the boy has grown a lot. Julian answers he'll turn 17 soon. The pink-haired girl asks if he's on winter break, but actually the boy has already graduated from the academy, so he doesn't need that kind of break, all thanks to the fact he skipped a year, wanting to focus on the successor selection. He was granted this room located in House Postemeyer's main castle. Rosaline congratulates him, very happy that he's become a successor candidate. The boy smiles, thanking her, saying all of this was only possible thanks to her advice. She says no one's ever followed her advice besides him. In the end, this is her student, friend, savior, and future husband. Finally, he thanks her for taking care of him, but says he needs to go now since he's a candidate. He can't get involved in any scandal because a woman was seen in his room. Julian asks if she's going back to her husband, then begs her not to leave. Not when that man neglects her and let her get hurt like this. Hearing this, Rosaline feels like the boy's misunderstanding something. Julian asks her to stay by his side, no matter what her husband might say, promising to protect her. The protagonist's heart races, while the young man saying this is blushing at his own words. He leans in, but before he can do anything, Rosaline says she can't do that. This isn't his time. Not to mention if her presence there gets him in trouble during the successor selection process, Julian could lose his spot as a candidate, and as a consequence, the future would change. Rosaline says the only person who can do that is the head of the house. After all, he's the one who in the future can drive off the Empress's knights and bring his family back from ruin. Julian accepts that he can't do that right now. Then he kneels, promising to become head of House Postemeyer for her, leaving her impressed. Now Rosaline watches Julian work. Unfortunately, there's no chance for her to leave and return to her own time, since the boy insists she stay in bed until her wounds heal. She calculates that at most an hour has passed in her present time. Since Melchior won't return that night, staying in the past for 2 or 3 days should be enough. But what worries her is that ghost, and she wants to understand what it was trying to tell her. Rosaline wonders if it's possible to go back in time to before someone's death. Speaking too loud, Julian ends up hearing it and says that's illegal. The boy explains it's a kind of forbidden sorcery, even abroad where the study of magic is legal, since it requires human souls to work. He says that's why he absorbs spirits through his eyes and releases them later, so they can't be used for such sinister things. After all, if ghosts take form, they can't be exorcised right away, and it saddens him to think they can't move on after already having lost their lives. Rosaline remembers the oath the vassal families of House Postemeyer take, involving souls, and wonders if that might be connected. The Archduchess asks if he happens to know why he has this ability, but Julian denies it, saying he has no way of finding anything out about it. Then he asks the lady's permission to feel her temperature, and is relieved that her fever has gone down. Rosaline feels so embarrassed for having scared him like that. As if reading her thoughts, Julian says, "I know you're very smart in a lot of ways, but sometimes you need to rest. Sometimes I feel like you're a bit of a workaholic." With a smile, the boy asks her to rest. The protagonist asks if he's going somewhere, and he says he's heading to his office, since he's looking for the right person to help him with his task. He explains that successor candidates don't take the exam alone. They're expected to find suitable people to help them prove their ability to make allies as well as manage subordinates. But since this is secret, he can't give more details. That really does make sense. Since the selection is so top secret, it's normal for nothing to be recorded. If she becomes a candidate's assistant instead of Julian's guest, her actions won't be recorded and there won't be any scandal either, so she offers to help with the task, leaving the young Melchior stunned. He says he was going to start his field research as soon as he found someone to help, but now, thanks to her, he's saved a lot of time, though he'd have preferred she rest more. Julian hands her the document detailing the task. It's on paper about recovering crop damage caused by coastal flooding in Lochbos, and that makes her ask if it's based on something that actually happened. Julian says an undersea earthquake occurred a while back and seawater flooded some of the fields. Luckily, there were no human casualties, but a lot of the crops were damaged beyond repair. Until the damage is resolved, House Postemeyer is sending financial support, so this is a simulation. He was considering a method to solve the food shortage using Lochbos' own resources, replacing meat with fish, but vegetables are still the problem. Roseline asks about seaweed, and the two get into a bit of a disagreement since Julian knows it's not used for food there. She remembers having several dishes in Lochbos that used a lot of sea plants, so she assumes that was recent. So the woman says seaweed is already used in dishes abroad and suggests bringing that into the local culture. That surprises him. Having already heard examples of that kind of farming abroad, Julian considers using the methods, though the pink-haired girl doesn't know exactly how it works. After a while of talking, the two go outside. By her side, Julian asks her to be careful since the ground is slippery. He keeps watching her. Then he gets closer, putting a scarf around her neck because the night is very cold. Even though they're out there to research for the exam task, Roseline feels like it seems more like a date. Roseline turns, saying they should get to work. But apparently Julian understood the reason for her reaction. He says he knows about her loyalty to her husband, but he doesn't want her to hide her feelings when it's just the two of them. Roseline turns back, saying she's not hiding anything and that he just got the wrong impression. Julian says, "You want me to save you." After all, she was the one who said only the head of House Postemeyer can do that, and that's why she's helping him get to that position. And he already gave her his answer about what he'd do if he becomes the head of the family. Julian will keep his promise and wait for her. With eyes full of emotion, the young man says he doesn't want to hide his feelings and declares that he likes her very much. That's it for today, guys. Okay, but I need to just say, the slow burn between Roseline and Melchior is actually killing me. He went from cold and intimidating to an absolute blushing mess, and I am so here for it. And then Julian growing up and confessing like that? I did not see that coming so soon. My heart genuinely hurt a little. Plus, with this ghost drama and the whole Imperial treasure mystery now stacking on top, things are getting way more tangled than I expected in the best way. This has been a marriage contract with two husbands, and since you guys loved part 1 so much, I brought you part 2, taking us all the way through chapter 53. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe and like the video so I can keep bringing you more of this drama. Kisses, and see you next time.